Chapter 55:34. Moreover, the arrow that pierced Seekong Fulling earlier had more or less pierced this guy's body. Now that the spiritual energy in his body was intertwining and repelling each other, he probably wouldn't live for long. Taking a step back, even if he survived, he would probably be a powerless cripple. Proper business was more important, so there was no need to pursue a cornered enemy. Mo Yin threw Duan Yu a look before turning around to leave, dragging him along with him. Duan Yu couldn't resist, knitting his brows. In the end, Mo Yin was still merciful towards the Long family. The tunnel is completely cleared. Eighth young master Qi jogged over with a smile, dust flying from his body. He looked as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Okay, let's set off now. Mo Yin also didn't want to wait a moment longer. Who knew how his wife was doing inside right now? Bring some people in first. Duan Yu quickly said, I'll clean up here and bring up the rear. Move faster. Mo Yin glanced at him from the corner of her eyes before turning to look at Mu Xingqian, who had been standing there in a daze for a long time. She sighed softly. I'll leave eldest brother to you. I know. Stop blabbering and scram. Duan Yu urged before instructing 8 Qi to lead Mo Yin to the tunnel entrance. He then led another group and called for Mu Xingqian to join them. Mu Xingqian recovered his wits, and a faint wry smile tugged at his lips. Miss Seekong, seriously, she didn't even look back when she left. She just pounced on him without any hesitation and didn't even leave a single word in the end. So when she said she didn't have a choice, she had already made her choice. If she wasn't standing on the opposite side, this loyal and righteous girl might have what? Mu Xingqian shook his head in self-mockery. He suddenly raised his hand and caught something at lightning speed. He couldn't help but be startled. Seeing Duan Yu walking over, Mu Xingqian quickly withdrew that thing into his inner world and turned to nod at Duan Yu. Let's go. The Emperor of Cangzhou was truly incomparably ruthless. The scene of thousands of arrows shooting in unison just now was still deeply etched in his memory. This supreme emperor did not have the slightest bit of mercy towards people. He waved his hand and gave the order to shoot Long Yun to death with arrows. What's wrong with you? Duan Yu indifferently swept a glance at Mu Xingqian. No, nothing. Mu Xingqian lifted his feet slightly and hurriedly followed. An hour later, with 8th Young Sir Qi's group leading the way, Mo Yin led the elites from the 3 provinces through the already opened underground passageway and finally entered the Qing Province Kingdom City District. The inner city is just ahead, said 8th Young Master Qi. Their movements were extremely fast. Based on their calculations, it was estimated that they would be able to leave the passage in another 2 hours and directly enter the inner city of the Qing Zhou Kingdom's capital. Be careful. Huifeng suddenly flicked out a dagger. After a ding, the muffled roar of the corpse puppet could be heard from the tunnel. The passageway was narrow and only allowed 1 person to pass. Suddenly, a large group of corpse puppets came from the front, although it wasn't too dangerous for them. However, clearing the path was indeed a waste of time. Where's Duan Yu? Mo Yin knitted her brows. Why hadn't he come down yet after dilly-dallying for so long? Just when she needed this guy to throw out concealed weapons, he disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Duan Yu stealthily chased after the 2 injured heavenly birds with Chestnut. His Chestnut wasn't exaggerating. He said that the 2 heavenly birds couldn't make it, and they really couldn't make it. Before them was a murky stream. Chapter 55:35. It was an extremely inconspicuous stream on an abandoned slope belonging to the Qingzhou Kingdom. The 2 heavenly birds were heavily injured in the battle earlier. At this time, they were lying by the stream on the verge of death, unable to even move their claws. And not far from them, there was a person sprawled on the ground. His light purple outer robe was completely soaked by the stream. That person's entire face was in the water, and his breathing was weak and lifeless. Duan Yu lightly stepped on the wet grass and took several steps forward. Tilting his head, this guy's left hand, which was behind his back, suddenly conjured a silvery white streak of light. Without waiting for an explanation, he threw it at the figure sprawled in the stream. Bam! The attack missed. The originally motionless man abruptly flipped in the air and clutched his chest as he coughed heavily. His handsome face was already pale as he stood by the stream. Duan Yu suddenly smiled. His smile was resplendent and bright, and his pair of peach blossom eyes blinked, pure yet not bewitching. I knew it. A scourge lives on for 10,000 years. You won't die so easily. You, Long Yun coughed heavily, his eyes filled with mockery. You, Duan Yu wagged a finger at him. I don't need you to speak right now. Long Yun knew that he was doomed today, so he silently took a step back and looked at the other party warily. However, at this moment, the slender and delicate figure in front of him suddenly disappeared in front of him. Long Yun's pupils contracted, and he abruptly turned around to look. In a split second, a long sword with rippling silver flames abruptly stabbed into his heart the moment he turned around. It was so precise that it was impossible to resist. Death came so suddenly. He held the long sword condensed from the Devil Emperor's fire in one hand, and blood flowed from his fingers along the sword's hilt, dripping down inch by inch. Duan Yu looked indifferently at the person before him. The other party's painful and contorted expression made him as calm as ever. WHWHY? What right? Why, this was what young Master Long wanted to ask. Was this person crazy? They minded their own business, and, at most, they just had different standpoints. Was there a need to chase him from 1,000 miles away to kill him? At the very least, the person he had always wanted to kill was Mo Lien. It was Mo Lien. What is wrong with this guy? What did he do to provoke him? Mo Lien had told him not to pursue a cornered enemy and let him leave. However, this person agreed on the surface and turned around to kill him. He was really sick. Duan Yu blinked and abruptly released his grip, allowing Long Yun to be stabbed in the chest and kneel on the ground like a pile of mud. The noble, elegant, and graceful emperor of Tsang province took out a clean handkerchief and carefully wiped his hands. He coldly glanced at Long Yun, who was curled up on the ground and not moving at all. You shouldn't have wanted to kill him. You shouldn't have taken out the fire Qilin Fang snake's gallbladder and tried to take him down with you. Long Yun vaguely heard these words, and for a moment, his expression was a little startled and confused. Tsang Prefecture's emperor this is? What kind of special feelings were these? Could it be that, from the beginning to the end, the emperor of Tsangzhou loved the crown prince of the divine land? Liking his cousin was just a gargantuan pretense that he used to hide things, right? Even before he died, Long Yun felt that he was talking nonsense. He collapsed and did not hear the Tsang Prefecture's emperor's muttering. If you kill him, then what about Jojo? Jojo will cry. You don't like that Death Lotus, so it's fine if you beat him up, but how can you kill him? Chapter 55:36. I definitely won't let anyone hurt Xiao Xiao. Even if it's you, my cousin, I won't let you. Long Yun didn't hear Duan Yu's muttering. At this point, Long Yun had actually completely lost his five senses. He couldn't hear, see, or touch anything. In a daze, a white, misty mist seemed to appear in front of his eyes. A young lady dressed in white and with a jade face came out of the mist and walked towards him expressionlessly. Long Yun raised his hand slightly, as if wanting to grab her hand. But in one breath, he suddenly relaxed. He slammed his raised hand heavily on the side of the stream, allowing the murky water to pass through his wrist. Duan Yu's figure abruptly disappeared, only leaving behind a cold sentence. Go and clean up the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness, especially that troublesome Ding Xian. Don't leave behind any clues. Since the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness had been silent for so many years, there was no need for them to rise again. The Murong Clan of Forgetfulness sounded like a pretty good candidate for leader. The air stirred slightly before returning to silence. After some time, a slender figure wrapped in a green headscarf hurriedly ran over from the gurgling stream. That person stumbled over, and when she saw the motionless corpse lying in the stream, tears rolled down her cheeks. Her entire body seemed to have lost some sort of strength, and she abruptly collapsed on the ground, splashing up a few drops of water. She hurriedly crawled over with her arms and bawled as she hugged Long Yun. You little sweetheart, You finally can't run away anymore. Do you still remember that we met by a small stream back then, but you don't have any recollection of it afterward? Back then, he suddenly popped out when she was bathing in the stream. Didn't they form an inexplicable, ill-fated relationship? Unexpectedly, as the paragon of the demonic cult, the Lord of Forgetfulness, he actually died in an unknown mountain stream in the Qingzhou kingdom. Do you regret it, sweetheart? The Raksha princess burst into tears, and her tender and alluring face seemed to have aged several years. I already told you not to meddle in this matter, but you just wouldn't listen. Do you regret it now? Do you regret it? The Raksha princess cried mournfully for a while. He raised his head and looked at the horizon. The sunset was red and the sun was setting. She hunched her back and picked up the drenched man. Half dragging and half carrying him, she walked forward. He didn't know where he was going. It was as if there was no place for them to hide in the vast world. Duan Yu hurriedly led his men into the passageway and discovered that Mo Lien and the others were almost done cleaning up the zombies underground. Seeing that he had finally arrived, Mo Lien looked at him suspiciously. Where did you go? There are many harpies up there. We can only come down after we clean them up. Mo Lien glanced at him. There should be a place for corpses up ahead. Duan Yu silently took out the 9 Jade Heaven's Thunder. Crown Prince Rong hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Your Majesty, this passageway is narrow. If we use large firearms or hidden weapons, I'm afraid the passageway will collapse. Otherwise, the Crown Prince of the Divine Prefecture would have used it a long time ago. Duan Yu pondered for a moment before stuffing the Jade Heavenly Thunder into his pocket, then quickly cleaned it up. Manual cleaning was quite tiring. After all, this passageway only allowed one person to pass through, so only 1 or 2 people at the front of the group were bitterly cleaning up the zombies that pounced over. Thankfully, Crown Prince Roan and the others would switch places with the Crown Prince from time to time to withstand a wave of zombie attacks. However, Emolien felt like she had nothing left to live for. Chapter 55:37. How long would it take to clear these waves of zombies? This speed was too slow. If only Jojo was here. He could toss these things into the realm of misfortune and let them perish on their own. There would be no need to clear them. Let me do it. Duan Yu couldn't help but scoff when he saw this guy's bitter expression. Prince Imo silently retreated. As he watched Duan Yu finish off several zombies with a swing of his sword, he couldn't resist asking quietly, "Are you going to bang?" Duan Yu threw out a burst of Devil Emperor fire, and everyone heard a loud rumble. Everyone instantly perked up. It seems like we've reached the end. It wasn't seems, they had indeed reached the end of the passageway. Thus, Emolien also put down the question he wanted to ask earlier and hastily followed the crowd in brandishing their swords, smashing down the wall in front of them. Light seeped in. Everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed over. At this time, the zombies were more or less cleared out. Occasionally, a few would crawl out of the narrow passageway, but they would be hacked to death by the elites of the 3 provinces before they could reach them. Duan Yu gestured to the 2 hidden guards at the front to have them go out first. Not long after, they heard a shout. "No problem, come out." Everyone hastily ran out in an orderly manner and lined up. They took a deep breath as they faced the setting sun and the red glow on the horizon. They finally came out. The inner city gate was right in front of them. As expected, boom, 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 boom. A strange sound was heard. Emolien and Duan Yu's expressions both shifted. They leaped onto the city wall first and ran toward the inner city with a whoosh. The people behind them quickly followed and flew over the city wall with a whoosh, chasing after the 2. As they ran, they discovered that the ramp in front of them seemed to be gradually becoming steeper. No, that wasn't right. The city in front of them was rising into the sky. The entire city was starting to soar. So as they ran along the city path, they felt their bodies slowly tilting backward. The path in front of them slanted into the sky bit by bit and gradually became steeper. Vassal Prince Roan and the others' expressions changed. However, they saw dozens of Transcendence Realm cultivators following the Crown Prince of the Divine Province and His Majesty of Song Province leaping up at the same time. Their figures abruptly disappeared into a thick fog. Two cold voices came from the sky. Purge the entire Qingzhou city. Arrange for Huang, he and Mr. Su to come here and distribute the antidote for the third stage. Let's see if those who haven't completely turned into zombies have a chance to recover. Yes. A thunderous roar resounded from below. Crown Prince Rong raised his head worriedly to take a look. Under the setting sun, the sky was completely covered by thick fog. The main city that had suddenly flown into the sky seemed to have completely disappeared. Arbor leaned against the window and looked down in surprise. After the rumbling sound, the whole house started to shake. She knew that the city had ascended. To make the entire inner city of the main city soar into the sky, it was truly a huge investment. He did not know how long Tianyun had been preparing for this. At present, the entire inner city was enveloped by the flying talisman array and multiple defensive arrays. It was indeed very difficult for Mo Lin, Duan Yu, and the others to break in from the outside. The little stoic was pondering while leaning against the window with her chin in her hands when she suddenly heard a soft sound. When she turned around, she saw fifth young Master Qin standing below the windowsill with a ghastly pale face, looking at her in a daze. Chapter 55:38. Yu, why would you commit suicide? Walk right into a trap? After he came out of seclusion, a boy's servant secretly came to report that the crown princess of the Divine Province was imprisoned here. He thought it was a fantasy story. How could such a shrewd person like the little stoic come here by herself? Without waiting for Arbor to speak, the fifth young master hastily flipped in through the window and grabbed her hand, saying impatiently, "Let's go quickly. While they're dealing with the patriarch in the forecourt, I'll send you out." Deal with the patriarch? Arbor thought he had been confused for a moment and looked at the fifth young master in astonishment. Is it the one from your family? Patriarch Tianyun? MHM. Who's dealing with him? Second brother. Fifth Qin tightly grasped her wrist. Don't say so much. Let's talk after we get out. You're a talisman practitioner, so you should be very clear about talisman formations. I'll send you to the center of the talisman formation. Find a chance to destroy the formation core and quickly escape. The little stoic's heart warmed slightly, and she looked up at this person. When this person first met her, his nose wasn't his nose and his eyes weren't his eyes. Moreover, although she had saved him several times, it wasn't out of bad intentions. One time, she saved him in passing for a mission, and the other time, someone else paid for it. Arbor pondered. Can I go to the front to take a look? You want to take a look? Fifth young Master Qin was taken aback and quickly shook his head. It's too late. From the looks of it, even with Hall Master Lu helping the patriarch, he doesn't seem to be second brother's match at all. They've turned against each other. Arbor blinked, unable to conceal his excitement. Oh my God, she hadn't even made a move yet someone else had already turned against each other. It was especially comical just thinking about it. Arbor hastily pulled fifth young Master Qin back. Where are the guards outside? I've temporarily knocked them out. I'll take you out first. Where's Duguling? Duguling, this bastard, had been standing guard outside the whole time. He's also in the forecourt. How could second brother not bring young Master Dugu and young Master Ouyang for such an important matter like encircling and annihilating the patriarch? Arbor nodded excitedly. If that's the case, I'll be letting myself down if I don't take a look. Tianyun, that dog-shit ancestor, had done so many things in his past and present life. Now that he was being hunted down by his descendants, it would be a pity if he didn't see such a satisfying thing. Fifth Qin hastily grabbed her. Jojo. Arbor glanced at him and pouted helplessly. Okay, let's go. If you didn't want to look, then so be it. The talisman array had just risen into the air, and it was good to find the array core. He had to find Mo Lin and the others in the array first. She suspected that Mo Lin and the others might have also ascended into the sky. However, there were layers upon layers of spirit arrays outside. If they didn't have two capable symbol masters among them, it wouldn't be easy for them to break in. As soon as the two of them left the courtyard, earth-shattering roars and curses could be heard from the front yard. Fifth young Master Qin glanced at her nervously and said in a low voice, Jojo, don't be so curious. Let's hurry and find the exit of the array core and send you out. Who was curious? Wasn't she just leaving the courtyard and finding the noise very interesting? So she couldn't resist taking a few glances behind her? Fifth young Master Qin led her through the corridors and courtyards before finally arriving at a remote courtyard. He pointed ahead. Quickly sense if there's talisman energy flowing here. It's barely discernible. This is a symbol master, no? It seems to be the power of talismans. Arbor's eyes were slightly cold. This is a formation set up by a great symbol master. Hall Master Lu is very formidable. Be careful. Arbor frowned. Hall Master Lu? Who? Talisman Hall's Hall Master, Lu Fuxing. Fifth young Master Qin said without holding back. It turned out that mysterious Talisman Hall's Hall Master was called Lu Fuxing. Arbor nodded and glanced at fifth young master. I'll be right back. Stay further away and protect yourself. Arbor flashed and entered the courtyard's talisman formation. At the same time, a middle-aged man who was frowning and listening to young Master Omega Kotoku's words in the front yard suddenly had a change in expression. Someone entered the formation. He hurriedly flashed and was already far away. Second young master didn't stop him. Instead, he hurriedly left with him after leaving behind a sentence. Lock him up for now. Hearing second young master's order, the group of Transcendence Realm cultivators led by Duga Ling couldn't help but look at each other. Their gazes focused on the man who was meditating with his eyes closed and was bound by 17 to 18 spirit binding chains. This person had a white face and no beard. He looked to be about 40 years old. His eyes were closed and his head was lowered. Even though he was covered in spirit binding chains, he didn't panic at all. This person was their Qin Estate's patriarch, Qin Heijin, Patriarch Black Gold. From the establishment of Heavenly Fate to its current state, Patriarch Black Gold had been behind every step of the way. The Qin Estate relied on pills to develop. Heavenly Fate relied on these corpse puppets and corpse poison medicinal liquid to develop. Patriarch Black Gold had always been the pride of their entire family. He was the core of the entire Qin Estate. But now, Omega Kotoku felt that he didn't need this person anymore. He wanted to let Arbor know that he was the only one who treated her the most wholeheartedly. For her, he could betray his entire family. He could even throw away Heavenly Fate, which was such a powerful force that the Patriarch had created just for her. He crazily wanted to start all over again and start all over again. He didn't want to care about anything else. Lu Fuxing discovered that someone had touched his talisman formation. Other than Arbor, there was no one else who could think of. He had always known about the existence of Arbor, a great talisman master. To be able to kill so many of Grandmaster Ye's outstanding disciples and make Grandmaster Yi have no choice but to sacrifice Luo He's life to deal with this woman, she was naturally very impressive. He originally wanted to leave her out for a while, but he didn't expect that second young master's sudden attack today would mess up all his plans. Lu Fuxing had always wanted to have a talisman duel with Arbor. For a young girl to be able to surpass Grandmaster Yi in the Tao of Talismans, it was really commendable. But that was the end of her journey. Lu Fuxing's figure suddenly landed in a remote courtyard. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at the empty space in front of him. Reveal talisman, reveal talisman, reveal talisman. Lu Fuxing expressionlessly flicked his sleeve, and several talismans were thrown out in front of him. However, the expected figure didn't appear. Instead, 4 or 5 attack talismans suddenly appeared in the air and forced him to retreat several steps. Lu Fuxing clenched his fists. What an outstanding little girl. She was actually able to force him to take a few steps back. In Lu Fuxing's hand, 3 rows of talismans appeared, and he suddenly shot them in front of him. The talisman power seemed to have swayed into a bottomless ocean. In an instant, it was completely absorbed by the emptiness in front of him. Young Master Omega Kotoku and his entourage rushed over. Seeing this scene, their eyes darkened. With a shout, Lu Fuxing suddenly flicked out hundreds of talismans again. This time, the talismans he flicked out were all god-level profound talismans. As soon as the talismans appeared, ghostly wails and howls sounded all around, forcing eldest young Master Qin and his entourage to hastily retreat. Arbor's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the profound talisman array formed by the profound talismans and stared expressionlessly at that person. This person should be the mysterious talisman hall master of the talisman array. Arbor glanced at him and was about to make a move. Suddenly, a sound pierced through the air. Arbor's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly threw out a talisman. She looked at the broken knife that seemed to have jumped out of storage talisman. In fact, only she knew that this broken knife had been kept in her inner world all this time. Today, it suddenly became restless. The knife was instantly unsheathed. It was no longer as bright as before, and there was even a small hole on its blunt edge. Lu Fuxing looked at the short knife in a daze. Why is it with you? Lu Fuxing stared at Arbor with a complicated expression. Arbor stilled and suddenly remembered what fifth young master had told her. This mysterious talisman hall master was called Lu Fuxing. She had seen and touched the short knife her mother had left behind. The words Fuxing were engraved on it. Your knife. Arbor's expression also turned complicated. She sized up the middle-aged man and asked in an uncertain tone, You? For my mother? Lu Fuxing was agitated. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Arbor with eyes that seemed to shatter ice shards in the night. You deserve to die. Lu Fuxing suddenly started attacking like a madman, repeatedly flinging the talismans and curses on his body at Xiaomu. Lu Fuxing, are you crazy? Eldest young Master Qin couldn't help scolding and hurriedly threw a look at Gong Song Feng and the others. Gong Song Feng, Fan Ming, and the others hurried forward to stop him. However, once a Talisman Master's talisman array was activated, it would take some effort for outsiders to barge in. Young Master Omega Katoka's expression was extremely cold as he abruptly turned to glare at fifth young master, standing to the side. You brought her here. He abruptly struck out a palm at fifth young master. The mighty force gave eldest young Master Qin a fright, and he hurriedly dodged to block it. After a bam, eldest young master received Qin Xian's palm. His expression changed slightly, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Eldest brother, similarly startled, fifth young master hurriedly ran forward and reached out to support eldest young Master Qin, who was retreating several steps. You want to take her and run? Young Master Omega Katoku pressed on. Eldest young master hurriedly blocked him with a furious expression. Second brother, are you trying to kill your own brother? On the other side, Lu Fuxing, who was crazily attacking Arbor, had a ferocious expression on his face, especially when he heard Arbor's mocking voice. You couldn't get my mother, so you're venting your vengeful heart on her daughter? Lu Fuxing, you're truly promising. Shut up. Lu Fuxing shouted angrily. What do you know? What do you know? Chu Yun and I were childhood sweethearts to begin with, and we've long been engaged for life. If it weren't for that so-called marriage alliance between clans for that bullshit engagement, how could Chu Yun possibly betray the love between us for so many years? Oh, Arbor's voice became increasingly icy and merciless, revealing traces of chilliness. Because you love my mother, you hate me, this daughter's existence. Joining Tianyun and aiding the evildoer is your way of loving my mother? Making things difficult at every turn for the daughter she protected with her life, and even killing her precious daughter is your way of loving someone? Ha 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 ha. Arbor sneered repeatedly. Lu Fuxing, hurry up and stop using your cheap love on my mother. You're not worthy. When everyone present heard the little stoic's chilly voice, they couldn't help but shiver all over. The little stoic was as frightening as ever when she insulted people. Arbor pushed out a powerful mystic talisman and coldly watched that talisman explode on Lu Fuxing's body, blasting him back several steps. Lu Fuxing, the hall master of talismans and spells, should have known her identity a long time ago. As Long Chuyun's daughter, Arbor and the whole world knew about it. However, Lu Fuxing was jealous of her identity, jealous that she was Long Chuyun's daughter. So he hid in Tianyun and made things difficult for her at every turn. That's right. The stairway talisman this person created greatly troubled her, and it also made her wary of this mysterious existence, the Hall of Talismans and Spells. This was one of Lu Fuxing's ways of loving her mother. To deal with her daughter, it would be best if her daughter died a horrible death and became Tianyan's puppet. Ha 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 ha! What an enormous joke. You're truly disgusting. Arbor's gaze chilled, and he casually threw out a soul-stealing talisman. Lu Fuxing's expression changed, and he instantly pulled a disciple in front of him to block. However, the talisman's remaining power exploded on his body, causing him to retreat several steps and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Go die. I'm your mother's true love. Lu Fuxing's expression changed as he looked at the several hundred soul-stealing talismans flying toward him in astonishment. That's right, this young lady in front of him was a pervert who used talismans. I even dared to kill my own father. So what kind of dog are you? Let alone you, my mother's former lover. You dared to scheme against me. I thought you already knew that you would die. Die, die, die. Arbor's eyes were filled with an ominous glint. The talismans in her hand flew out, and the heavy talisman power merged into a ball and bombarded Lu Fuxing's body. Lu Fuxing collapsed to the ground on the spot. There was a large hole in his chest, and his intestines were about to spill out. Everyone stared at the little stoic, flabbergasted. At this time, young Master Omega Katoka flew straight up and swiped his sword across Lu Fuxing's neck. He then flew in front of Arbor and grabbed her wrist. Lu Fuxing probably didn't expect that he would die here today in Arbor's hands. He reached out to cover the bleeding wound on his neck, and he stared blankly at the sudden darkness of the night. It was as if he could see a man and woman sitting back to back under the eaves of the ivy-covered corridor. Fuxing, I want to go to the Divine Province's Mu family for a marriage alliance. I already promised my mother. Don't come looking for me again in the future. Lu Fuxing looked at the boundless sky unwillingly. He couldn't tell if it was loneliness, shame, or vexation. His hand tightly gripped that blunt knife. He was a bit regretful before Chu Yun left Wangchuan. They fought in a fit of pique. She slashed the knife on the table, and a small chip appeared on the blade. In the end, the two didn't say a word. He thought that there would be a chance to meet again, that they would meet again in the future. Who would have thought that Fusheng was really like a dream? That farewell at Wangchuan turned out to be forever now. He was lying on the cold ground, looking up at the night sky. There were no stars, no moon, no wind, no rain. Just like when he gave her this Fusheng saber, he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. I am determined to be a master refiner. Chu Yun, I'll give it to you. Then you have to work hard. This saber of yours is really not that good. Arbor was pulled back to Crane Garden by the silent second young master. Along the way, he was a little depressed and nervous. He stumbled and fell. When they returned to the garden, young Master Omega Katoku waved his hand and set up a defensive shield to prevent outsiders from entering. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. He subconsciously felt that something was going to happen. As if he was about to come into contact with something real, he was both excited and nervous. No, it's a strange emotion. Young Master Omega Katoku seemed to have been provoked. His eyes glowed green as he stared at her coldly. Is it disgusting to not get what you want? He pressed on, his voice sinister. Is it disgusting to not get what you want? Do you think that love that you can't get is cheap? Arbor pretended to be frightened and fell to the side of the bed. She hugged the gauze next to her and looked at him, trembling like a small animal. Little Tree Chio roared in her consciousness. Master, come in quickly. It felt that something was wrong, as if something big was about to happen. It's okay, Chio. He won't kill me. Arbor's eyes hid a strange emotion. This emotion came so suddenly and so quickly that even she didn't know what she was secretly hoping for. It was as if some strange memory suddenly flashed through her mind. It was so fast that she couldn't catch it. She couldn't catch anything. She couldn't catch anything. Little Xiao, look at me. Look at me and tell me. Should I die if I can't get what I want? His eyes were filled with a thick gloominess, like the prelude to a flash flood. His fingers gripped her left wrist tightly, and he coldly asked, Speak. Arbor's big round almond eyes were wide open. She stared at him coldly with a strange light in her eyes. Crack! The pain of her bones breaking suddenly attacked her brain. However, the strange thing was that her entire heart was much calmer than usual, much calmer and more peaceful. Master, seeing that Feng Zhongqing and the others in the Star Domain were all about to rush out and beat up young Master Omega Kitoku, Arbor could still keep a clear head. She ordered Qiuqiu. I'm fine, Qiuqiu. Don't let any of them come out. I'm fine, Qiuqiu. Master Qiuqiu was so distressed that he almost couldn't speak. She hadn't cried, but Qiuqiu was already crying uncontrollably. Master, doesn't it hurt, Master? It hurts, of course it hurts. It hurts a lot, Arbor muttered to herself, but her eyes were brighter than ever. She softly said to Qiuqiu in her conscience, didn't you take the bone-forging pill? Didn't you want to forge your bones and be reborn? She knew that none of her little friends in the Star Domain would be willing to do such a thing to her. But now wasn't it just right? Her mind was clearer than usual, and her eyes were brighter. She stared at young Master Omega Kitoku like this. In her clear eyes, she could almost make Omega Kitoku see his own ugly shadow. Why aren't you talking? Young Master Omega Kitoku's eyes were full of malice. He ruthlessly broke another one of her hands. His warm fingers gently brushed her cheek. Didn't you want to run? I'm guessing that if you can only lie down and do nothing, you won't be able to run anywhere. Arbor suddenly chuckled. Strangely, even she herself felt that her laughter at this moment was somewhat frightening. Why was she laughing so strangely? Her clear eyes stared fixedly at the man in front of her. Suddenly, the figure in the bright red wedding dress seemed to flash past her eyes. Yes, in her previous life, she was forced to marry Omega Kitoku. But on the day of the wedding, Brother Qing, the mournful cry rang in her ears. In front of Arbor's eyes, it was as if the memory fragments were being reorganized. She saw Qin Xian in a bright red dress, his eyes flashing with a faint green light, the sword dripping with blood in his hand, piercing through Duanmu Qing's chest. That's right, it was like this. Sir Jojo finally remembered. That day was just like now. Qin Xian grabbed her shoulders, shook her back and forth, and asked her why she wanted to run and why she rejected him. Yes, he said, he had already given in step by step and begged her. Why couldn't she understand his heart? Yes, there was a deviation in her memory. The mermaid pearl in her body had once repaired her limbs in her previous life. So on the day of the wedding, she was indeed not carried in by someone. Instead, she was led in by someone. Qin Xian killed Duanmu Qing and cruelly broke her limbs again on the day of the wedding. He broke them. He wanted her to be unable to run away for all eternity. She could not run away for all eternity. And then? There was no then. Because on the night of the wedding, she suddenly self-destructed in front of him. Arbor stared at the man in front of her and suddenly broke into a smile. Ever since she was reborn, this unbearable past had been buried in the deepest part of her heart. She had never thought about it and never wanted to think about it. Was the truth actually like this? It turned out that his previous life was 10,000 times more tragic than he had imagined. Think about it, a young lady whose limbs were broken, who could only live like a little worm, who was in a constant state of anxiety, finally regained her mobility one day. The funny thing was, on a certain day, at a certain time, all her happiness was cut off. So in her previous life, she self-destructed in a fit of madness. No wonder she self-destructed. No one would be able to take it if they were crippled again after just a few days of standing up. Arbor looked at the man in front of her calmly and only smiled at him again. Her smile was strange and calm. She smiled so much that even she felt a little embarrassed. It was indeed a fateful entanglement. No wonder she found Second Qin's crazed gaze bewitching and familiar. As it turned out, she had experienced it once before. What was even more frightening was that the young Crown Prince Consort's limbs seemed to be limp and drooping. It looked like her hands and feet had been broken. Longchamp was also excited. Seeing Arbor's misfortune through the cage, he could not help but be overjoyed like Mu Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaoxue raised the whip. How could he stop her? He even egged her on. Hit her properly. If it were not for this bitch, the Long family would not have fallen to such a state. They directly escaped from the capital and came to a place like Tianyan. They could only do small chores. As the eldest young master of the Long family, he was not valued at all. Mu Xiaoshui's eyes flashed with malice. She also could not suppress her excitement and trembling. Great, this damned woman had finally fallen into her hands. Wasn't she arrogant and domineering? Didn't she say that she wanted to make Mu Xiaoxue suffer a fate worse than death? Now, let's see who will be the first to suffer a fate worse than death. Ha ha! Mu Xiaoxue waved the whip in her hand across the big iron cage. Pa! It caused a spark on the iron cage. She did not know if her eyesight was bad or if she was a good-for-nothing to begin with, but there was no strength in her hand at all. The gap in the iron cage was so large that the whip only hit the cage and did not touch Arbor at all. Longchong couldn't help but panic when he saw this. He snatched the whip from Mu Xiaoshui's hand and shouted, "Let me do it. What kind of eyesight do you have?" Longchong's eyes flashed with excitement as he lashed the whip on the ground, causing sparks to fly. He shouted in an unclear voice, "Little slut, I'll let you have a taste of my flesh being torn apart." "Ha! Ah!" A scream pierced the clouds. Arbor expressionlessly looked at the three fools in front of him, his gaze unwavering. Qin Xian snatched the whip from Longchong's hand and whipped him 3 times in a row, causing that fool to roll around and wail in pain. Longmin was so anxious that he knelt on the ground with a bang and repeatedly kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Eldest young master, spare my life. Eldest young master, please spare my life." Longchong did not do it on purpose. Eldest young master Qin was about to explode from anger. Who was that? That was the little stoic Jojo. The little stoic who had always held her chin up proudly and strode forward without recognizing her own family, putting on an insufferably arrogant appearance. But now, she was in such a wretched state. Even 3 ignorant dogs could casually bully her? Unbelievable. Jojo. The 7 flowers in red and green called out to her mournfully and rushed to the front of the cage, sobbing and sobbing. Arbor sat there as motionless as a mountain, but his brows twitched imperceptibly. "Why are you crying?" "Jojo, you're too pitiful." Red Shirt, who had reached her hand into the cage, sobbed uncontrollably. Of course, it was just like how eldest young Master Qin's Lady Jojo had to be high-spirited. The Jojo in 7 Flowers' eyes had always been a little fellow who would act cute with a stoic face. She was a fellow who would hold your hand and seriously ask, "Is Spring House a restaurant?" When had they ever seen her in such a wretched state? Not only were her limbs broken, but she was even locked in a cage to pass her days miserably. Ouyang Su, who was standing on the side, didn't even know where to put her hands and feet. She only stammered, "Don't be like this. Second young master will be back soon. It's better to leave quickly." "Don't worry, the little stoic, she's fine." "Fine what?" Qin Xian couldn't resist retorting. "She's already like this, yet you say she's fine?" He didn't know that this alchemist Ouyang was actually a quack who could lie through her teeth. Ouyang Su said weakly, "Little Miss Xiao seems to be in bad shape. Actually, when I took her pulse, I felt that her body is not bad." "Bullshit." Red Shirt couldn't resist spitting at him. She grabbed the little stoic's hand and turned to say to eldest young Master Qin, "Young master, let's smash this cage and take the little stoic away." Right, smash this cage." Bam! A gust of wind shot in from outside the door and swiftly knocked away Qin Xian's outstretched hand. Eldest young Master Qin turned around, and his chilly gaze landed on the newcomer. Dressed in red, the Omega Kataku young master strode in and coldly stared at his elder brother. "Elder brother, I advise you to stop here," Qin Xian said coldly. "If you insist on doing things your own way, I'm afraid we won't be able to continue being brothers." Eldest young Master Qin's eyes revealed a complicated expression. When he turned to look at the pitiful little stoic in the cage, his brows ached and tears were about to seep out of his eyes. The little stoic's appearance truly made one's heart ache and was extremely unbearable. "Second brother, have you gone mad? What do you mean by this? This isn't loving her at all. This kind of love is truly frightening." "How is this love? It's simply possessiveness." How could the Omega Katoka young master listen to him? His gaze landed coldly on him. Eldest brother, please don't casually step into my courtyard in the future. Otherwise, my sword will probably run through your body. Chapter 55:39. This person's tone and intonation were both so cold that it didn't seem like he was joking at all. Eldest young Master Chin's heart sank to the bottom of the valley as he gazed at his second brother's icy gaze. Second brother had probably really gone mad. From the test just now, he could tell that his second brother seemed to be much stronger than him in terms of both physical strength and ability. After all, he had already undergone 3 mutations after taking the level 5 mutated pill. Even eldest young master couldn't estimate to what extent his current Omega Katoku had mutated, because ever since he took the pill, second young master had never revealed any abnormalities in front of others. He still looked the same as usual, but eldest young Master Chin knew that he was probably completely different. Madame Jojo was still sitting in the cage, expressionlessly. Suddenly, she called out crisply, "Eat." These 2 words were so untimely that the group of people who had been secretly on guard and were probably about to attack all turned to look at her in bewilderment. Eldest young Master Chin also quickly turned to look at her, tears surging in the depths of his eyes. Hurry, hurry, and prepare the meal. His Jojo was so pitiful. Jojo must be extremely hungry. Otherwise, with her proud personality, how could she possibly give in to the enemy and say something like this? Oyangsu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He practically dashed out of the door and hurriedly left the battlefield to find someone to prepare the meal. To be honest, he felt that his thoughts were rather comical. No matter who it was that had their limbs broken and thrown into a cage, it was impossible for the young crown Prince Consort to be as calm and collected. Yes, this fellow was so calm that it made him so suspicious. He kept feeling that she was faking her broken limbs. After checking her pulse several times, he confirmed that not only were her limbs severely injured, even her veins and arteries showed signs of rupture. But she, was still thinking about eating at a time like this, seeing eldest young master and the rest coming to rescue her. Shouldn't her normal reaction be to hug eldest young master's leg and cry bitterly? The little crown princess reaction was simply completely out of the ordinary. If Arbor knew what he was thinking, he would definitely spit on his face. Who were they trying to trick? Didn't they know who Jojo was? How could she be tricked so easily? Of course, she was calm. She was the only one who knew that when her limbs were first broken, it did hurt a little. But right now, she didn't feel anything at all. Chocho had blocked her 5 senses and 6 senses. Not to mention pain. She wouldn't feel anything even if she was thrown into a cage and fiercely beaten up a few times. Moreover, she had secretly used her inner vision just now. The meridians in his body were in a mess. That was the effect of the bone-forging pill. If it was broken, how could it be reborn if it did not? Don't worry. She should be able to recover in a few hours. The key point was that after the bone-forging pill took effect, she didn't feel anything. She didn't know if it was because the pill itself was strange, or if it was because her body was strange. Or was it the effect of the shark pearl? Well, the mermaid pearl had been completely unsealed, and her body's bones and tendons were all broken. The mermaid pearl would naturally use all its strength to repair her. He wondered if there would be any conflict with the bone-forging pill. Jojo was a little suspicious. Forget it. Eating was the most important thing in the world. Let's talk about it after eating. The servants and maidservants that Oyangsu had arranged to deliver food came in with a series of plates. Eldest young Sir Chin hastily took the bowl from one of the servants and planned to feed Jojo through the cage. "Jojo, what do you want to eat?" "How about some porridge?" Unexpectedly, Chin Exine walked up quickly and snatched the porcelain bowl from his hand. She said coldly, "Elder brother, there's nothing else for you to do here. Please leave." The eldest young Sir angrily stood up to glare at her. Unfortunately, this was Crane Garden, second brother's territory. The other party had already rudely chased him away, so the eldest young sir could do nothing about it. "I'm fine. You guys can leave." The little stoic sat upright and still, replying expressionlessly. Fan Ming had just taken a step, when the eldest young Sir blocked her with his hand. Let's go. Even if they wanted to save Jojo, they had to come up with a foolproof plan first. If they couldn't do it openly, then they could only do it in secret. When young Sir Omega Kitoku saw those irrelevant people scram, his expression finally improved. Separated by that large orange-yellow iron cage, young Sir Omega Kitoku sat down in front of the little crown princess. He stirred the spoon in the bowl and gazed at her tenderly. Xiao Xiao, were you obedient today? Sir Jojo couldn't be bothered to respond to a pervert. If the other party was perverted, could she be more perverted than the other party? The answer was of course not. Xiao Xiao. Young Sir Omega Kitoku lowered his head and gently blew on the spoon before placing a spoonful of warm porridge into the cage. Did you know? I've always been looking forward to this day, to be able to sit here peacefully and chat with you. Arbor expressionlessly swallowed a mouthful of porridge. Seeing that she didn't refuse, the second young sir was even more delighted, and he reached out to stroke her head. Arbor gazed at him coldly. It had been 2 lifetimes, but when this person stroked her head, it still made her feel as if he was stroking a beloved pet. When he liked it, he would dote on it. When he didn't like it, he would kick it away and punish it ruthlessly. He was really cold and heartless. Drag them up. Young Sir Omega Kitoku smiled as he fed Xiao Xiao another mouthful of porridge. Soon, the 2 brothers, Tang Quan and Tang Li, grabbed one of Long Chong and Long Min's legs, pulled Mu Xiaoxue over by her hair, and threw her down heavily. The 3 of them fell to the ground in a mess, their bodies trembling from the pain, and their eyes trembling with fear. Sir Jojo was still expressionless. What kind of expression could she have? Tianyin always liked to bite each other, so how could she be kind enough to stop him? She could only watch as if she were watching a show. There would always be an end to a show, and everything would eventually come to an end. Long Chong was already so scared that he curled up into a ball. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy, crying out, spare me, second young sir. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. It's this woman who instigated me to come and cause trouble. I was ordered by someone. Mu Xiaoxue was shocked and frightened when she heard this. She was furious and raised her hand to slap Long Chong. What did you say? How dare you accuse me? If you didn't say that Arbor was locked up here, how would I know about these things with my status? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Mu Xiaoxue climbed up a few steps and reached out to tear Long Chong apart. Long Chong hurriedly reached out and shook her off. He kowtowed to young Sir Omega Kitoku and cried, No, second young sir, it's all this woman who instigated me to come and cause trouble. She also snatched the whip from me. It's her. It's Mu Xiaoxue who wanted to whip the crown princess to death. Long Chong was hit in the chest by a force that shot at him. He rolled out and hit his head on the door sill. You're wrong. From today onwards, she's no longer the crown princess. Bring the thing in, young Sir Omega Kitoku coldly shouted. A terrifying aura rose from his gloomy eyes. Long Chong was so scared that his whole body trembled. When he turned around and saw the thing that was being carried in, he was so scared that he peed his pants and fell to the ground, unable to move. 2 disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect carried in an iron plate that was about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The grooves at the bottom were filled with the power of thunder and fire. One could imagine what it would be like to be pushed onto the plate. Young Sir Omega Kitoku's eyes flashed with a trace of madness as he coldly pointed at the plate. Tang Quan and Tang Li opened their mouths and laughed. They suddenly lifted Long Chong upside down and threw him onto the iron plate. For invisible barriers rose around the iron plate, trapping Long Chong in a space of 3 meters and 2 meters. Long Chong let out a series of terrifying screams. He seemed to have gone crazy as he stepped on the iron plate with his bare feet. He kept twisting his body and bouncing up and down, only to be slapped down by the barrier above his head. His entire body was sealed in an invisible barrier. He slapped the barrier back and forth, but couldn't get out. He could only bounce up and down, try to avoid the thunder and fire. His feet made a series of crackling sounds. The pain of having his skin and bones flayed was unbearable. The thunder and fire penetrated his body through the soles of his feet and rampaged through his body, wantonly destroying his bones, blood, and veins. Long Chong took out his only defensive spiritual artifact. But how could it be a match for the Holy Thunder? Young Sir Omega Katoku controlled the Holy Thunder. This kind of thunder and fire was not something that a mere spirit realm cultivator could withstand. Young Sir Omega Katoku turned to look at Arbor. He smiled and fed her another bite. "Jojo, is it fun?" Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. "Fun my ass." Arbor couldn't get used to seeing him like this. He turned to look at Mu Xiaoxue, who was trembling on the side and didn't dare to make sound at all. He suddenly felt that he wasn't in the mood to take revenge on this quail-like woman. This woman had come so far that she was worse than a beggar on the street. What was the use of her joining the Heavenly Fate Society? Could she change her fate? Could she obtain a future? Nothing at all. If Mu Qingya's spirit was in heaven, she would definitely be angered to death again. "Qin Xin, the Qin family has been a pervert for a long time," Arbor said coldly. Young Sir Omega Katoku's eyes lit up. Ever since Jojo was caught and thrown into the cage, she had lost interest in talking. It was rare for her to be so happy today, so he had to calm down and talk to her more. Therefore, it must be Long Chong's act of dancing on the iron plate that pleased Charles. Arbor glanced at him. "Your family has been a pervert since your ancestor. I don't even need to guess to know that your ancestor is probably a good-for-nothing with no cultivation." Young Sir Omega Katoku smiled gently at her and scooped another spoonful of porridge to her lips. "Jojo, have a few more mouthfuls." Arbor continued to be expressionless. "Mu Xiaoxue, do you know? Why is the Heavenly Fate Society called the Heavenly Fate Society?" Mu Xiaoxue, who had been huddled in a corner, suddenly realized that Arbor had called her out. She couldn't help but tremble violently. Mu Xiaoxue hurriedly knelt down and prostrated herself humbly on the ground. She kowtowed to Arbor and said, "To no." She suddenly remembered what young Sir Omega Katoku had said just now. Long Chong seemed to have angered the second young sir because he called her the crown princess. Mu Xiaoxue hurriedly changed her words. Miss Chiao, please let me go this once. I swear I won't dare to cause trouble for you in the future. I can eat vegetarian and pray to Buddha every day. I can light a lamp for Miss Chiao and pray for you. I can do it every day, every night." Saying things like taking revenge on her, killing her, and making her fall into eternal hell was just her own wishful thinking. Although her mother didn't have much ability, she was very good at reading people. She and Arbor were worlds apart. There was no way she could take revenge on him. When she entered Tianyun, she thought that she would be able to emerge as a new force and obtain a different life. She didn't expect that a good-for-nothing would be a good-for-nothing no matter where she went. So what if she took the mutated liquid and mutated pills? Other than her body becoming weak and her limbs becoming stiff, she really didn't have any special abilities. Mu Xiaoxue was scared. She was completely scared. She was afraid that if she continued like this, one day she would become an ugly corpse without her own thoughts and memories. She would become a member of Tianyun's army of thousands of corpse puppets, and one of the lowest level ones. She was only fit to be sent to the front line as a pitiful cannon fodder. For the past few nights, she had been tossing and turning, thinking about what Mu Qingya said to her before she died. "Xiaoxue, you can't beat her." When Mu Xiaoxue thought of this, she couldn't help but cry. Even though this woman's limbs were broken, her veins were broken, and she was locked in this cage. Yet, he still looked so lofty and insufferably arrogant. Indeed, she couldn't beat her. In this lifetime, even if she had a few more lifetimes, she still wouldn't be able to beat her. "Miss Chiao, please let me go. The grudges between you and my mother have nothing to do with me." Mu Xiaoxue lay on the ground, not caring about her crying face. She couldn't stop crying and sobbing, as if she wanted to vent all the pain and hurt she had suffered in this lifetime. Arbor looked at her coldly. She didn't say to let her go, nor did she say to grant her wish. She only said indifferently, "Mu Xiaoxue, your mother truly protected you too well. naive, pure, and foolish. If Mu Qingya hadn't died, she could have continued to live comfortably. Unfortunately, Mu Qingya had died, and before she died, she was angered to the point of vomiting blood by Mu Xiaoxue. Let me tell you, Arbor said coldly. The reason Tianyun is called Tianyun, that's because their Qin family's ancestors, were sick. They wanted to follow Tianyun's fortune and prosper. They wanted to become the master of this world and change the people's fates. Or rather, they started from changing their own fates and developed to today's situation. Since the heavens are heartless, then let Tianyun take their place and rule over all things in the world. Did you know? They thought they could look down on all living things from high above. Young Master Omega Kitoku raised his eyebrows and looked at Arbor with a smile in his eyes. The little stoic sat there expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Concoct a drug that can allow ordinary people to watch themselves gradually turn from an ordinary person into a noble person with special abilities." That's right. Even if you were born an ordinary person, you can still become a superhuman who follows Tianyun's fortune and become a powerhouse, right? Why is this world so unfair? Why are some people born with outstanding talent, while others have nothing and can't even open their mystic meridians and walk on the path of cultivation? You have hope after eating Tianyun's mutated pill. Mu Xiaoxue looked at her in astonishment, feeling a bit panicked. She felt that what Arbor said next would probably be very cruel. She shook her head repeatedly, and her body involuntarily trembled as she retreated until she reached the corner of the wall. She wished she could wrap herself up and never see the light of day again. But do you think they made this kind of medicine completely for the good of the common people? No. This kind of medicine has very serious after effects. Your mother was in the know, and even more so a user. You only saw that she obtained some abilities, but you didn't know that the mutation in her body was also very painful. Only 1 in a million people can obtain rare special abilities and become a powerhouse without paying any price. But the vast majority of them will only walk the path of an incurable walking corpse. Or perhaps, even if they were like your mother, who mutated once or twice and obtained a special ability, they still couldn't change the fact that their body was gradually deteriorating. Mu Xiaoxue, your mother couldn't control her body at all because of that kind of medicine, which was why she self-rotted step by step. She didn't want you to follow in her footsteps. She always wanted to fish you out of the big dive vat that is Tianyun. Arbor sneered. But how did you let her down? Sir Jojo looked at the woman sitting paralyzed on the ground with pity, and his gaze coldly swept over her body. I guess you also discovered recently that your body is a bit strange. You will soon be like your mother, rotting step by step, stiffening step by step becoming a monster that you don't even know. Mu Xiaoxue kicked her legs and huddled in the corner, screaming involuntarily, "Jay, Arbor, why you have a way to save me, don't you?" "Probably." Arbor nodded. After Mr. Su and Fairy Huang, he's 3rd stage of the medicine trial. The preliminary effect was estimated to have reached the stage of control and gradual healing. However, why should she save Mu Qingya's daughter? Mu Xiaoxue was courting death step by step, and it was Arbor who added fuel to the fire and gave her a push. Sir Jojo stared at Mu Xiaoxue, who was crawling over, and said indifferently, "Tianyun coldly watched as you stupid people walked into the trap step by step." They were excited, wild, and incomparably excited, because finally, they felt that they had become the ones who follow the will of the heavens, and could completely replace the heavenly Tao. They are the heavens, and you are a bunch of pitiful ants. If Tianyun wants you to live, you will live, and if Tianyun wants you to die, you will die. Do you know? All of this is just a game for them. Arbor couldn't help but laugh coldly. These ordinary civilians who pursue power, and those cultivators who were cultivated by them, mutated successfully and then slowly decayed and died step by step. Do you know what these 2 types of people look like in the eyes of Tianyun's higher-ups? Like a joke. Civilians want to become cultivators, and cultivators want to obtain more supreme power. In the end, they fight back and forth and reach the same goal by different means. They will all die. As for the All-Seer's ancestors and their higher-ups, They coldly watched as you fools put on a great show that shocked the heavens and made ghosts and gods weep. Mu Xiaoxue was stunned, and Long Min was also completely dumbfounded. If Mu Xiaoxue was an ordinary civilian who desperately wanted to obtain power, then she, Long Min, was a cultivator who wanted to obtain further power. What did Arbor mean by this? That they would all reach the same goal by different means and would all die? No, impossible. This liar was simply lying, wasn't he? Clap, 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 clap. Omega Kitoku couldn't help but laugh and clap his hands, nodding and praising. My little Xiao is still the smart one, seeing through things clearly. His eyes were strange, and there was a light green ripple in the depths of his bright eyes. Little Xiao, don't worry, now everything is over. What you said was originally the ancestors' plan. His decision, after so many years, can't keep up with today's era. Moreover, it has nothing to do with us, the younger generation. I will disband the entire Tianyun for you. For you. Second young Master Qin's eyes rippled like jadeite ripples, rippling like clear water. Arbor looked at him coldly, but he didn't care at all, because he had long been used to this little cold face, and it was fine once he got used to it. Someone come. Omega Kitoku waved his hand, and had people carried down Long Chong, who had long been roasted into a piece of charcoal by the thunder fire. Tang Quan and Tang Li went to drag Long Min and Mu Xiaoxue. Long Min didn't make a sound. She knew that begging for mercy was useless. But Mu Xiaoxue wailed like a ghost and wailed like a wolf, twisting her body with all her might, shouting harshly, Arbor, Arbor, you can't do this to me. I am your cousin. I am connected by blood. You can't do this. Let go, let go. Tang Quan and Tang Li saw that her screams were unpleasant to the ears, so they walked up, planning to stuff her mouth with a rag. Mu Xiaoxue struggled to break free from Tang Quan and flew to Arbor's cage, her hair disheveled as she kowtowed, muttering crazily, Let me go, okay? Let me go, let me go. I'll stay far away from you. I'll never seek revenge on you. I'll never seek revenge on you. You're so annoying. Omega Kitoku suddenly raised his hand, and Mu Xiaoxue seemed to be pulled up by an invisible hand. She was suspended in the air, stretching out two pale hands, struggling to pull in the air. Her mouth was wide open, and her tongue was sticking out. It was as if an invisible rope was strangling her neck, so much so that she couldn't breathe smoothly. It was too painful. Her breathing slowly weakened, and Mu Xiaoxue's eyes gradually bulged, the blood vessels on her forehead almost bursting. Xiao Xiao doesn't want to talk to you at all. Why do you keep bothering her? Omega Kitoku tilted his head and glared at Mu Xiaoxue angrily. He then turned to Arbor and said, Xiao Xiao, if you don't want her to die so easily, I can help you think of a good way. Arbor felt his heart turn cold, and he didn't want to respond at all. Second young Master Qin suddenly swatted Mu Xiaoxue, who was suspended in midair, like a kite with a broken string. She was sent flying by his palm and landed harshly outside the door. Zhao Charan, who had wanted to step through the door, pulled back her embroidered shoes. Her eyes flashed, and she slowly retracted her leg. She looked down and saw Mu Xiaoxue lying on the ground, dying. The veins on her head were bulging, and her eyes were horribly bulging. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to burst. It was a frightening sight. The two young maidservants following behind, Zhao Qiran shrieked in fright at her terrifying appearance. Shut up, Zhao Qiran coldly reprimanded, making the two impudent servant girls shut up. Omega Kitoku glanced at Jojo through the cage and suddenly threw out a jade talisman. A stream of light swiftly entered Mu Xiaoxue's body. Zhao Qiran subconsciously took a few steps back, and her fingers clenched slightly under her sleeves. Mu Xiaoxue, who had been lying on the ground, struggled with her limbs with a twisted expression, and suddenly shrank inch by inch. Not long after, a grayish piglet crawled out of the pile of tattered clothes, shaking its big ears, and crawled behind Zhao Qiran in horror. The two servant girls behind Zhao Qiran shrieked again and retreated in fright, crying out, Miss, miss! Omega Kitoku's thin lips curled into a sneer, and he sent out a stream of holy power to shroud the gray piglet. "What are you doing?" Arbor didn't expect Omega Kitoku to do this. He used the transformation talisman to turn Mu Xiaoxue into a piglet, and now he used holy power to seal her appearance. In this world, how many people could break the seal of his holy power? In other words, if this seal was not broken, even if the effect of the transformation talisman faded, the unlucky Mu Xiaoxue would still continue to live in the form of an animal. Unless the seal of Omega Kitoku was broken, there was no other way. Before Arbor could say anything to stop him, Omega Kitoku reached into the cage and grabbed Jojo's chin. "Xiao Xiao, I don't want to hear you refuse. This will make me mistakenly think that you will be soft-hearted to others. You've never been soft-hearted to me, and now you're soft-hearted to others." Omega Kitoku's cold voice drilled into Arbor's ears, and her heart inexplicably tightened. "I'll be very angry," second young Master Qin muttered in his sleep and turned around to stand up. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his hand, and several bolts of lightning and fire landed beside that gray piglet with a swish. It frightened her into squealing and circled around Zhao Qiran and the two maidservants' legs. Her forehooves missed, and she fell down the steps. When the piglet got up, she discovered that her hind hooves seemed to be injured, but Mu Xiaoxue didn't dare to stay here any longer in order to save her life. She hurriedly limped outside. Omega Kitoku didn't call for anyone to stop her. He turned around and chuckled at Arbor. "Xiao Qiao, is it fun?" "Fun your head." Zhao Qiran lowered her head slightly and took a few steps forward to bow. "Young master." The ground suddenly shook violently. Longmin's charred corpse abruptly rolled down from the metal plate. Zhao Qiran's eyelids twitched when she saw the bones fall to the ground with a crisp crack. Arbor's small body in the cage also swayed slightly, and her eyes lit up. As a great talisman master, she knew very well that this shaking meant that the flying talisman array had been attacked from the inside. Her calculations were correct, and Mo Lien and the others should have followed the city the moment it flew into the air. It was just that they had been looking for the array core, so they didn't meet up with her. Even Mo Lien and the others would need to spend a certain amount of time to completely break open this formation. As long as someone destroyed this flying talisman array, the entire rising city would still fall back down. It was just that the falling process might not be so beautiful. Lady Jojo was excited. She silently calculated the time it would take for someone to destroy the array, the time it would take for her body to recover after forging her bones, and everything after that. After calculating in her mind, she said to Chiyo, "Can you contact Jojo's Lotus?" "Master, Chiyo can try, but it will take some time." After all, although Great Crown Prince and the others had a branch clone of Chiyo, they were still isolated from all kinds of talisman arrays. It would take time to contact them. Okay. Arbor discussed with Chiyo in her conscience for a while before looking up at Qin Hexen. Second young master's expression suddenly changed, and he stared at the door with a malicious expression. He abruptly turned around. Jojo immediately put on her unchanging stoic face and faced him. "Little Jojo," he said softly to her, "wait for me." Lady Jojo cursed inwardly. "Who wants to wait for you? You pervert." However, her expression did not change, and she even obediently nodded at him. This action of nodding truly pleased second young master. His icy expression softened in an instant. He looked at her and said with a smile, "Very soon." Then he led Tang Quan, Tang Li, and the others out. Zhao Qiran clenched her fists and gave Arbor a deep look. In the end, she did not say anything and turned to leave with second young master. Seeing that everyone had finally left, Arbor could not help but sigh in relief. She sat in the cage, but secretly sped up the recovery of her body. Fortunately, her 5 senses had been blocked, so she did not feel any pain. Thus, outsiders could not see the slightest change in her expression. On the other hand, Alchemist Ouyang had wanted to check her pulse, but he gave Lady Jojo a fright. If he were to check her pulse now, the true condition of her body would be exposed. After all, her body had been rapidly recovering, and it was much better than it was 15 minutes ago. Fortunately, before Ouyang Su could begin the examination, second young master sent someone to call her away. Presumably, Tang Quan, Tang Li, and the others had also been injured in the process of stopping people from breaking the array. Thankfully, alchemist Ouyang finally had something to do and did not have to watch her 24 hours a day. The earth shook, but the cage stood firm. Arbor rocked occasionally in the cage, but she was in a very good mood. Looking at this speed, Jojo's lotus would probably break through the array soon. The flying city was about to descend rapidly. Before that, shouldn't Lady Xiao make some preparations? What are you doing? Dugaling's low and cold voice came from outside. Arbor listened carefully and suddenly realized that the group outside had begun to move. Chapter 5540. Sir Jojo was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. In the end, he still couldn't harden his heart and view them as celestial luck bandits and kill them all. Arbor entered the star domain and hurriedly recovered. In such a tense situation, having the time flow 12 times faster was a great help to her. In less than half an incense's time outside, Arbor completely recovered in the star domain. It was just that fusing with the last strand of soul thought fragment took a little longer. Fortunately, with the help of holy water and holy earth, Arbor finally finished fusing it. Seeing her open her eyes and jump up energetically, Chocho couldn't help but wave its 2 tree branches and excitedly jump towards her. Master, Master! Tears streamed down Chocho's face. You've suffered, Master. That's great. Now that little Master's bones have been refined and reborn, her body had become holy bones. Even if it was holy wood, it couldn't hurt little Master at all. Now little Master was like an unkillable cockroach. Even if she was attacked by 5 holy spirits at the same time, they couldn't completely destroy her body. No. How could Master be so unlucky to be attacked by 5 holy spirits? At least he, little earth, little water, and the Crown Prince's holy fire couldn't possibly attack Master. Arbor blinked and suddenly said, How is everyone now? The battle outside is very intense. Be careful when you go out, Master. The array core is almost destroyed. The earth is shaking outside. I'm talking about Fan Meng, Qin Xian, and the others. When Feng Changqing and the others went out, they saw Fan Yu, the 7 Flowers, and young Master Song Feng. They were all injured, but it wasn't serious. The most troublesome thing is that Fan Meng's lightning and fire injuries need to be treated. But don't worry, Master. We've temporarily kept them in a nameless planet to raise them. With Little Earth and Little Water's help, Fan Meng should be fine. As for that eldest young Master Qin, Chocho said solemnly, when we went out, he and Omega Katoku were gone. Arbor hurriedly brought the little Treant out of the star domain and hurriedly said, Then Jojo's lotus and the others, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire ground shook violently. Moreover, the floor tiles under the cage began to crack like a spider web, spreading out inch by inch. Little Master, don't move. Chocho exclaimed. She had a feeling that if the little Master Silver moved, she might fall down along with the broken ground. Xiao Mu expressionlessly looked at the startled Chocho. I can fly. Chocho blinked its round dog eyes. Oh, that's right. Even if Master Silver couldn't fly, she could still use the flying talisman. At most, she could fly with the cage. But Chocho really had groundless fears. As he spoke, the ground shook violently a few more times. A figure stumbled through the door and hurriedly pushed the cage to get out. Arbor couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He looked at the man who was struggling outside for a long time and didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Ouyang-su, you'd better run away quickly. No, this room is going to collapse very soon. Alchemist Ouyang-su didn't have any cultivation, so it was truly a bit difficult for him to push such a large iron cage out the door. Arbor said expressionlessly, My men are about to enter. If you don't run now, you won't be able to run later. Ouyang-su only thought she was joking. What do you mean by your men? Feng Zhangfei and the others had already rushed inside. Jojo, hurry! At Feng Zhangqing's command, several Feng clansmen dashed forward and hastily carried the person and the cage out together. Ouyang-su dazedly glanced at her and couldn't help but widen his eyes. You, you're standing? You're standing. Only now did he discover that the little crown princess was actually standing in the cage. How is this possible? Several hours ago, her meridians were still broken. How could she recover so quickly? This was impossible. As an alchemist, he was well aware of how serious the little stoic's injuries were. Feng Zhangfei grabbed him and raised his sword to chop down. Arbor hastily said, "Forget it. Proper business is more important." Feng Zhangfei tossed him aside, displeasure written all over his face. "You're letting him go just like this?" This person was extremely loyal and devoted to young Master Omega Katoku, who knew what kind of disaster would befall him if he was left behind. Arbor nodded. Ouyangsu normally stayed by Omega Katoku's side and refined pills to save people. He never interfered with Heavenly Luck's affairs, let alone developed those harmful medicinal liquids. Actually, his crimes weren't that unforgivable. Besides, he didn't have any great enmity with him in his 2 lifetimes. One should spare people whenever possible. Feng Zhangfei sent his brother a look, and Feng Zhangqing instantly understood. Secretly restrain him and toss him to the crown prince to deal with. This darling, the little stoic, was actually just a paper tiger. Don't be fooled by her stoic face. Her heart was actually very warm. She was 10,000 times more soft-hearted than that demon-like crown prince, who knew how many lifetimes Mo Lien had accumulated good karma and good fortune to actually obtain such a stoic. The little stoic paced back and forth in the large cage, instructing everyone to cooperate with Mo Lien to destroy the nearby formation base. Duan Muqing, the little fatty, Qi Xian, and the group of senior sisters from the Holy Water sect all moved out to help. Just as the earth quaked and the walls collapsed, an explosion in midair attracted everyone's attention. Arbor looked up, and his gaze instantly froze. He saw a white-clothed figure suddenly drop down from the sky and heavily crash into the cage above his head with a boom. His body bounced weakly and finally rolled down from the iron cage, landing at Arbor's feet with a face covered in dirt. The air instantly turned still. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation as they looked up at the gorgeous red-clothed figure who had seized the opportunity to chase down. That person held a sword in one hand, and his grave and stern face was covered in austere, killing intent. His eyes that stared at eldest Qin seemed to be flickering with the flames of enmity. Arbor crouched down and hastily stretched his hand out of the cage to grab that person's wrist. His meridians were in disarray, and the lightning and fire in his body were running amok. His situation was very bad. Arbor hastily took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey. Eldest young Sir Qin coughed and weakly covered his face. He frowned and teased. I actually let my Charles see my defeated appearance. How embarrassing. Arbor originally wanted to punch him and yell at him, "What nonsense are you spouting?" But seeing that he was covered in blood and his meridians were broken, he really couldn't fucking bear to be so ruthless. Don't waste your breath. I'll first stabilize the lightning and fire in your body, and then I'll give you eldest young. Sir Qin's eyes brightened. My Charles, you don't want me to die. That's great. When I close my eyes now, I can recall the scene when we first met. At that time, you purposely left a row of crooked footprints under the snow plum tree. Your small face was paralyzed, and you even disguised yourself back then, making you look extremely ugly. But you were so bright and dazzling in the snowy world, simply as resplendent as the stars. Eldest young, Sir Qin sighed softly. It truly was the bright moon and stars that he could never chase after in his entire life. Arbor was alarmed. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? You don't need to say your last words right now. You can say them after you've recovered. Jojo, how great would it be if I wasn't a member of the Qin family? But how could there be so many ifs in this world? Qin Xian. Arbor's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but cry out. What was going on with the person in front of her? He was slowly disintegrating and disappearing like fragments right before her eyes. She could save him. How could she not save him? But eldest Qin, whose soul was struck by the lightning and fire, really seemed to be disappearing. Arbor panicked and hastily tossed him into the star domain, stuffing him into the ice coffin that Murong Sun used earlier. He casually cast a few seals, temporarily sealing a portion of his divine soul that was dissipating. His complexion was like jade, and the cinnabar mark on his forehead had also faded by quite a bit. He silently laid inside the ice coffin like this, and there seemed to be a faintly discernible smile on his lips. However, he no longer had any life left. Moreover, his soul was completely destroyed by the lightning and fire, unlike Murong Sun, whose soul was perfectly preserved, so the soul-returning pill and body-returning pill were still effective on her. But this person, she didn't know if it was effective. Arbor tightly clenched his fists and flashed out again, sending countless invisible punches flying toward Omega Kitoku through the cage. Damn lunatic. Damn pervert. You won't even let off your own older brother. Inhumane, inhumane. However, Omega Kitoku coldly dodged and stared intently at her. You lied to me. It turned out that she had already recovered. No, perhaps her conscience wasn't sealed at all from the start. She even brought Eldest Chin into her mobile spirit domain. When he thought of this, jealousy and hatred flashed through Omega Kitoku's face. This girl Arbor truly would do anything that could infuriate him. Boom, 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 boom. Omega Kitoku pounced onto the iron cage, and Feng Changqing and the others hastily rushed up to protect him. Everyone only heard a thunderous rumble that reverberated through the clouds. The city in front of them was disintegrating bit by bit like a sandstorm. Rubble and debris flew everywhere, and dust swirled in the air. Everyone felt their bodies sink, as if they were forcefully pulled by something, and all their objects fell down simultaneously. The flying talisman matrix was violently destroyed. The city turned into fine powder, and everything fell straight down. Arbor hastily slapped 2 flying talismans on herself before slapping the outside of the cage to stabilize herself. In a split second, the space in front of them violently distorted. 2 tall figures abruptly shuttled out of the distorted space, and without any explanation, they simultaneously struck out with their palms at Omega Kitoku's head. Omega Kitoku was infuriated, but he had already flashed away. Duanyu laughed brightly and said, "So it's you, second young master. Come, eat 2 of my thunder fireballs." Loud rumbling noises passed by in a flash. Duanyu supported the iron cage with one hand and giggled at the expressionless little stoic inside the cage. My Chiao, I didn't expect to meet you in this kind of situation." The little stoic remained expressionless and merely rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Stop blabbering and let me out quickly." Without needing her to say anything, Yin had already swiftly melted the iron cage in front of her. However, Duanyu couldn't resist chuckling. "Jojo, is this cage good? Make one for Lotus later and lock him up inside. It'll also save him the trouble of attracting bees and butterflies outside and being very annoying." Yin was busy melting the iron cage and couldn't divert her attention to refute him, so she couldn't help but feel indignant. Duanyu, this guy, was really trying to steal his woman. He'll leave this cage for him later. Arbor silently glanced at the man courting disaster. "I think Lotus will be left for you. She's truly my beloved wife. She's truly of one mind with me." Yin was secretly delighted, but her hands sped up. It didn't take long for her to melt a gap that was half a person's height in the cage. Sir Jojo's head poked out, and with a lift of his body, he flew out. Yin flung out a storage talisman to temporarily store away that iron cage. After she calmed down and melted her heart, she would reforge it and send it to Duanyu in a magnificent fashion. Humph! At this moment, the cage wasn't important. What was important was that he hastily reached out to catch his wife. Yin's heart finally calmed down when he hugged her soft and fragrant body. At this moment, the 3 people were falling down at extreme speed. When they reached midair, the 3 people's figures tacitly disappeared. At the same time, Feng Changqing, Qi Xianxian, and the senior sisters from the Holy Water sect were also rapidly dragged back to the star domain by the sapling's countless branches. Only Yin's cold shout was left in the air. "Release the arrows." The hornet-like flying arrows turn into small dots, whooshing, 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 whooshing straight into the air. These arrows all contained a trace of divine or sacred energy. Rong and the 30,000 elites from the 3 provinces had been waiting for a long time. When they heard the order, they released the arrows on the spot without saying anything. The arrows pierced through the heads of the numerous zombies that fell down. These zombies, whose mobility was far inferior to cultivators, were completely shot to death before they could react in the air. After the arrow attack ended, Arbor and his group appeared in the air again. They floated down to the ground at the same time as Duanmu Qing, Feng Changqing, and the senior sisters from the Holy Water sect. At this time, the place they were standing on was already a basin of ruins. Rows of heads suddenly popped out from the surrounding high ground. Rong Qing and the rest exclaimed in delight. "Is everyone all right?" Arbor's signature face was stoic. "How could anything happen to us?" He casually tossed out a storage talisman and released the 200,000 divine country guards he had brought with him. Mo Yin ordered solemnly, "Clean up all the zombies in the kingdom of Qingzhou. If you discover people in the base who haven't completely turned into zombies and still retain their consciousness, then keep them alive for now." Arbor pondered for a moment before instructing again. "Yes." The divine country guards dispersed into action. After Crown Prince Rong waved his hand, the elites from the 3 provinces also moved together. Now that the kingdom of Qingzhou had become a wasteland, the only way to solve this problem from its root was to dispose of all the zombies that had turned into zombies. As for the remaining zombies that couldn't be recovered with medicine, they had to be disposed of as well. Otherwise, the situation would still spiral out of control. This couldn't be considered ruthless. It could only be said to be decisive. In order to preserve the majority of the population, they had to sacrifice the zombified portion of the population. Xiao Mu turned her head and looked at the desolated and dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. Suddenly, he pulled Mo Yin's hand and retreated a few steps. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from under her feet, and a hand as soft as noodles suddenly stretched out and abruptly grabbed Xiao Mu's ankle. Everyone was taken aback. Almost at the same time, they released countless streams of divine and saint power toward the hand. The power of the 5 spirits exploded, and the hand retracted in pain. But in the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 noodle-like hands emerged from the rubble and dragged Xiao Mu over. "Jojo!" Everyone was shocked and quickly chased after him. The noodle-like hands and feet stretched out endlessly from the ruins. It was so disgusting that it made them want to vomit. Duanmu Qing, Qi Xianxian, and the rest tried their best to chop off these hands and feet. However, these things kept popping out, and it made their hair stand on end. They couldn't help but be shocked. "Master!" Qiuqiu cried out in shock. Arbor, however, was very calm. "Don't panic. It's just a 1,000-year-old zombie. Don't worry. Let's see what he wants to do." Arbor was dragged out of the ruins by these hands and feet. This object had been hiding under the ruins all along and had never revealed its true appearance. However, Xiaomu had a rough idea of its identity. "Stop hiding. Come out and meet me, Ancestor Heijin." Boom! A strange ball-shaped object suddenly emerged from the ruins. When everyone saw this strange-looking thing, they almost vomited for a moment. This person had hundreds and thousands of heads that were strangely connected together. Hands and feet kept popping out from the torso. It was like a tree, a strange tree. Leaves, branches, and whatnot kept popping out from the branches. It looked like someone who had gone crazy from taking drugs. It was ugly and made people tremble with fear. Arbor was wrapped around by a few of these hands and hung in the air. As expected of the little stoic, Rongqing and the rest couldn't help but admire her inwardly. If it were any other young lady from another family, they would have long vomited from such a disgusting scene. How could they act like the stoic and stare at Zhang Yichen's unchanging face without any expression? Qi Xianxian was about to cry from disgust. She clenched her fists tightly and stared nervously at Arbor. "Jojo, Jojo!" These hands and feet didn't wrap around anyone but Arbor. They dragged Arbor and sprinted toward the mountain forest at an extremely fast speed. After a short moment, They arrived at the entrance of a cave. The monster with hands, feet, and head stopped at the entrance. Heads and limbs kept growing out from the torso. It was as if it freaking ate too many tonics and got high, then became a pervert. This should be the entrance to the Nine Serenities underground palace created by Heavenly Kismet. Duan Yu's expression changed. We can't let it drag Jojo inside. Everyone attacked that monster with all their might. However, that thing had too many hands, feet, and heads. Even after destroying half of them, they still kept growing like the tree of eternity and couldn't be completely exterminated. Ha ha! A voice came from the countless heads, as if it was buried deep inside the monster. Little girl with good talent, your talent will no longer be of use in the future. Don't think of leaving my Nine Serenities underground palace for the rest of your life. This old man wants you to carry such good talent with you and live in pain and sorrow for the rest of your life. Ha ha! At this moment, Arbor pulled out the Fushi greatsword with a flip of his hand. This time, Sir Jojo, whose soul had already stabilized, pulled out the Fushi greatsword almost effortlessly. As soon as this sword appeared, everyone felt the surrounding air suddenly turn cold, and their bodies were enveloped by a terrifying pressure. Even the transcendent realm experts present were dumbfounded. They could not control the sword intent that surged out of their bodies. Resonance? This Fushi greatsword was so powerful that it could cause the spiritual sword sealed in everyone's consciousness to resonate with sword intent. As soon as this thought appeared, the hundreds of divine continent guards standing in the front row could not help but hand over their spiritual swords. Holy Sun Mi Yin and Venerable Peach Blossom, who had rushed over, could not help but twitch their mouths. As soon as they came over, they felt suppressed. A deep power forced them to take out the swords in their own consciousness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, and even saint artifacts were all guided by the Fushi greatsword and resonated with its terrifying sword intent. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of swords shot out and slashed at the monster's limbs and head. They were scattered all over the place. Even though the freak had many heads, it could only wither on the verge of death after being slashed by so many spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, and saint artifacts at the same time. The little stoic stood in the air with her plain clothes and ink-black hair. At this time, she had completely broken free from the entanglement of the soft limbs. Qi Xianxian looked up at her and involuntarily let out a long exclamation. Aya, my Qiao, you're truly beautiful. Arbor held the Fushi greatsword in one hand and looked down at the thousand-legged, thousand-armed freak that was gradually going limp like a lump of rotten meat. She turned around and smiled at Emolian. Just as she was about to fly past, a red figure rushed out from the side and abruptly clamped down on her waist. Qin Xian stared icily at Arbor and dragged her into the Nine Gloom underground palace. Little Qiao, accompany me forever, okay? His gentle voice, which sounded like a raving, fell into Arbor's ears, causing all the hair on Sir Jojo's body to stand on end. This freak, how dare he? Once you enter the Nine Gloom underground palace, there's no possibility of walking out forever. This place leads to the netherworld, to the shattered void. Accompany me, let's stay in the void together forever, okay? Arbor's pupils abruptly contracted. No, I won't go to the void. I won't go to that ghastly place. I won't go to the void ever again. I won't go to that ghastly place ever again. What else could she have if she went to the void? Would the void's power directly destroy her star domain as well? There were so many things she loved in the star domain. The home she had set up, her friends and family, everything. Was he going to deprive her of everything? Suddenly, a hand tightly grasped her arm. A warm feeling melted into her heart in a split second, and a familiar strength instantly melted her uneasiness. Yin tore open the distorted space and abruptly appeared behind her, grabbing her hand. That warm and solid power instantly made all of her fear and uneasiness disappear without a trace. Jojo's run had come. In this life, Jojo was no longer alone. No matter when or where, Jojo's run would always be by Jojo's side, accompanying her protecting her and sharing life and death with her. Duan Yu leaped forward, and the Devil Emperor's sword ferociously slashed down with a ball of silver-white flames, slashing at Sir Omega Kotoku's arm. Omega Kotoku's body had been modified to be invulnerable. Although this slash left a mark on his arm, it did not sever his arm. His left hand was still tightly gripping Arbor's waist, dragging her along with Mo Lien and Duan Yu toward the entrance of the Nine Gloom underground palace. At the critical moment, Mo Lien and Duan Yu once again swung their swords and fiercely slashed at Omega Kotoku. Venerable Peach Blossom and the others chased after them, but they did not care about strategy. Right now, they only cared about headbutting Omega Kotoku. Power surged for a split second. Arbor used the power of time in her body and paused for less than a second. It was in this second that Duan Yu and Mo Lien's combined attack struck Omega Kotoku. Arbor then extended her small leg and ruthlessly kicked Omega Kotoku away. At the same time, Mo Lien hastily tore open a space in front of her. She hugged Arbor with one hand, kicked T-Shirtshun, and pulled Duan Yu. Everyone hastily scrambled back. 1 second, 1 breath's worth of time. Omega Kotoku dazedly discovered that the world had completely changed. At this time, he was the only one left, and he fiercely fell toward the entrance of the Nine Gloom underground palace. Xiao Qiao. His furious roar was ruthlessly suppressed by a figure that followed after him. Arbor was originally afraid that this lunatic would jump out from that whatever Nine Gloom underground palace entrance. However, a beautiful figure inexplicably jumped out from the side and directly fell inside with Omega Kotoku in her arms. This whatever Nine Gloom underground palace was also very strange. It looked just like a cave. After the two figures fell and one after the other, that cave entrance abruptly closed. Only a mountain wall was left in front of them, and that cave entrance was completely gone. Everyone didn't dare to approach. Instead, it was Lotus who was dragging Jojo, who hastily retreated a few steps. Xiao Qiao hung on Xiao Qiao, Lien's body like a koala. Her eyes were wide open as she tried her best to turn her head around. There was a messy pile of minced meat lying in front of the mountain wall. Occasionally, bubbles would emerge from it, as if Ancestor Black Gold hadn't died completely. However, he was truly too disgusting, so no one wanted to approach him. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, Lien muttered to herself as she continuously patted Jojo's back. Beside her, Duan Yu, T-Shirtshun, and the others were also drenched in cold sweat, and their hearts couldn't stop thumping wildly. It was no wonder that Mo Lien was about to go crazy from fright. In that instant just now, they all thought that they were about to lose Jojo and lose her forever. Jojo patted her chest with one hand, while her other hand anxiously patted Mo Lien's chest. Don't panic, don't panic. Everyone silently glanced at her. When they saw her sneakily looking around with her forehead drenched in sweat and lively appearance, their moods inexplicably improved. Qi Xianxian giggled and pulled Jojo off of Lotus. She hugged her tightly and pounded her back with all her might. You scared me to death, Jojo. Su Shanshan, Little Pao, and the other Holy Water Sect sisters also surrounded Arbor and hugged her in unison, nearly drowning her tiny arms and legs. Little treasure! A startled cry descended from the sky. Arbor hastily pulled away Qi Xianxian and the others who were hugging her and looked up. She saw two figures swiftly descending and abruptly appearing in front of her. They were dressed in red and had similarly exquisite features. Their noble and gorgeous auras were exceptional and otherworldly. Qi Xianxian and the others couldn't help but be astonished. Master, Aunt Master. Arbor hastily ran over and complained while still in a state of shock. Master, Aunt Master, I almost couldn't see you guys again. I was almost thrown into the void. That pile of flesh wanted to catch me and throw me into the void. She was scared to death, and her heart was still pounding even now. She didn't want to go anywhere. She only wanted to stay by Jojo's side. She wanted to stay by Jojo's side for the rest of her life. Xian Huang and Against the Sky hastily hugged her and checked her from head to toe before sighing in relief when they found that she was fine. After the two of them discovered that their disciple's Fushi greatsword had moved, they hurriedly rushed over and even released their husband along the way. They worked together to beat up the heavenly law before successfully running over. The annoying heavenly law kept saying that they couldn't act rashly, couldn't overstep their boundaries, and couldn't interfere with the matters here. Bullshit, their disciple was almost gone. Who would talk nonsense with him? Little treasure, don't be afraid. Xian Huang held her little hand and patted her chest, then reached out and patted her. It's all right now. Against the Sky couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Xian Huang, call me senior sister. A certain someone glanced at him. Go over there and take a look. What was that thing? A pile of mincemeat was lying there motionless, and bubbles would appear from time to time. No one would believe that it was a person. At this moment, the pile of mincemeat suddenly rolled, and half a head with a blurry face appeared from the bubbles. Xian Huang? Xian Huang? You're Xian Huang. Against the Sky couldn't help but laugh out loud. Senior sister, this pile of mincemeat actually knows you? Senior sister? You are against the heavens. You are against the heavens? Xian Huang couldn't help but twitch her mouth and teased. Junior sister, he knows you too. Speechless. I save me. Save me. That person roared in a deep voice. Save me. What are you? Why should I save you? Xian Huang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Junior sister, go and deal with it. Look at it. It is already in this state, but it can still speak. What the hell is this thing? It is simply too unsightly and against the rules of human survival. Against the Sky pursed his lips, and with a swipe of his hand, a heaven-pointing sword appeared. Holding the sword, he took a few steps forward. That pile of mincemeat couldn't help but roar angrily. How? How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am you. Senior Brother Blackgold. Against the Sky's footsteps paused, and Sir Jojo couldn't help but tighten his grip on Master's hand. What? This person said that he was his master and martial uncle's senior brother. Then wasn't that Sir Jojo had been chopping his own martial uncle for so long? Jojo looked at Xian Huang's master, dumbfounded. Master also looked at Against the Sky with a dumbfounded expression. Did I hear wrongly? At this moment, Against the Sky had already walked in front of Ancestor Blackgold. Looking at the disgusting scene, his stomach churned. I'm going to vomit. Junior sister, you are pregnant again? Pregnant your head. Against the Sky suppressed the urge to vomit, kept his sword, turned around and ran. As he ran, he shouted, No, my heaven-pointing sword. I can't chop such a disgusting thing. Heavenly Tao. Hurry up and use a thunder fire to destroy it. So disgusting. Boom! Along with the thunder flame, Ancestor Blackgold let out a lingering roar, heaven-defying. You treacherous thing! How dare you do this to your senior brother? Xian Huang, Against the Sky, you actually kill me twice. I will reincarnate for all eternity, and even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. Those who obey the heavens prosper. Those who defy the heavens perish. Heavenly Tao will last for thousands of years and prosper with the world. Against the Sky was speechless as he turned back to take a look. All he saw was a pile of ash and smoke. The pile of meat had been blown away by the thunder fire. Chapter 55:41. Take a look, freshly baked sesame seed cakes. 10 spirit stones for 1 cake. Sesame seed cakes. Sesame seed cakes that are hard to come by in 100 years, limited to 50 pieces. Once they're sold out, we'll immediately pack up and leave. Little doll, don't push around. What are you doing? Little brat, line up at the back. Our dear baby, Mo raised his pair of black phoenix eyes and glanced at the uncle with red eyebrows and green eyes, his little mouth drooping slightly. The little boy was about 4 or 5 years old. His fair and jade-like appearance was instantly lovable. This uncle was also someone who cared about appearances. When he saw the little boy's appearance, his attitude immediately softened a little, and he put on an amiable expression and said, Little doll, where are your parents? Why are you running around alone? Looking at your age, shouldn't you be studying in the boy division of Sacred Academy right now? Why are you wandering around alone here? Baby Mo glanced at the uncle who was talking nonstop, then turned to look outside the crowd. His eyes rolled, and he said pitifully, "Uncle, I've been hungry for 2 days and 3 nights. Can you let me cut the queue and buy a sesame seed cake first?" This sesame seed cake was actually limited to 50 pieces a month. It must be a delicacy in the world. Baby Mo thought. He had probably never eaten such delicious sesame seed cake in his life. He must try it. Little Furball, where are you?" Everyone turned to look, only to see a bald little fellow who was half the height of a human scampering over, trying to squeeze in a crowd. This little baldy was carrying a small floral cloth package, a simple backpack on his back, and another backpack around his neck. Carrying all kinds of bags, big and small, he jumped over and squeezed into the crowd noisily. Make way, don't squeeze Lord Guangguang. How dare you, what are you touching? You're not allowed to touch Lord Guangguang's head." Everyone couldn't help but laugh, and a woman even reached out to touch the child's bald head in amusement. Guangguang squeezed through the crowd with great difficulty and bounced to Baby Mo's side with bags of various sizes. He took a glance and exclaimed, "Little Furball, what are you doing?" Baby Mo was currently raising his little arm up high, handing over 10 spirit stones to the old man who was selling sesame seed cakes. When he turned around and saw Sir Guangguang staring at him with his round eyes and staring at the sesame seed cake in his hand, he felt his heart ache. The little guy took out another 10 spirit stones from his sleeve and handed them to the old man pitifully. "Grandpa, can you give me a slightly bigger piece of cake?" The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and they suddenly felt guilty for exploiting a child. The old man's wrinkled face stiffened, and then he coughed dryly. Forget it. I'll give you another one." Baby Mo's eyes lit up. Lord Guangguang's eyes also lit up, being stared at by the 2 little guys who looked like New Year's dolls. Uncle Sesame Cake suddenly felt that the Misty Saint realm seemed to have brightened up a little. The 2 children thanked him politely and took the pancakes from the old man. They took a bite carefully as they squeezed through the crowd. That was called hard. It was so hard that their little teeth almost knocked out. Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang instantly shed 2 lines of remorseful tears, his 10 spirit stones. Why couldn't he buy something else? They shouldn't have had any hope for the food in the Saint realm. Sitting on the roof far away, Venerable Peach Blossom, who saw this scene, laughed so hard that he fell over. Chapter 5542. Oh my God. Baby Mo, this little brat, really had an endless source of jokes every day. This was their 3rd day in the Holy Region, and Baby Mo's jokes could probably last a year. Venerable Peach Blossom couldn't help but think. His Jojo must have been this interesting when he was young. If Jojo knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him expressionlessly, "You guessed wrong. My childhood was very boring." Baby Mo looked at the burdensome hard sesame seed cake in his hand and exchanged glances with Sir Guangguang. The 2 little ones were so regretful that their eyes were brimming with tears. Sir Guangguang even stretched out his trembling hands and held Baby Mo tightly. "Little Furball, what should we do?" We were fooled. He didn't expect Baby Mo, who was so smart, to be fooled like this. It was really detestable. When they saw so many people lining up, they thought that this sesame seed cake was the best delicacy in the world and was worth cherishing. They were wrong. They shouldn't have had such expectations for the food in the Holy Region. In the Divine Land, 10 spiritual stones were equivalent to 10,000 spirit coins. 10,000 spirit coins could buy a lot of snacks in China, but now the 2 of them were speechless and looked at the hard sesame seed cake in each other's hands with tears streaming down their faces. "Let's go back and give it to Daddy." Baby Mo's eyes were watery. He sniffled and thought for a while with his head tilted. He took out a small cloth pouch from his pocket and put the sesame seed cake that he had taken a small bite of into it. Sir Guangguang hurriedly threw the sesame seed cake in his hand into the pouch. "The academician said that we should respect and love our parents. Then I'll give this to the stoic mother." Baby Mo nodded expressionlessly and said ruefully, "It's shameful to waste food." "Yes, we shouldn't waste food." Sir Guangguang looked at Baby Mo with heartache. "We spent 10 extra spirit stones today. Who should we get them back from?" "I think it should be Uncle Ao. I think so too. Sir Guangguang nodded his bald little head in all seriousness. Uncle Ao, he has been working hard recently. He has to send little Furball to the academy every day. Let's just give him a break tomorrow. Let him pay 10 spirit stones in exchange for a day's break. He should be very willing. Uncle Ao Yi, who was hiding in the dark, silently took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his eyes. It really wasn't easy being a subordinate. After being cheated by his master, he would be cheated by his mistress. After being cheated by his mistress, he would be cheated by his little master. Generation after generation, he would never be done with it. The two little ones discussed the countermeasures and felt that the matter was perfectly resolved. They happily put away the bag of sesame seed cakes. Sir Guangguang carried bags of various sizes and followed beside baby Mo. Along the way, he asked, "Little dumpling, where are you going? You don't intend to return to the academy?" "We've already come out. Since he still had a copybooks when he got back, he might as well take a stroll first. At most, I'll copy a few pages of books." They were all copying, so there was not much difference between copying more and copying less. Perfect. Sir Guangguang looked at his little master with adoration and nodded vigorously. "Little dumpling, you're so smart. Say, the food in the sacred region is so disgusting. What do these cultivators eat every day? I heard from Uncle Peach Blossom that they didn't eat it before. Every day, I'll drink the wind and admire the moon. If worse comes to worst, I'll just eat dirt when I'm too hungry." "What?" Lord Guangguang looked at baby Mo in shock. "This is too exaggerated. Is it hard to swallow?" Chapter 55-43. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. Supremacy Peach Blossom did not expect baby Mo to misinterpret his words. When did he say that the people of the holy region had to eat dirt? The conversation between these two brats was full of holes. Baby Mo, this little scoundrel, had indeed inherited his father's sly personality. In fact, he was even worse than his father. "Little Furball, did you hear anything? Maybe Uncle Ao Yi is secretly following us again?" Baby Mo made a judgment based on his professional experience. Then, he shook his head expressionlessly. "Sigh, they're really worried sick." Lord Guangguang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, he's been following us all day. I already said that nothing would happen. Don't bother about him. Let's go." Uncle Ao Yi is no longer a child. He will follow us himself. Student Ao Yi, who had been following them, twitched his mouth silently. To be a shadow guard now, he had to have another skill to rely on. He held back his laughter. Lord Guangguang kicked Tada as he followed beside baby Mo. "Little Furball, there's only one market in the holy region." It wasn't easy to find an old man selling sesame seed cakes, but he's actually a swindler. The sesame seed cakes he sells are so disgusting. There are so many people beside him pulling in business for this old man. I think it's too shameless. They even want to cheat us, two children, of our money. Baby Mo nodded seriously. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. "Then let's report him." Lord Guangguang supported his little master unconditionally. As long as his little master said it, it was definitely right. His little master was the smartest person in the world. Whatever he said, Lord Guangguang just had to do it without using his brain. "Little Furball, where should we go to report him? Do you remember? 2 days ago, 2 people came to greet Daddy. One was called Dongfang Yuzhu, and the other was called Beifang Yuzhu." The two little ones nodded. They looked at each other and said in unison, "What strange names." "Little Furball, now that you mention it, I suddenly remember that there were 2 people like that. Daddy also said that they were 2 big brothers in the holy region, the people in charge or something. Let's go report one of them," the 2 little ones said in unison again. The 2 of them grumbled angrily along the way. "It's too disgusting." "That's right. My teeth almost fell out." "Liar. Since there were so many people supporting them, they should all be arrested. Put them in prison." "Little Dumpling, do you think there's a prison here? If you don't, then ask Father to build a big prison for them." "Little Dumpling, you're so smart." Little Master was indeed the smartest person in the world. Stay Up Late, who was following in the dark, almost slipped and fell to the ground. I can't, I really can't. Tomorrow, it will be better to let Xiao Yi follow the little master. He was about to die of laughter. Because of them, only the peach blossom deity had good eyesight. He hid further away and listened to the conversation between the two little ones on the roof. He could laugh wantonly without anyone noticing. He was having a hard time holding it in. What a pity. I spent 10 spirit stones to buy 2 pieces of broken sesame seed cake. And it's so disgusting. Master Guangguang was angry. Then what else is there to shop around here? I don't know. Mother said that only by being knowledgeable can one be wise. I feel that at our age, we should walk around more, shop more, and see more things. It's good for wisdom. Chapter 55-44. Little Fur Ball, I think you're right. Lord Guangguang nodded heavily. Then let's walk around and take a look. We've only been in the holy region for a few days. To be honest, we haven't walked around yet. Lord Guangguang followed baby Mo with small steps. Yeah, I was sent to the Holy Academy by Daddy the moment I arrived. Baby Mo pouted. Yeah, Daddy's bad. Do you think he did it on purpose? He did it on purpose. He really doesn't want Little Fur Ball to appear in front of Mommy all the time. Bad guy. The two little ones scolded angrily. Lord Guangguang suddenly tugged at baby Mo's sleeve. Little Fur Ball, look, these cultivator uncles in the holy region are so pitiful. Yeah, look at them walking on the road. All of them are drooping their heads as if they can't lift their spirits at all. They look so miserable. Daddy said that those who can ascend to the holy region should be at least mystique venerable rank. Lord Guangguang muttered softly. In our China, which mystique venerable rank big shot isn't unparalleled. Baby Mo nodded vigorously. The holy region should be full of transcendent rank cultivators, starting from mystique venerable rank. If they hadn't reached transcendent rank, it was probably because the children of these transcendent rank cultivators hadn't reached mystique venerable rank yet. For example, baby Mo, or perhaps like Mommy, who came with Daddy, the relatives of transcendent rank cultivators. But look at them, wow, they're all dressed like beggars. That's right. How strange. Guangguang, let's be careful, they might all be pretending. Why would they want to pretend? I don't know. Baby Mo shook his head and said with a straight face, maybe they're trying to trick foreigners like us? The two of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They both felt that their suspicions were very reasonable. They had to be wary of these people. These actors might like to bully outsiders like them. The people of the holy region were like frosted eggplants. All of them drooped their heads and looked like they had nothing to live for as they walked past them. A gust of autumn wind rustled past. Baby Mo turned around to take a look. Those figures seemed to be trembling slightly. Boom! A female cultivator who was originally walking in front of Baby Mo with a hunched back and drooping head suddenly fell to the ground without any warning. It was extremely sudden. The two little ones jumped back at the same time, holding each other's little paws. With nervous little expressions, they said in unison, "Be careful. Be careful. It's a scam. You can't help her." I've heard Grandmaster and Marshal Granduncle mention that people who suddenly fall in front of you are 100% scammers. If you help them up, you'll be blackmailed. I'll swindle you until your mansion becomes a thatched hut. The two of them hurriedly covered their small pouches, revealing a vigilant expression. At the same time, a tall white figure flashed to the side of the peach blossom god, who was lying on the roof. He saw this fellow holding the wine jug and laughing so hard that he slapped his thigh without a care for his image. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "What's wrong?" Reverend Peach Blossom laughed uncontrollably and pointed at the street not far away. Holy Sunmi, Yin looked down and saw Ao Yi sneakily hiding under an old tree by the street. Not far away, two little ones were holding hands with nervous expressions on their faces. Chapter 55-45. A middle-aged man with a crooked neck walked out from the side, and with an extremely slow speed, he slowly walked towards the fallen female cultivator. Baby Mo hurriedly went forward and tugged at that person's clothes, his phoenix eyes bulging. "This uncle, you have to consider carefully. Look at how old she is. She can fall on the streets just by walking. Even an idiot would know that she's a liar." Right. Liar, liar. If you go up to help her up now, I guarantee that your mansion will turn into a thatched hut. A divine artifact will turn into a mystic artifact. You'll lose your family fortune. Right. Lose my family fortune, lose my family fortune. Lord Guangguang nodded repeatedly again, expressing his agreement with Baby Mo's words. I'll lose your head. Where did this brat come from? Go, play at the side. That middle-aged man suddenly turned around. A pair of eyes glowed with a green light. On his unshaven face, two messy strands of long gray hair, hanging in front of his forehead, floated in front of his eyes. Ah, it's a corpse puppet. The two little ones suddenly hugged each other, crying out excitedly. Quick, little dumplings, little dumplings. Lord Guangguang shouted. Baby Mo hurriedly took out a small booklet from his bosom, his little hands flipping through the pages. The two little heads huddled together, saying in unison, Look, it's recorded in Mother's corpse puppet roster. Eyes glowing green, slow movements, disheveled hair, dull eyes, unable to see its true appearance. This must be a mid-level corpse puppet. Quick! Freeze him! The two little ones hurriedly took out a few talismans from their sleeves and threw them over. The surrounding crowd silently watched the two's performance and could not help but twitch their mouths. That unlucky middle-aged man had over a dozen talismans stuck on his body, fluttering in the wind. This person was so angry that he reached out to grab the talismans that flew to his forehead, glaring at Baby Mo as he said angrily, Who's a corpse puppet? How could that damn thing from the lower star domain come to our sacred region? These two brats with damaged brains actually dared to call him a corpse puppet. He was so angry. This is my daughter. The middle-aged man pointed at the female cultivator lying on the ground, his face darkening as he roared furiously. These two kids had so many tricks up their sleeves, he wondered which family they were from. Scamming? Scamming your head. Oh. The two children's black eyes moved, and they held each other's hands and took a step back at the same time. When they saw the middle-aged man helping the unconscious female cultivator to sit up, the two children finally saw the female cultivator's true appearance. He was even more miserable than his father's unshaven middle-aged uncle. He couldn't tell her age, but he saw that the female cultivator's cheeks were sunken, and her entire body was bony like a skeleton. Uncle, what's wrong with your daughter? Baby Mo secretly stuffed the corpse puppet roster into his sleeve and asked curiously. The middle-aged man glared at them. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? What else could it be? Isn't it just hunger? Fainted from hunger. Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang cried out in unison as if they had heard a fantasy story. Following that, GMO Baby hurriedly took a few steps forward and untied a small cloth pouch from his body. His eyes were filled with emotions and sparkling as he cutely looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle, here are 2 pieces of sesame seed cake for 20 spirit stones. Do you want to buy them? A.O. Yi, who was standing in the corner, lost his balance and almost slipped on the ground. Chapter 55:46. That middle-aged man saw the doll-like child in front of him looking at him with sparkling eyes full of emotion. He took out a small cloth pouch from his waist, thinking that the other was going to give him something. The result, it was money. The middle-aged man took the cloth pouch and angrily threw 20 spirit stones to Baby Mo, then supported his daughter and left. As he walked, he muttered, selling 2 sesame seed cakes for money. I don't know whose child is so shrewd. The Shouja who had seen Baby Mo buy sesame seed cakes earlier couldn't help but twitch their mouths as they watched. They thought to themselves, if you knew, this little brat was trying to get something for nothing, spending 10 spirit stones at the cost price, then selling it to you for a net profit of 10 spirit stones. The sesame seed cake he gave you, and each of them took a small bite, what would you think? Baby Mo turned around and reached out a small paw with Guangguang Darren, excitedly bumping palms. That's great, Guangguang Darren said happily. Such a disgusting sesame seed cake. I finally don't have to bring it home to show filial piety to father and mother. Little dumpling, we already sold that sesame seed cake to Uncle Idiot? Then are we still going to find that Dongfang Yuju and report that old grandpa? Baby Mo had a serious expression as he nodded solemnly, saying, we have to report when we see injustice. We can't sympathize with old grandpa's inaction because he's old. Mother said there's no difference between old and young bad people. Bad people must receive the punishment they deserve. Guangguang Darren clapped his hands vigorously, giving face. Little dumpling, you said it very well. Then where do we go to find Dongfang Yuzhu now? This sacred region was a vast expanse of whiteness, and there weren't any manors or residences in sight. All of the Xiozha habitually found a place to meditate and cultivate. This place is really terrible. Baby Emo shook his little head speechlessly. If we knew this damned place wasn't fun, we wouldn't have come here. But Stoic Mother said that we have to go everywhere to gain experience in order to grow. We can't limit ourselves to one place. We've already explored the entire divine continent in these 2 years. Baby Emo nodded. Mother is right, but this sacred region is too simple and crude. That's right. I think these transcendent realm cultivators are all like idiots. They don't even know how to build a house for themselves when they sleep in the wild. I heard from Uncle Rotten Peach Blossom that after they came here, they didn't even have a place to wash up. Baby Emo said expressionlessly with a taut face. Unbelievable. Lord Guangguang also cried out, unbelievable. This is simply not a place for humans to pass through. It's said that you can only bathe once a year. Men and women live together. All of them look malnourished. If I tell little Yuan about this, he definitely won't believe me. I heard that they usually have to find a secluded place far away to relieve themselves. They also have to enclose the ground and make it into a prison, digging a deep hole. Those female cultivators are especially troublesome. What if I have diarrhea? What if I have to relieve myself all day long? Don't worry, they eat dirt every day and won't be full. It's impossible for them to have diarrhea. Baby Emo shook his head and looked at Lord Guangguang sympathetically. The two little ones said in unison, too tragic. Chapter 55:47. Holy Sun Mi Yin, who was eavesdropping far behind the two, glanced at Divine Peach Blossom in amusement. I say, what do you usually talk about with the child? Do they talk about such funny topics all day long? Speechless, Ma Shurchin glanced at him. Do you think I'm the one who said that? It's most likely Mo Lien who told the child this. What about enclosing the land into a prison and digging a deep hole to relieve himself? How could he say such boring things? I told the child before that the conditions in the holy region are more difficult. If the child is not used to living here, he can still live in the star region. How would I know that he could imagine so much? He even said that we're eating dirt here. Ma Shurchan raised her hand to cover her face. She really didn't want to talk to this child later. Who did he resemble? He clearly had a stoic face, but he was a chatterbox. She wondered if it was because he spent too much time with the little monk that he inherited the bad habit of being a chatterbox. The two of them followed behind the two children from afar. They watched as they walked for a while, taking out a crumpled piece of paper from time to ask passersby. Holy Sun Mi Yin couldn't help but tilt his head and want to laugh. What are they doing? What do you think that piece of paper is? Uncle. A passerby realized that the hem of his clothes had been tugged twice and hurriedly pulled it back. Just as he was about to get angry, he lowered his head and saw two delicate little faces looking up at him. The uncle smoothed out the creases of his clothes and patted them rather lovingly. Then he put on an amiable face and asked, Child, what's the matter? Uncle, do you recognize the person in the painting? That person took the crumpled paper and looked at it. Isn't this Master Dongfang? Although this painting was crumpled, it captured the essence of Master Dongfang's handsome appearance. It was really quite similar and could be recognized at a glance. Yes, it's Dongfang Yuzhu. Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang nodded repeatedly. Uncle, where are we going to find him? Liang lowered his head to look at the two children and saw that they were both dressed in blue boy robes. The color and style of the clothes were clearly the uniform of the boy branch of the Sacred Academy. Children who were able to attend the Holy Academy at such a young age must be from an upper-middle-class family. Moreover, the two children had a fair and tender appearance. It seemed that they usually ate well. How did he sneak out of the academy? My two little friends, why are you looking for Master Dongfang? Baby Mo looked at him with curved eyes. Uncle, let's report this to Dongfang Yuzhu. Yes, report an old grandpa. He set up a stall on the street and hired a lot of people to help him. The sesame seed cakes he sells are very hard. When we bit into them, our teeth almost broke. Baby Imo nodded repeatedly at the side. Uncle, show us the way. We want to report this swindler grandpa to Dongfang Yuju. Lord Guangguang nodded and patted Li Yang's calf. Uncle, don't worry. Lead the way for us. We won't betray you. The corner of Li Yang's mouth twitched. For a moment, he was speechless. Strange, why do I feel like laughing? Baby Imo glanced at him and saw his strange expression. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, a light bulb flashed in his mind. The little fellow lowered his little head and took out a piece of spirit stone from his little money pouch. He pulled Li Yang's hand and stuffed it into it. He nodded and said seriously, Uncle, don't worry. We won't skimp on your guide fee. Chapter 55-48. Lord Guangguang nodded his little bald head. We're good people, Uncle. Li Yang's expression instantly looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the spirit stones stuffed in his hand and looking down at the two pairs of black eyes, Li Yang kept feeling like he even cheated the little kids of their money. He was simply wicked beyond redemption. Just as this fellow was uneasy and deliberating, not knowing what to say to appease the children. With a glance, he saw two noble young masters in luxurious brocade robes walking over with smiles on their faces. Looking at that incomparably noble appearance, one could tell that they were definitely not ordinary people. Li Yang hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands, asking with a smile, Young masters, these two children are they're our children. Hu Shichin glanced at the children with a faint smile. Baby Imo and Lord Guangguang hurriedly lowered their little heads and rubbed the corners of their little clothes. Li Yang smiled as if relieved of a heavy burden and hurriedly cupped his hands with a smile. Then that's good. Young masters, please bring the children home. The holy region hasn't been very peaceful recently. There are often spirit beasts charging into the camp. It won't be good if they get hurt anywhere. Besides, looking at the clothes of the two young masters, I think they should be disciples of the Holy Academy's boy branch. The Holy Academy should still be in class right now. I don't know why they ran out. Hu Shichin bent down to pick up Baby Imo and rubbed the little fellow's head. Him? He played truant to come out. Baby Imo blinked and hurriedly shook his head. No, we didn't play truant. Lord Guangguang pounced and hung on Hu Shichin's leg, saying hurriedly, We didn't play truant. The other students also went back. Hu Shichin raised her eyebrows and patted Baby Mo's little head in amusement. Whether you played truant or not, go home and explain to Mother. Baby Imo and Lord Guangguang sighed in disappointment at the same time. Arbor's party arrived at the Holy Region 4 days ago. Their current temporary residence in the Holy Region was a small row of 2-story bamboo buildings built by Chiochio on the day they arrived. There weren't many rooms. 2 or 3 of them were enough for the time being. Moreover, their bamboo house was just a smokescreen to fool outsiders. When they really needed to replenish their sleep, they were not stupid. Naturally, they would run to the star field to rest. Speaking of the sacred region, there was no distinction between day and night all year round. The environment was also very humid and full of haze. This place was covered by a layer of white fog all year round. The fog was very thick, effectively blocking everyone's line of sight. Even a mystique venerable rank powerhouse would not be able to see clearly what was 3 feet away. Therefore, when Baby Imo said that he needed to find a secluded place to relieve himself, it was actually nonsense. He couldn't see anything clearly when he was 3 feet away, let alone when he was several meters away. The space of the sacred region was empty and boundless. Compared to the crowded and bustling 3 continents, it was vast but sparsely populated. Generally, the practitioners of the sanctuary were used to finding a place rich in saint power to cultivate, and it was unlikely that they would gather together. In Jojo's place, it was rare to see a group of people living in a row of small bamboo houses and cultivating together. 4 days ago, when they arrived at the sacred region, they were surrounded by people. There was no other reason. It seemed that it had been too long since anyone had ascended to the sacred region. This time, they came with more than 30 people, which was simply shocking. If Lord Jojo knew what the people of the sacred region were thinking, he would definitely snort and laugh at them for making a fuss over nothing. What these people saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 5549. Actually, there were more than 2,000 members of the Phoenix clan who stayed in the Star Domain to retire. This was not including the number of beasts. It was just that they did not come out often. Only Jojo and a few dozen people came out to walk the streets. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the main hall on the first floor. The main hall of the bamboo building was quite spacious and could accommodate a few dozen people, but it was still a little cramped. Everyone was drinking tea and eating melon seeds while watching the show. Ever since Lord Rotten Peach Blossom brought Bao Bao Mo back, the atmosphere became very strange. The mother and son sat opposite the table and stared at each other for more than 5 minutes. Until Mo Lien slammed the table and scolded, "Why did you skip school?" Baby Mo widened his pair of round eyes. Before he could protest, a childish wail came from the side. Wah! Princess Wu Shuang, who was holding the baby and watching the show, was shocked. She looked down and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you crying? Your eldest uncle didn't scold you." This was too funny. Really, the 3-year-old Fu Yun's face was red, and he looked at Princess Wu Shuang pitifully. He sobbed and said, "I heard that we have to go to school at the age of 5. I have more than a year before I'm going to be like Brother Tuanzi and have to go to school to suffer. I really feel the same way." Everyone burst out laughing and looked at him speechlessly. Lord Guangguang nodded in agreement and let out a long sigh. "Little Yun Yun, cherish the good times you have now." Third young Master Fu, "Why did you leave early today?" Lady Qiao Qiao had a stoic expression on her face. She glanced at her husband, who was slamming the table, and said seriously, "You can't learn from your father, understand?" And Mo Yen. He retracted his hand and looked at his expressionless wife, and then at his equally expressionless son. He was speechless. Who was his son learning from? His wife always pushed the blame to him. How would he get out of it? Today, Teacher Zhang was teaching. Halfway through, there was a fatty, baby Mo glanced at his mother's expressionless face, and his voice softened. Fat classmate suddenly stood up and rushed forward to kick the teacher twice. The teacher was furious. He punished the fat student and left in a hurry. I thought that since it was still early, I would go for a stroll on the streets. Stoa Joe's expression was normal, but he was slightly puzzled. Why did he feel that this plot was a little familiar? His face did not reveal the slightest clue as he asked indifferently, "What did you do?" "I saw him bullying other students, so I stuck 2 berserk talismans on his butt." Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Little Fu Yin asked with a face full of admiration, "Big brother, how is that fatty? He's miserable." Baby Mo turned his little head and said with bright eyes, he was hit on the hand by the teacher with a ferule. He cried until his snot bubbles came out. Mo Yin couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Then guess what happened to you? Will you be more miserable than that student?" Baby Mo's eyes were as round as saucers as he rolled off the stool and ran towards the stairs with his 2 short legs. "Adoptive father, save me." He looked for adoptive father before he was beaten, but adoptive father was not looking for Grandmaster. This was Baby Mo's experience in the past 5 years. With a light flick of his sleeve, Mo Yin swept it across the air, and darling Mo tumbled backwards like a small ball. Chapter 5550. However, when her small body rolled halfway, she was intercepted by a floating figure, who quickly scooped her up and held her in his arms. Upon catching a whiff of a familiar scent, the little fellow's survival instincts were extremely strong, and he scrambled on all 4s, frantically shrinking into the newcomer's embrace. He called out childishly, adoptive father, Daddy wants to beat me. He even threatened me. He said he would make my ending very, very miserable." Everyone couldn't resist bursting into laughter. Mo Yin expressionlessly looked at her son, who was complaining first. Her gaze swept over a certain person before she harumphed. "Come here." Baby Mo shook his head like a rattledrum. "Not going." Duan Yu glanced at him in amusement before carrying this little imp to Arbor's side and sitting down. "Little furball, What earth-shattering thing did you do now? Did you make Mommy unhappy? I didn't do anything. Baby Immo quickly defended himself. I also didn't anger Mommy. Adoptive father, you have to uphold justice for little Furball. This child's face was stoic, but he was more eloquent than anyone else. Immo Yin couldn't help but be amused and annoyed at the same time. When Stoic Xiao saw everyone looking at her, she coughed lightly and said expressionlessly, "Children take after their father and like to twist words and force logic since they were young." Everyone nodded in agreement with a knowing attitude. Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was utterly speechless. At this time, an energetic woman's scolding came from outside the bamboo building, as if someone wanted to barge in. However, she was stopped by Ao Yi and Xiao Yi, who were guarding outside. Arbor blinked and asked his son seriously, "Did you reach out to hit that fat classmate?" Baby Immo shook his head and answered with certainty, "I didn't even touch him with a single finger." Arbor nodded and stood up to open the bamboo building's door. A group of people then filed out. Currently, outside the bamboo building's courtyard, a family of 3 was charging inexasperatedly. Everyone looked over and saw 3 fat balls of different sizes moving about. Outside, there were several busybodies who were watching the show. Seeing several dozen people coming out of the bamboo building, the 2 big fat balls retreated a few steps. They pointed at Xiao Mu and company through the bamboo fence and bellowed, "You don't think that you can make people feel afraid just because you have the advantage in numbers?" Arbor raised his eyebrows. The woman, whose arms were 4 times as thick as Lord Jojo's, raised her voice and asked angrily, "Son, was he the one who did it?" It's him. He had suddenly thrown out a purple talisman. Then I fell to the ground. That Baldy was especially bad. He roared, and the other students all rushed over to hit me. While the fat ball-like woman suddenly slapped the bamboo fence and roared, "Did you hear that?" Stay Up Late silently took a step back to avoid the woman's saliva. The little fur ball was currently using its 2 paws to cover its eyes, and its little head was forcefully leaning against Duan Yu as it stubbornly insisted, "I just didn't hit him. I didn't even lay a finger on him." Duan Yu couldn't help but be amused. What exactly happened? It seemed that this little fellow only told the story of the first half, and would even secretly hide the truth from them and hold back the second half. Guang. Sir Guang took small steps and hastily moved in front of everyone, his expression filled with righteous indignation. Stoic Mother, he was the one who bullied us first. Stoic Xiao was speechless and looked down at him. He was the one who bullied Xiaohua first. We beat him up as an eye for an eye and upholding justice. Chapter 55-51. That's right. As the saying goes, evil cannot prevail over good. Grandmaster said so. Although justice will be late, it will come one day. Baby Mo had a righteous expression as he nodded and said, "Fatso classmate, he has been abusing us for so long. It's time for someone to teach him a lesson. And I and Guang are coincidentally suitable candidates." Everyone, this little brat's words were dignified, but could not hide his deceitful nature. Arbor looked at his son expressionlessly, then turned to look at the flustered and exasperated woman who was stomping her feet, and said indifferently, "How do you plan to settle this?" Fatso's family of 3 glared at Arbor with the same angry expression. "Do you even need to say it? Of course, you have to apologize to my son." The woman said indignantly, "My son was beaten up to this state. You have to pay all the medical fees." "How much?" The woman's expression flickered slightly, and she pointed at the row of bamboo houses behind Arbor. "My son was beaten to a pulp by your son. The medical fees are expensive. You have to use the row of houses behind as collateral for the medical fees." The group of people behind Arbor looked at each other silently, and they all thought to themselves, this Fatso's family of 3 is really asking for an exorbitant price. They actually came for their house. Speaking of this row of 2-story bamboo houses, they had really been in the limelight in the holy region recently. 4 days ago, when their group of more than 30 people openly entered the holy region, it immediately caused a commotion. The first thing they did on the afternoon of the first day they arrived was to build the houses. When Jojo expressionlessly built the bamboo houses, he attracted many people to come and watch. Many kind-hearted people came forward to strike up a conversation with them. At that time, they all tried to persuade her, "Young madam, don't be stupid. The holy region is filled with holy power. The bamboo houses you built using one of the 5 spirits, the wood spirit, will be washed away by the holy power in less than 10 minutes." Their Jojo continued to build the houses calmly without any distractions, and he did not even glance at the others. In the end, these people became anxious and continued to persuade her one after another. "Madam, don't be so unconvinced. That's right. Let me tell you, you've spent so much with spiritual energy to build this bamboo building. When the time comes, it will still collapse." Thus, Jojo Sama built the 2-story bamboo building expressionlessly amidst the murmurs of the crowd. A sensation? Naturally, it was sensational. First of all, everyone was suspicious of this young madam's inner world. Who the hell would put a bunch of bamboo in their inner world instead of other precious items? Who could inject wood spirit energy into bamboo in one go, and then build a 2-story bamboo building? How could the wood spirit energy not be exhausted after consuming so much? Everyone was very curious about their Charles. For the past 4 days, there were many busybodies who came here every day to see if the bamboo building would collapse. The result was obvious. The bamboo building didn't collapse, and there wasn't even the slightest sign of cracking. How could a bamboo house made of holy wood be destroyed by the holy power in the sanctuary? Stop joking, okay? The first luxurious villa in the holy region was born just like that. For the past few days, many people often looked at them strangely, and it wasn't as if they weren't being watched in the dark. It was just that more than 30 of them had ascended here, and they didn't seem to be afraid of trouble. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to those who were sneakily snooping around. Chapter 55-52. They didn't expect that after 4 days, the first to run to their bamboo building to cause a ruckus was actually Darling Mo's family. Looking at the malicious glint in that fat ball-like couple's eyes, it was clear that they were happily plotting something. Arbor didn't say anything, but that fat ball-like man spoke up again. One was playing the good cop, while the other was playing the bad cop. Both of them were up to no good. The woman demanded an exorbitant price and demanded their entire house. The man answered with a fake smile, "My wife is insensible. Please forgive her. Actually, your bamboo building has 2 floors, so it's quite spacious. Our family of 3 can take a bit of a loss. We only need 2 of the rooms." Princess Wushuang rolled her eyes and said while hugging the baby, "Our 2-floor building only has a dozen or so rooms, so it's very cramped for over 30 people. Apologies, there's no room for you." The fat ball-like woman was enraged. "This is compensation. Get your facts straight. We didn't come here to ask for your opinion. This is the compensation for the consultation fee that you must pay us." Compensation? She liked these 2 words. Arbor's eyes brightened when he heard this. Everyone couldn't help but laugh inwardly when they saw the little stoic's expression. Emolien was standing close to Duanyu, so when he saw Jojo's expression, he reflexively glanced at darling Mo. This child's eyes also brightened. It was as if he was carved from the same mold as his mother. Other than his pair of phoenix eyes resembling the fiendish Emolien, he resembled his mother in every other aspect. However, his mother was stubborn and never admitted it. "Jojo's Lien, come here quickly." Arbor turned around and beckoned him over. Someone came to snatch Jojo's house, so they had to compensate. Emolien twitched his mouth and floated to his wife's side. He asked seriously, "Wife, what do you need hubby's help with?" Arbor quickly nodded. "Your son instigated his classmates to beat people up, and after beating the young one, the old one came. Since their parents came knocking, then you can only step forward as their father and beat them up to vent their anger." Emolien, "Wife, you're so good to me." When his son was struck by lightning, his father blocked it. When his son hit someone, his father stepped forward and was beaten up by the other party's parents. Emolien glared at Jojo with a pair of misty, almond-shaped eyes. She had an accusatory expression on her face. "Wife, you've changed." "It's nothing." Jojo looked away guiltily and patted the back of his hand. I'll ask them for compensation after the fight. It seemed like it had been a long time since someone had sent him compensation. When he suddenly mentioned the word compensation, his heart itched. Mo Yin took 2 steps forward and stood expressionlessly in front of the fat ball couple. Go ahead. The couple was baffled. They looked at each other and couldn't understand what was going on. Mo Yin was instantly enraged. A beam of black flames shot out with a whoosh and swept toward the fat man. You don't want to fight? If you don't want to fight, I'll do it. Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. He saw that Mo Yin's movements were extremely fast. He extended his leg and kicked the fat man away. The fat ball woman's heart-wrenching scream came from beside them. Glancing over, they saw that ball-shaped woman quickly dashing out with her son. It looked like she was rushing forward to help her husband out of this predicament. Arbor glanced at them and shook his head with a sigh. He muttered to himself, "Hubby's temper is getting worse. So fiery." He was like a small firecracker that ignited at the slightest spark. He walked to Duan Yu's side and reached out to take his son. He said earnestly, "Don't learn from your father." Duan Yu. Chapter 55-53. Mother, the fat classmate is really a bully. When we were studying, he used the spirit snake to scare Xiaohua and the rest. And Macham. Arbor looked down at his son. Mother believes you. But if you encounter this kind of situation in the future, you can use a better method to resolve it. Okay, then I'll think about it in the future. Baby Mo looked at his mother with sparkling eyes. Mother, why did that fat classmate's parents come to snatch our house? Because they are shameless. Arbor said expressionlessly. Mother painstakingly built this house. They reaped without sowing and only wanted to extort and extort. For this kind of person, we should make them bleed appropriately and spit out a bit of compensation. Because they wasted our time on these senseless matters, they have to compensate us whether it is the cost of our time or the mental damage. Princess Wushuang's mouth twitched. Sister-in-law's words seemed to make a lot of sense. Baby Mo's eyes were sparkling as he nodded repeatedly. Then why don't they build their own house? I strolled around the holy region today and felt that the people there are all very strange. Duan Yu and the rest couldn't resist laughing when Baby Mo recounted what he saw and heard today, especially when he talked about the group of shills around the pancake seller grandpa. Baby Mo was filled with righteous indignation, which amused everyone to death. Arbor expressionlessly looked down at his son. Little furball, you can't report the old grandpa. Why? Didn't Mother say that there is no difference between old and young bad people? The old grandpa isn't a swindler, and those around him aren't shills. Arbor thought about it and felt that it was a bit troublesome to explain, so he reflexively glanced at Duan Yu beside him and said solemnly, "You say it." Duan Yu understood this girl too well. She had always been keen on tossing those time-wasting explanations to other people. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he carried the chubby Baby Mo back. Little furball, adoptive father will tell you about the prices in the holy region. The little furball nodded. Okay. A moment later, Baby Mo finally figured out the prices here, and his face was full of lamentation. I didn't expect. This holy region's resources are so barren. One pancake costs 10 spirit stones, and people are madly fighting over it. The life of the people of the sanctuary was too difficult. It's hard to imagine. When everyone heard his old and heavy tone, they couldn't help but want to laugh. Especially when Lord Guangguang chimed in, that it's fortunate that we didn't report the old grandpa to Dongfang Yuzhu. Otherwise, wouldn't the old grandpa be finished? Dongfang Yuzhu? It couldn't be the one they were thinking of, right? Duan Yu face-bombed. Do you know where to find Master Dongfang? We asked for directions with a portrait. Sir Guangguang took out a crumpled piece of paper from his sleeve. Venerable Peach Blossom picked it up and took a look. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. The drawing is pretty good. But little dumpling, can you tell me what the 3 words beside it are? Arrest warrant, Baby Mo said in all seriousness. Seeing that everyone wanted to laugh, he hurriedly pointed at his mother. I've seen Mother writing these 3 words on a stack of drawing paper. He was just following the pattern. Baby Mo had asked Daddy what a warrant for arrest meant, and Daddy had said that it meant to search for someone. Wasn't that the case? Stoic Xiao expressionlessly turned around and faced everyone with the back of his head. Everyone couldn't hold back their laughter. Chapter 55-54. Little baby Imo turned to look at Duan Yu, who was close by, and asked in his childish voice, "Adoptive father, why are they laughing at mommy?" Duan Yu answered seriously, "They're not laughing at your mommy, they're laughing at you." Baby Imo put on a distressed expression and quietly said, "Then let them laugh. Who told them to be my elders?" Sir Jojo couldn't resist curling his lips with his back facing his son. Duan Yu poked the child's forehead with a chuckle. In any case, life in the Holy Domain is quite arduous. Little Furball, you can't compare our daily lives in the Divine Province with here, okay? The prices here are on the high side, so you can't report those old grandpas and grandmas you see selling things on the streets in the future. Baby Imo nodded and clenched his small fists. I understand. Mommy said that I have to go everywhere to gain experience. Only by continuously gaining experience can I become stronger. Moreover, we can't rely on the star domain. We can only be truly strong if we continuously become stronger ourselves. Princess Wushuang couldn't resist rolling her eyes as she quietly muttered, "Everyone else needs to become stronger, so you can rest a bit." This 4 or 5-year-old brat's current cultivation realm had already surpassed 99% of the people in the Divine Province. Okay? Half a year ago, that oddball mother and son pair reached the phenomenal success stage of level 15 of the God Realm at the same time. These days, Little Furball was still prattling on and on about how he was stuck at level 15 of the phenomenal success stage for a long, long time. His cultivation realm had never remained stagnant for so long. If it weren't for the fact that he was her nephew, she wished for nothing more than to throw her shoe at his head. While everyone was chatting and laughing, they saw Mo Yin striding into the small bamboo garden and gesturing to Ma Shichen, who was standing on the side. "Come and move it." Everyone was speechless for a moment. It seemed like this fellow had swindled a lot of things out of that fat ball and wife couple. When everyone went out, they saw a pile of sparkling spirit stones on the ground. Venerable Peach Blossom raised his brows. "What do you want?" "Move it inside and put it in the courtyard." Mo Yin stood on the side and directed them. "Put it in a conspicuous place." Right, just put it on the table. Pile it all up." Everyone put up a sign in front of the bamboo table and wrote the word compensation on it. Arbor looked very satisfied. In the future, if anyone dared to come to her bamboo house and make trouble, they would have to pay first. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to see if he should build a JoJo restaurant in the sanctuary. Even if she couldn't be the island master, she could at least be the tower master. "Little dumpling, you have to go to school tomorrow, okay?" Mo Yin glared at her son sternly. "If you play truant again, I'll give you a good spanking." Baby Mo flopped into Duan Yu's arms and wailed, "Adoptive father, why are you being so fierce?" Duan Yu glanced at him irritably. "It's not like Xiao Tuanzi is a disobedient child." Baby Mo nodded repeatedly, indicating that he was very obedient. Fu Yin sobbed at the side. Princess Wushuang was dumbfounded. She lowered her head and looked at her son. "Son, why are you crying?" "I already said that I'm not yelling at you." "Mother, are you especially hoping that I can suddenly grow 2 years older right now, so that eldest brother and I can go to the academy together, so that we won't bother you?" Princess Wushuang inwardly mused. "You can tell even this?" "Mother, the way you looked at my eldest brother just now was especially envious." Little Fu Yun wiped his tears and sobbed. "Don't deny it." Chapter 55-55. Princess Wushuang pursed her lips. "I don't want to deny it. I do think so." As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yun started crying in a world-shaking manner. Princess Wushuang felt melancholy. She turned to glare at Third Fu. Her son was a crybaby. How could she accept this? Third young master, Fu hurriedly reached out to carry his son over and did not know whether to laugh or cry. All right, don't cry. Go and play with your brother. Think of it this way. Big brother still has to go to the school tomorrow, but you don't have to go. Do you feel better thinking of it this way?" Baby Mo glared at third young master Fu angrily. How dare they build their happiness on top of his pain? "Stop crying. A man bleeds, not tears. Baby Mo knocked Fu Yun's head. If you cry again, I'll change your name to Yu Yu. Why? Because you keep crying. No, I can't have the surname Xia. My father's surname is Fu. Then I'll call you Fu Yu Yu. Fu Yun stopped crying obediently. He felt that the name Big Brother gave him was too ugly. He should just forget about it. Big Brother, is the school fun? I'm telling you, I can guarantee that you won't want to go there again after going there once. Baby Mo raised his chin proudly and strode into the bamboo building with his short legs. Why? Do you think it's like the school in China? There are classes, study rooms, clean windows, and a group of friends? Isn't it? No, Baby Mo said angrily. They say it's a school, but it's just a sign by the road with the words Boy Branch of the Sacred Academy written on it. I sat on the ground with a dozen of my classmates. There was white fog all around us. We couldn't see the people 3 feet away from us. Then what should we do? What else can we do? Let's sit in a circle with the teacher in the middle and listen to his nagging. Teacher taught us how to draw today. Little brother, I'll draw you one later. Baby Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled Fu Yun's hand and entered the house. Big brother, can you draw a stick of candied haws for me? Don't you have candied haws in your inner world? Before they came to the Holy Land, the children were already prepared. They had happily collected a lot of snacks a few days in advance and put them all in their own inner worlds. Little Fu Yun was about to cry. Mother said I can't eat it. Mother said that we came to the sacred region to train, and the first thing we have to train is to starve. Your mother is just scaring you. We are children. The most important thing for children is to grow taller. How can we grow if we don't eat? You've been deceived by little Ann again. Baby Mo analyzed the situation logically. As his #1 fan, Lord Guangguang nodded furiously. That's right. Let's eat. Don't cry. Big brother will treat you to meat. Baby Mo patted Fu Yun's head and pulled out a lunchbox from the star domain. Do you want some cloudflower cake? Fu Yun and Lord Guangguang nodded in unison. Not long after, Stay Up Late came to Arbor to report that the 3 children were happily eating in their room. Everyone didn't find it strange. They only stole glances at their Charles. Arbor said expressionlessly, "Oh, it's already time for dinner. Let's eat." Princess Wushuang's mouth twitched. Chapter 55-56. The next day, Mo Yin happily sent his son away. He took his wife's hand and said with a smile, "Jojo, let's walk around too." "All right," Arbor nodded. Since he planned to open a Jojo's restaurant in the Holy Land, he naturally had to walk around and look at the place. Arbor told Mo Yin about his plan. Mo Yin's phoenix eyes lit up slightly. "Jojo, you can't stand it anymore, can you? You want to lead the people of the Holy Land to become rich?" Lord Jojo looked at his husband expressionlessly. "You're thinking too much." He was sure that he wasn't overthinking things. He knew Xiao very well. She must be thinking, why don't these idiots of the Holy Land even know how to build a house? Or perhaps, the people of the Holy Land actually live such a miserable life. How did they get to where they are today with their cultivation base of the transcendent realm? Trash, 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 a bunch of trash. Lord Jojo's small face did not show any expression. He took a few steps forward and suddenly turned his head to look at his husband suspiciously. "You've been staring at Jojo with strange eyes." Mo Yin's eyes lit up. He quickly floated to his wife's side and raised his hand to pick her up. He smiled and said, "Wife, I know that you're a person with a hard mouth but a soft heart. You must have thought of a good way to rebuild this broken place, right? These people don't have the Holy Spirit in their hands, so they're not willing to build a house to make themselves more comfortable. It's strange. Although some people might have their own storage spiritual artifacts and could go in to catch up on sleep, not everyone had them. Teach a man to fish rather than give him a fish." Lord Jojo snorted and said, "The water, wood, and earth spirit talismans I drew now contain the power of the Holy Spirit. If they use it to build a house, 1 spirit talisman is enough for a single room, and 2 spirit talismans for a double room. If you want to build a small bamboo house like ours, 10 talismans will suffice." Instead of racking his brains to think of ways to steal Jojo's house, he might as well save some money and buy a talisman to make himself. Jojo, you're too good to them, Emolien said with a smile. Son, where did you say you were going to school? It seems to be the two of them walked along the white fog, and suddenly heard a sudden noise. Soon, he saw several figures flying over within 3 feet of him. The person at the front was carrying a boy in his arms and was running towards them. Behind him were dozens of men, each of them moving at lightning speed, pouncing over like arrows. Xiao Mu calmly pulled her husband and flashed back 2 steps. The dozen or so men shouted in unison and threw out a spirit-locking rope, grabbing the person at the front. More than a dozen people swarmed up and pressed the man who was holding the boy to the ground. Hold him down, this is outrageous. Liang rushed over anxiously and shouted in exasperation. Following behind him was a handsome young man. He looked around and frowned. When he looked up, he suddenly saw Mo Lien and her husband. The young man immediately smiled and hurried over to greet them. Your Excellency Mo Lien, Madam Mo, you're here too. Master Dongfang has something to do. You don't have to worry about us. Mo Lien nodded at him calmly. Chapter 55-57. Ah, it's nothing serious. Master Dongfang politely salutes the two of them. A large wave of ascended cultivators came to the sacred region a few days ago, and all of them were powerful cultivators. This matter naturally alarmed the stewards of the sacred region. Master Dongfang and Master Bei Bei are the only 2 stewards left. On the day Mo Lien and the others came, the 2 of them came to visit them together. It was a test and also a friendly relationship. The motto of Mo Lien and the others is that as long as they don't take the initiative to look for trouble, they won't bother. Master Jojo looks at the dozen people pressing the man holding the child to the ground and frowns. What are they doing? Madam, don't worry. We don't want to make things difficult for them. It's just that according to the rules of the sacred region, this Mr. Liang wants to break through the barrier and send his child out. He must be punished. Arbor doesn't know what's going on, so he can only stand aside and watch. The man surnamed Liang has already been caught by the others. A pillar of earth rises from the ground. Liang retracts his palm and roars, "Press it! Hit!" At the same time a whip falls. The man surnamed Liang cries out, "Let me go, let me go! You want to force our family to death. Master Dongfang, do you have any pity or sympathy?" Master Dongfang sighs and shakes his head with a heavy expression. No one can try to open the natural barrier of the sacred region. Everyone who ascends to the sacred region can't go back. You know that. Arbor says in his heart, no wonder the saint-grade summoning talisman I drew may not be able to summon the people of the sacred region one by one. Back then, to be able to attract rotten peach blossoms, what kind of luck did he have? Sob, the man cries out and mutters to himself nervously. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given birth to the child with a hua back then. Child, it's father who harmed you, child. Child, the boy is only 7 or 8 years old. He's so thin that he's just skin and bones. There's no flesh on his small face. His whole body is curled up in the Yang's hand, trembling. Master Dongfang, can I ask you something? Madam, please speak. Dongfang was very polite to Mo Lien and her husband. It couldn't be helped. The strength of this young woman's husband was unfathomable. Even he himself couldn't see through his cultivation. At such a young age, he had already surpassed Master Dongfang's immortal venerable realm cultivation. It was truly hard to describe. Why is this person trying to break the barrier and send the child to the lower realm? I'm ashamed to say this, but it's all because of the lack of resources in the Saint region. This child looked like he hadn't even broken through to the spirit realm. I can't fast for a long time, so I'm so hungry that I'm all skin and bones. Master Dongfang said with a sigh. Arbor blinked. Did he want to escape from prison because of hunger? Who would believe such a thing? The child of a transcendent realm expert could not survive in the holy realm and had to escape prison to make a living. Arbor couldn't help but look up at her husband. Although her husband didn't say anything, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Why was he holding back his laughter? Lord Jojo rolled his eyes and took a step forward. He's been punished. I think he knows that he's in the wrong. Since it's the rules of the holy realm, everyone has to abide by them. However, under the law, there's nothing more than human feelings. This Mr. Liang is also doing this because he loves his son. Master Dongfang nodded. Madam is right. Chapter 55-58. Master Dongfang waved his hand with a solemn expression and had Li Yang bring his men to untie Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang, who was a mystique venerable, cried bitterly and reached out to hug his son. He sobbed, "Master, kill me, Master. Master, please kill me. I really can't take it anymore. I can't bear to watch my son die tragically on the spot." Although Master Dongfang wanted to keep his handsome face straight, he could not hold it in for a long time. His entire body collapsed. Nonsense! Master Dongfang squeezed out these two words after holding it in for a long time. Arbor could not help but ask Jojo's Lotus in a low voice, "Husband, are these people mentally retarded?" Emolien held back the smile on her lips and coughed softly. "Jojo, you have to understand them. I can't understand." Arbor's face was full of astonishment. He also lowered his voice and said, "These people are all transcendents. The lowest is mystique venerable. They're actually living so miserably in such a broken place. How could this be tolerated? But think about it. This place is surrounded by white fog. There's no vegetation around, and sunlight can't penetrate in. They can't grow crops or grow rice. Naturally, there's less and less food to eat day by day. Some people have been in the holy region for decades. Even if there's food in their inner worlds, it should have been eaten by their children long ago." Emolien whispered beside his wife. "It's not difficult for them to abstain from eating for a year and a half when they've reached mystique venerable, but their children can't. No wonder Mr. Liang cried so miserably." Arbor stood there and observed for a long time. He realized that Mr. Liang was like a person with a mental illness. If there was a rope in front of him at this moment, he would definitely go up and commit suicide. He did not look like the high and mighty transcendence in the eyes of the world. Ridiculous. Mr. Liang threw himself beside his master and cried bitterly. In the end, it was Li Yang who could not stand his miserable wails. He took out 2 hard steamed buns from his inner world and threw them to him. It could be considered as charity or a gift. Arbor took a look and felt his mouth go dry. The dried and petrified appearance of the steamed bun was a little scary. To actually be able to chew on such a thing, he could be said to be a ruthless person. Arbor thought for a moment and said, "I have some winter fruits here, you." Mr. Liang jumped in front of Arbor with a whoosh. His eyes were practically shining. Yes, yes, yes. "Young madam, name your price." Arbor said expressionlessly, "I don't need spirit stones or spirit tools. Take a look at what forging materials you have on you." Recently, her family's small cauldron lacked good forging materials to feed it. Although the 9 stars were lit up, the crescent moon in the middle was still dim. It was said that there were not many other things in the Holy Realm, but there were a lot of ores and materials. Presumably, these transcendent realm experts had nothing to do, so they would dig and mine for materials. Xiao Mu's words simply struck a chord with this Mr. Liang. What is the most abundant thing in Mr. Liang's inner world? Refining materials were the most abundant. But what was the use of these things? Firstly, he did not know how to refine weapons, and secondly, it was useless. To be able to exchange materials for food was simply overjoyed for him. Yes, yes, yes. I still have Shin Spirit Jade here. Do you want it, madam? Arbor's eyes lit up. Shin Spirit Jade could be used to feed the holy wood, water, or holy beasts. Naturally, the more the better. Sure, she said calmly. Chapter 55-59. She took out a bag of winter fruits from her inner world. Mr. Liang cried tears of joy and almost knelt down in front of Madame. "Oh, madam, you're my son's reincarnated parent." Emolien's lips twitched, and she hurriedly stopped him. "Don't. We have a son." Mr. Liang wiped his tears and hurriedly poured out a pile of materials from his inner world. Arbor hurriedly stopped him. "It's enough. There's no need for so much. It's a fair deal, and my bag of winter fruits isn't anything expensive. Just give me 5 black-level materials or 1 earth-level material." Mr. Liang was so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. He felt that these materials were useless and the bag of winter fruits that this kind little madam gave him probably weighed 5 kilograms. It was enough for his son to eat for more than half a month. Madam, you've saved my life, and you've given me a new lease on life. Take these, and these. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Arbor looked at him speechlessly. You should keep some for yourself. Tomorrow, I'll open the first pavilion of the Holy Region in the center of the Eastern region. It specializes in selling food and fruits. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. I'm interested. I'm very interested. Mr. Liang nodded and hurriedly said, Madam, you don't know, but the barrier of the Holy Region is very powerful. Once you enter, you can't leave. Do you have a lot of food? You have to think about the future. Mr. Liang glanced at Jojo. But he couldn't tell what realm he was at. He looked at Mo Lien and couldn't see through her. Both of them were probably at a higher realm than him. Judging from their age, they looked to be in their early 20s. Presumably, they were talented and intelligent people. Now that they had ascended to the Holy Region, the young couple was still insensible. They were squandering the food resources in their inner world now, and didn't know how miserable they would be in the future. As an experienced person, Mr. Liang felt that he should give this young couple some advice. Madam, you have to hold back. You can't sell all the food. In the Holy Region, those materials are worthless. The most expensive thing is the ingredients. I'm afraid you two don't know. It was 30 years ago when I ascended to the Saint Domain. Mr. Liang said affectionately. He lifted his chin slightly, and the corners of his eyes were a little moist. At that time, I was so high-spirited and wanted to make a big career out of it. Master Dongfang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Were there so many drama queens in the Eastern region? Unfortunately, the sacred region is shrouded in fog all year round, and no sunlight can be seen. My wife and I fell in love with each other vigorously. I thought that it would add color to our monotonous life. Who knows, I only know what it means to be miserable after I have a baby. Mr. Liang couldn't help but cry when he spoke of his misery. Madame Mo said expressionlessly, She's already given birth, you can't put it back. That's right. Mr. Liang nodded. All these years, I've been filled with regret. The child can't be sent out of the sacred region, and his aptitude is not good enough. He's already 8 years old, but he still hasn't broken through to the spirit realm and hasn't been able to eat. He's so skinny and sallow from hunger. As his father, I feel bitter just looking at him. Young madam, as someone who has been through this before, I still want to give you some advice. If you can keep some food. In the future, even if you and your wife don't need it, your child will. Chapter 5560. Madame Mo really wanted to tell this fellow in front of her that her child didn't need it either. As someone who had half a foot in the transcendent realm, her child really had no problem not eating for a year and a half. But looking at this transcendent realm cultivator's miserable appearance, Madame Mo still chose to remain silent. It was better not to attack others anymore. Her husband had once said a few years ago that she must not tell others about refining countless pills in one night to avoid being beaten to death. This was called flaunting one's wealth. Flaunting one's wealth really shouldn't be done. Actually, you can eat fasting pills. Mr. Liang slapped his thigh. Yes, but fasting pills will decrease the more you eat them. Now a fasting pill is sold at a sky-high price. After all, this place was barren, so it was impossible to harvest raw materials. The fasting pills in everyone's hands were all brought up from the lower realm, so they naturally had fewer pills. Even if there were heaven-grade alchemists in the Holy Region, they couldn't cook without rice. It wasn't like he could make pills out of thin air, right? Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. Do you want them? Mo Lien. Master Dongfang hurriedly walked forward and looked at the little stoic with shining eyes. Madame Mo, if you have extra fasting pills, can you give a few to me? I'm willing to use 10 black-grade forging materials to exchange for 3 fasting pills. Sure. Arbor nodded. Mr. Liang was excited. I'll use 30 to exchange for 9 pills. Okay. Arbor thought for a moment and still had Chio pick out 12 fasting pills from the basket and put them in a box. He took them out and handed them to the two of them. You can divide them yourselves. Master Dongfang accepted 3 pills with a smile and handed the remaining box to Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang looked embarrassed and whispered while holding the box, "Little madam, do you want to keep some for yourself?" Arbor thought to himself, "I should have taken out the whole basket of fasting pills for them to see just now. Then they wouldn't be so embarrassed. These fasting pills were all made by my son for fun. None of them had any use for these fasting pills, so they were just sitting around and looking at them." After bidding farewell to Master Dongfang and the others, Arbor tilted his head and looked at Emolien. "Why don't we stop selling cooked food and just sell some ingredients and fruits? He could even sell fasting pills. I really didn't expect this." The corners of Emolien's eyes twitched. Half a year ago, his son became obsessed with alchemy. Every day, he squatted beside the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron and refined this and that. Every time he refined a large number of pills, they were all useless. What fasting pills, detoxification pills, etc. Her son had refined too many of these things and threw them all into baskets. Baskets after baskets were thrown into the storehouse. Alas! Arbor let out a long sigh and said regretfully, "I didn't realize we were so rich before. Now that we're here, the contrast between us and these starving people is too stark." Emolien mumbled softly, "It's always been distinct. It was just that the people of the 3 states had never been so miserable. Their misery had been greatly magnified here, as well as Jojo's wealth. I hope I can feed the small cauldron until it is completely bright." In this way, the refining speed of the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron, as well as the quality of the pills and the success rate, would definitely increase. Master Jojo's little abacus rang loudly in his heart. He couldn't help but smile. The holy region was indeed a good place. Jojo was starting to like this place. What should he do? Since there were so many materials here, Jojo had to send people to mine them. He heard that the spirit stone mines here were like cabbages. Chapter 5561. Only when a holy stone mine was mined would it attract many cultivators to fight over it. After all, it was closely related to one's cultivation level. No one would not care. The 2 followed the white fog and walked forward hand in hand for a while. Emolien smiled and said, "I see the sign." The wooden sign of the boy branch of the Sacred Academy was floating up and down in the thick fog. There didn't seem to be anyone in front. The couple wanted to see their son on the way, but after walking 1 round, they didn't see a single student. A middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared in the thick fog beside them. Seeing the 2 of them, he was obviously stunned. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "You are? Oh, we came to see how the children of the boy branch are doing in school." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Today, the boy branch ended school early. The 2 of you must be here to look for your children. I'm afraid you've already gone back." Xiao Mu blinked her eyes, and a bad premonition instantly surfaced in her heart. She felt that her son seemed to be up to no good again. "Your teacher? My surname is Wang." "Teacher Wang." Teacher Wang waved his hand and said, "I'm a teacher of the youth branch. Today, I'm here to replace Teacher Zhang of the boy branch to go to a student surnamed Mo's house to understand the situation." Emolien's mouth twitched, and she silently glanced at her wife. Xiao Mu hastily asked, "Did something very serious happen?" Teacher Wang of the youth branch smiled bitterly and said, "The 2 of you are here to look for your children, so I might as well be frank. Today, that student surnamed Mo led a group of students to play truant. Emolien, both of your children should have gone with them. If you want to find your children, you have to find that student surnamed Mo first. By the way, what's the name of your children?" "Mo Xiao," Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. "Teacher, after talking for so long, the 2 of you are the parents of that student surnamed Mo who led the mischievous students." Teacher Wang was furious. "Young master, madam, do you know? Today, not only did your child bring a group of children to roast sweet potatoes during her free time, but she also brought a group of children to roast sweet potatoes. She even skipped school with all the children." Emolien coughed and hurriedly said, "I didn't know before, but now I know. Don't worry, teacher. When we go back, we will definitely discipline that child good." Jojo remained expressionless. The child is hungry. These words made the couple blush a little. Their child had already abstained from eating. However, according to Jojo's tradition, 3 meals a day were unavoidable. I'm indeed hungry. Sigh. I know that the conditions in the Seika region are tough. The children have also suffered, but if they don't study hard now and become illiterate, they will only suffer more in the future. Oh, by the way, I heard from Teacher Zhang that your child is extraordinarily intelligent and has a keen aptitude. He is indeed very intelligent, but he can't lead a group of students to skip class. Yin nodded repeatedly. Teacher, you're right. I'll teach him a lesson later. Then, do you know where your child will go? I do. Arbor nodded, and 3 reveal talismans instantly shot out from his fingertips. The air in front of them distorted slightly, and they stirred up like water ripples. Soon, the dozen or so children who were roasting sweet potatoes in a circle appeared in the invisibility talisman array. Baby Mo was holding a sweet potato in his hand, and he exchanged a look with his stoic mother. Chapter 5562. Our dear baby Mo floated all the way back by himself, and he even floated away like a thief. As soon as he reached the court's entrance, he wailed bitterly and looked for his foster father. Duan Yu had just walked out of the room when he saw a child rapidly plummeting from midair and leaping into his arms with a whoosh. Foster father, save me. This little imp wailed prettily and wailed loudly on all fours. What happened? Duan Yu quickly hugged him. Baby Mo scrunched up his miserable little face and whined while sobbing. Mommy and Daddy beat me. They beat me all the way back home. They're especially fierce. Foster father, little Furball's heart is very bitter. Duan Yu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Barely suppressing the smile on his lips, Duan Yu hugged him straight. Little Furball, what did you do this time? Baby Mo scrunched up his small face and pitifully said, Little Furball treated my classmates to sweet potatoes. Treating your classmates to sweet potatoes is a good thing. Why would Mommy punish you? I used an invisibility talisman matrix. Our dear baby, Mo, quietly muttered. Teacher Zhang was so anxious that he searched everywhere for us. So you're being naughty again, right? Duan Yu poked his forehead lightly. Meanwhile, the stoic Xiao approached Bamboo Garden with her small paws behind her back and hollered, Mo, Xiao, come down. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Our dear baby, Mo, timidly climbed down from his foster father's body and pitifully shrunk to the side with his small paws. Arbor angrily demanded with a frosty expression, Do you admit your wrongs? Baby Mo sobbed on the side, while Sir Guangguang wiped his tears with him. Do you think it's very fun to tease the teacher? Arbor angrily retorted. It's fine if you're naughty, but you brought a group of children to fool around with you. Tell me, are you wrong or not? Jojo, Lien meekly called out. Shut up. Mr. Jojo interrupted angrily. Poor Mr. Mo quickly shut his mouth and did not dare to make sound. After sending her son a helpless look, Lien quietly moved to Duan Yu's side, and the two of them secretly exchanged a look. The clueless Duan Yu, what's going on? Lien. Oh no. Our son has really offended his mother this time. Usually, your grandparents spoiled you, and your uncles and aunts all let you do whatever you want. I've spoiled you to the heavens. You don't even know the simple principle of respecting your teacher. Do you still think it's right? Arbor reprimanded harshly. There was complete silence all around. Everyone in school calls you Big Brother leader. How awe-inspiring. Who are you leading? What Big Brother? If the parents of those children can't find their children today, what will you do? Are talisman matrices for you to use blindly like this? Supremacy Peach Blossom and Holy Sun Mi Yin, who had heard the news, glanced suspiciously at Duan Yu and Lien. Lien secretly waved her hand at them, meaning not to poke the hornet's nest. Jojo was currently in a fit of anger, so whoever tried to persuade him would be unlucky. Whoever went up would be looking for a beating. Our dear baby Mo was a bit scared out of his wits when he saw his mother harshly reprimanding him like this for the first time. After staring blankly for a long time, he saw that his mother had finished lecturing him and angrily turned to enter the room, slamming the door with a bang. The child started bawling and aggrievedly turned his small head to look in his daddy's direction. Chapter 5563. How would Yin dare to oppose his wife just now? If he dared to speak up for his son, he would definitely be bombarded by his wife's verbal barrage. She might even dig up the matter of him spoiling his brother-in-law back then and give him another scolding. When he saw his son looking at him with teary eyes, his heart instantly softened, and he hastily walked up to pick up the sobbing little fella. Oh you, why are you so naughty? You caught your mother red-handed. Ma Shurchan was exasperated. Daddy, what do we do now? Baby Mo asked while sobbing. His pair of phoenix eyes were wide open as he stared at his father. Mommy is ignoring me. Baby Mo wailed pitifully. Does Mommy not want little fur ball anymore? How could that be? Mo Yin quickly consoled. Mommy is only angry at you for being naughty. If you obediently and sensibly apologize to Mommy, then Mommy will definitely forgive you. Baby Mo blinked his watery eyes and nodded repeatedly. I'll go apologize right now. The little fella pressed a hand to his chest and cried bitterly. Godfather, whenever Little Furball thinks about how Mommy will ignore Little Furball in the future, Little Furball's heart hurts so much. Duan Yu and the others couldn't resist twitching their mouths. They were originally quite worried, but when they saw this clown, they couldn't help laughing in exasperation. Do you want Daddy to go in with you to admit your mistake? It was hard being a father. Fathers had to take the blame for their son's mistakes. Baby Mo shook his head solemnly. Forget it. Your son will bear the consequences of his own actions. I'll go by myself. You all stay here and don't move. Duan Yu's mouth twitched. This child was quite loyal. Everyone was both amused and annoyed as they watched him stride forward with his short legs. With a heroic look on his face, he ran to the second floor of the small bamboo building and knocked on Jojo's door. Baby Mo peeked his head out uneasily and peeked inside the room. At that time, Sir Jojo was leaning against a brocade couch and absent-mindedly flipping through a book. He was thinking, was I too strict with my son just now? Xiao Tawanzi was still young and was at the age where she was naughty and playful. Thinking about her when she was 7 or 8 years old, she was also so mischievous. She even went around beating people with a ruler. How should he explain this, mother? Mo Bao's childish voice called out, and he ran in with his short legs. He knelt down in front of Jojo, giving her a fright. The little guy raised a ferrule over his head with both hands, blinked his eyes, and said with a serious face, Mother, beat your son. Don't be angry after beating up your son. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but his little face was still tense. Get up. She reached out and picked him up, saying indifferently, Don't kneel here and there for no reason. Baby Mo said in a childish voice, Isn't it natural to kneel to the heavens, to kneel to the earth, and to kneel to our parents and teachers? Mother, you don't have to feel embarrassed. I'll give you the ruler. Hit him hard. Arbor was so infuriated that she laughed. She lifted him to her face and smacked his butt. Who feels embarrassed? Baby Mo took advantage of the situation to roll into his mother's arms and hugged his mother and rubbed against her. Mother, Xiao Tawanzi knows his mistake. I won't dare to do it again in the future. How about this? If Mother still feels angry, I'll call Daddy in and let Mother beat him up. How about that? You really are a filial son. Arbor couldn't help but laugh in anger. Chapter 5564. Your father cheated your grandfather, and you cheated your father. This may be the Mo family's tradition. Sir Jojo rubbed his son's soft head and said faintly. The boy's eyes lit up. Mother, you're not angry anymore? Don't do it again. The boy nodded repeatedly. How would he dare to do it again? Who knew that joking with the teacher would provoke his mother's anger? The boy would never dare to do it again. Mother, a classmate fainted from hunger while studying. Arbor was silent. That's why I brought everyone to roast sweet potatoes. The students all say that the sweet potatoes I roast are fragrant and sweet. Everyone loves to eat them. But you can't fool the teacher. Make an invisibility talisman array and make it easy for people to find you. Arbor placed her son in front of her and held his little hand. If the boy suddenly disappears, Don't you think mother and father will be worried? Yes. So, put yourself in their shoes. If the parents of your classmates find out that their children have mysteriously disappeared, won't they be worried? The boy blinked and nodded repeatedly. Mother, I'm wrong. So before we do anything, we have to think carefully and maturely before we decide to take the next step. Mother knows that Xiao Tuanzi actually knows everything and has learned everything. You've learned everything the teacher taught. Arbor reached out and rubbed her son's head. Mother just hopes that our family's little dumpling can go to school to meet new friends. Grow up happily like an ordinary child, and don't come into contact with the troublesome matters of imperial power too quickly. The boy nodded and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then I'll invite my classmates to eat at our house next time. Is that okay? Of course. Xiao Mu smiled faintly. Xiao Tuanzi's eyes immediately brightened a bit, and he shouted, Mother is smiling. Father, mother is smiling. The little dumpling loved his mother the most. I love to see mother smile. Emolian paced outside for a while and finally couldn't help but push the door open and run in. He saw his wife sitting there with the child in her arms. Her eyes were crescent-shaped. She suddenly felt that her son's head was bright and shiny. She really wanted to throw this child out. Father Imo resisted the urge to abandon his child and quickly walked forward. He pulled his wife into his arms and said, Wife, let me make it clear first. You can't vent your anger on me when you're angry with our son. Also, my son is my son, and I am me. A son's stupidity could be taught slowly. I'm a flower, and I need to be nourished. As he spoke, he took out a pot of black lotus from his inner world and showed it to Jojo. Jojo, look at the pot of flowers you gave me. It's grown so well. Arbor reached out and hit him on the head. He couldn't help but smile. Baby Mo's eyes widened as he cried out angrily, Daddy is shameless. Emolian increasingly felt that this child was truly too much of an eyesore by staying here at a time like this. Go play with your uncles. Emolian carried the child to the door. Baby Emo clung to his arm and shook his head repeatedly. No, I won't. I want to be together with Mother. Mother. Imperial grandmother. Imperial father wants to throw the boy away. Emolian said expressionlessly, Your imperial grandmother is far away in the divine continent. Arbor got up and ran over. He took the child from Emolian's arms and glared at him. Chapter 55-65. Since his wife was glaring at him, Emolian had no choice but to turn around and glare at his son. Baby Emo refused to let go of Arbor and kept rubbing against her neck, calling out cutely, Mommy, Daddy is naughty. Emolian smiled faintly. Do you want to be beaten? This child was so annoying. Emolian carried the child over and placed him on the table at the side, then picked up his beloved wife. Jojo, why did you hit me just now? Take a look at this pot of lotus you gave me. Is it well taken care of? Arbor wanted to laugh, but she suppressed it and nodded seriously. It's pretty good. Of course it's great. I've been taking good care of it. Emolian smiled and leaned closer to her, whispering, You're not angry anymore? Mommy is definitely not angry anymore. Mommy loves Little Furball the most. How can Mommy keep being angry at Little Furball? Baby Emo huffed and spun around Emolian's legs. He wanted to climb up, but his father didn't like him. How infuriating. Wife, he's annoying. Arbor retorted exasperatedly. You're the one who's annoying. Baby Mo's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he nodded repeatedly. Right. You're the annoying one. Don't always come and disturb me and Mommy in our two-person world. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked you to come and see Mommy's smiling face. Emolian's mouth twitched. Xiao Mu couldn't resist snickering before bursting into laughter. Father and son looked at her with smiles on their faces. Emolian smiled and said, How about we put the first tower of the Holy Region aside for now? I think our son needs a school where he can squat. To prevent today's incident from happening again, it wasn't easy for him to send his son to school, so he wouldn't have to disturb the couple during the day. Could he still make him roll back here? Impossible. Hearing this, Baby Emo laid down beside the two of them and looked up to ask, Mother, are you going to build a school for us? Arbor thought for a moment and nodded. Consider it a good deed. We'll build the Boy Branch Academy. When the time comes, you can come and help." "Yay!" Baby Imo nodded happily. The next day, the family of 3 went to the Sacred Academy and explained the situation to the dean. The dean was naturally overjoyed and nodded repeatedly to express his welcome. The 2-story bamboo house that Jojo and the others lived in was now famous in the sacred region. There was no other reason. This was the first house ever built in the sacred region. Moreover, inside the house, the thick fog was isolated outside, so people could see more clearly. Such good news had suddenly descended upon the Academy of Holy Light. The dean was extremely excited. However, Arbor also said that they were only building the Boy Branch Academy for free. As for the Academy's juvenile and youth academies that needed to be built, the Academy would have to pay for them. The dean expressed his understanding. As long as the bamboo building could be built, it would be a great thing. The dean wasn't someone who didn't understand the ways of the world. He naturally knew that the other party was only building the Boy Branch Academy for free to give his son a better learning environment. Originally, everyone had thought that building the Boy Branch Academy would take at least 4 to 5 days. However, Jojo and the others had a lot of people and were very fast. In less than half a day, the construction of the Boy Branch Academy was completed. This really caused a stir in the sacred region. The Shioja that came after hearing the news curiously surrounded the Boy Branch Academy. Chapter 5566. The meddlesome cultivators secretly asked around and found out that Arbor had actually helped Sacred Institute build a boy branch for free. They couldn't help but feel envious. After decades of living in desolation, suddenly seeing a house made his heart itch unbearably. Everyone rushed forward to ask about the house. There were even more meddlesome cultivators who looked at Arbor in confusion, secretly asking, "Why does this madam's inner world seem to have an endless supply of bamboo? This madam seems to be a great talisman master." A middle-aged cultivator lowered his voice and said. Everyone was enlightened when they heard this. It turned out that these bamboo were brought up using storage talismans. But if they had many storage talismans, they would definitely bring more food, drinks, and daily necessities, right? This madam was really a weirdo, bringing so much bamboo in her storage talisman. Could it be that she knew before ascending that there were no houses to live in the sacred region? Just now, this madam said that the sacred region's first tower will be opened in the center of the eastern region tomorrow. If we are interested, we can go take a look. I heard that they will sell bamboo and jade talismans. Oh, right, they also said that they will sell ingredients. When everyone heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Sell ingredients? This madam was sure she wanted to sell ingredients. Ingredients were very precious in the sacred region. The more one ate, the less one had. The sacred region was vast and sparsely populated, but in the entire eastern region, there were at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators. In all these years, although there were only a few tens of thousands of people who ascended to the sacred region, in addition to cultivation, they had given birth to many children. The eastern region now had the largest population in the sacred region. If all the cultivators in the eastern region heard the news and came to the sacred region's first tower to buy ingredients, the middle-aged cultivator who spoke couldn't help but shudder. The sacred region's first tower would collapse, right? Moreover, how many ingredients could they have and how many days could they sell them? 1 day, or 2 days, or 3 days? What a joke. A sarcastic laugh came from the crowd. The one who spoke was a female cultivator. She was thin like a bamboo pole, with corn-like eyes and an upturned nose. Her appearance was somewhat frightening. Arbor glanced at her, but didn't say anything. The dean personally sent everyone out of the boy branch and made an appointment with her to go to Sanctuary Number 1 tomorrow afternoon to look at the price of the materials. Lady May, lower your voice. The surrounding Shioja didn't want to offend Arbor's group. The female cultivator, however, was not the least bit afraid of Arbor and the others. She continued to mock them. What? Did I say something wrong? Anyone with a brain would know. This kind of boring consumption is meaningless. What are you showing off for? So what if this woman was an extremely rare grand talisman master in the saint level? It was common knowledge that talisman masters consumed a lot of time and energy to draw talismans. Since she was a great talisman master, she would naturally draw offensive and defensive talismans. Could it be that he could draw 1 or 2 storage talismans a day and gather a few hundred storage talismans to store things? Even if this talisman master had a few hundred storage talismans on him, how big could the storage talisman be? How long would she be able to supply the bamboo materials for? He was simply trying to please the crowd with claptrap. He deliberately came to attract the attention of the crowd to satisfy his vanity. Stoic-faced mother, there's someone staring at us. Guangwang Darren suddenly shouted. Ignore him. She was going to the center of the eastern region to build the sacred region's first tower. Proper business was more important, so she didn't have time to bother with miscellaneous people. Chapter 55-67. The female cultivator called Lady May saw that the people from Arbor were ignoring her, and she couldn't help but get angry. However, seeing that they had already left quickly, she knew that she would only be asking for trouble if she chased after them. Thus, she could only turn around awkwardly. She wanted to see what these newly ascended people could do to the holy region. The holy region had been covered in white fog for hundreds and thousands of years. No one had ever said that they wanted to reform the holy region and build houses. Once these people arrived, they started causing trouble all day long. No one knew what they wanted to do. Master Dongfang seemed to be very respectful towards them. No one knew where these people came from. However, no matter where they came from, so what if you could break through the sky in the lower realm? Once you reached the holy region, you were like a blank piece of paper. Wouldn't you have to start all over again? Lady May, a gloomy and miserable voice, made her stop in her tracks. Lady May turned around and saw an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair. She couldn't help but smile. Aunt Zhao, have you come out of seclusion? Yes. The old woman walked forward slowly with her walking stick. She sized her up. Why haven't you improved your realm in 10 years? Don't mention it, Lady May said with disappointment. 10 years is like a day. I'm stuck at the mystique venerable realm. I can't even take a small step forward. Maybe my talent isn't good enough. The old woman sighed. All right, I saw that you looked gloomy just now. Did something happen? Lady May looked at the old woman in front of her, and her eyes lit up. She quickly walked forward and whispered something to the old woman. The old woman's eyes lit up. Oh, there's such a thing? Aunt Zhao. Lady May covered her mouth and laughed. She approached the old woman with a flirtatious expression. Among the group of people who recently ascended to the holy region, I saw a few good-looking boys. They're the most suitable for Aunt Zhao. The old woman's cloudy eyes lit up. She suddenly grabbed Lady May's hand. Where do you think they're staying? Lady May's lips curled up into a sinister smile. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Just now, they dared to ignore me. I'll teach them a lesson tonight. Aunt Zhao was someone who was about to step into the hierarch realm. Aunt Zhao's methods were not something a mystique venerable rank junior like her could compare to. He had so many resources, yet he didn't know how to keep a low profile. Instead, he flaunted his wealth everywhere. That was courting death. Today, it was only Aunt Zhao who was looking for trouble with them. Tomorrow, it might even be Aunt Li or Aunt Zhang. Auntie Zhao loved to torture those young and beautiful men the most. Oh, right, if that arrogant stoic face dared to resist, who knew what cruel methods Annie would use to punish her? When Lady May thought of this, she laughed happily. Not long after, a few inconspicuous little butterflies flew out from the crowd. He flapped his wings and happily returned to Arbor's side. Arbor stood to the side, watching stay up late, and the others quickly build the first sacred building. He stretches out his finger to let the little butterflies fall into his hand. After receiving the message they sent, his eyes are so cold that they almost fall into ice shards. How long has it been? It had been a long time since someone dared to face his anger. Ever since the 3 states and the 4 seas were peaceful, no idiot dared to find trouble with the Empress of the Divine Lands. Today they came. She wanted her to think about how she could repay them for their blindness. Chapter 55-68. All right, let her set up a Death 9 Palaces grid formation for them, so that they could properly experience Sir Jojo's gratitude before they died. Jojo, Emolien flashed to his wife's side and hugged her in high spirits. Should we hang up the plaque now? It was only when he looked down that he realized his wifey's displeasure was written all over her face. What's wrong? Which idiot dared to anger his wifey? Nothing. Arbor shook his head. Bring the little dumplings and the rest to the star domain to sleep tonight. Emolien blinked. What's wrong? I want to deal with 2 people. Emolien exclaimed softly, putting on a good show. We've only been here for a few days, and someone in the holy domain is already so blind as to target Jojo. They're targeting your face, Arbor said expressionlessly. Emolien instantly hugged his wifey and suppressed his shock. Jojo, hubby is scared. Arbor, why did it feel like this guy was getting more shameless with each passing year? Wifey, you have to protect hubby well. You can't let hubby be bullied. Arbor nodded. Roll inside with Duan Yu and the rest tonight. Don't obstruct Jojo. Jojo is going to set up a Death 9 Palaces array. Anyone who steps in my array will die. Emolien twitched his mouth and revealed an expectant expression. Wifey, hubby can't stay by your side and watch. Arbor replied emotionlessly, no. Emolien, heartless. His darling was too heartless. What are you talking about? The house is finished. Come take a look. Yechen's figure flashed and floated in front of the 2. What's wrong? Jojo's expression is so serious. Jojo wants us all to return to the star domain tonight. Why? For the past few nights, because they had to put on an act. They had spent most of their nights in the bamboo house. Just as Emolien was about to speak, she saw stoic Jojo glancing at them resentfully. He heaved a long sigh and lamented endlessly, "It's really so difficult to protect all of you." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at each other in confusion. She took out dozens of thin, hand-sewn booklets from her sleeves. He-chun and Emolien both had a bad feeling, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Xiao Mu shuffled around and handed out pamphlets to everyone present. She raised her voice and shouted, "Copy, 50 times per person. Leave it to me tomorrow morning." Holy Sun Me, Yin lowered his head and looked at the booklet in confusion. For a moment, he didn't know which direction was which. What did he do wrong? How did he offend Stoic Xiao? Why did he want him to copy quotes the moment he arrived? Last time, when he saw a rotten peach blossom copying quotes, he even mocked her. Was it his turn today? Feng Changqing and his brother, who were watching a good show and mocking Emolien, Duan Yu, and He Chun, were startled by the booklets Arbor handed out to them. They looked at him dumbfoundedly and asked in unison, "We also have to copy?" What did they do? Didn't they not do anything? They didn't violate the quotes. Arbor turned around and heaved a long sigh at the sky. You're all so worrisome. It was too difficult for her. She had to make them copy quotes from time to time to regain Jojo's spirit. Everyone, it was still our dear Duan Yu who meekly said, "Jojo, I can memorize everything. If I memorize it, I won't copy anymore, right?" Uffed. Princess Wushuang couldn't hold it in and instantly burst into laughter. Chapter 55-69. Heavens, Sangzhou's emperor's pitiful expression was exceptionally hilarious. Emolien quickly nodded when he heard this. Right, I copied more than Duan Yu. I can even recite it backwards by now. Qiao. Let's have Feng Zhangqing, Feng Zhangfei, Little Tai Sui, and Duan Muqing, who have never copied before, copy. Princess Wushuang laughed even more merrily. What do you mean recite backwards? Didn't eldest brother find himself comical when he said that? Little Tai Sui glared at Emolien, his face flushed red. The great Little Tai Sui, was actually being forced by this stoic little girl to copy some bullshit quotations? If news of this spread in the pugilistic world, he would definitely become a laughingstock. The 2 brothers, Feng Zhangqing and Feng Zhangfei, were also glaring at Emolien. Duan Yu and Venerable Peach Blossom Divinity nodded repeatedly, expressing their full support for Emolien. However, Jojo was very heartless and rejected Emolien's suggestion with a single no before turning around and leaving them with the back of his head. Hang up the plaque tomorrow. It's getting late. so you guys should go back early and pack up. Scram. Jojo would be left to guard the array's core alone and deal with those two disgusting people. Since it was an eyesore, then let Jojo be the eyesore alone. Everyone sullenly took a small booklet and copied it when they went back. Before leaving, they all resentfully sent Emolien a look that said, "Figure it out yourself." Emolien was the one who was sullen. His wife was stirring up trouble. It was fine if she didn't bring him along for such a joyous occasion tonight, but she actually made him obediently stay in the star domain to copy quotations. Heartless Jojo. After returning to the bamboo house, stoic Jojo dismissed everyone who obediently left and started setting up the array. A time delay array was set up outside. A 9 palaces fancy death array was set up inside. After Arbor finished setting up everything, he clapped his hands and sat in the bamboo house's main hall, waiting for those 2 idiots to arrive. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhao and Aunt May were not the only ones who came. Lady May was surprised, but also not surprised. She looked at the few familiar cultivators and nodded with a smile. She cupped her hands and said, "Since everyone has similar goals, why don't we go together?" An old man with 3 cheekbones squinted his cold eyes and said, "Oh, how are we going to distribute the resources we have obtained?" Aunt Zhao leaned on her walking stick and raised her chin arrogantly. She coldly glanced at the old man who spoke. "Chun Zhoming, don't put on airs in front of this old woman. When I ascended to the sacred region, you were still picking up potatoes to eat." The old man was provoked by her disdainful tone, and his eyes turned cold. However, the old woman's cultivation base was almost at the ultimate god realm. They were no match for her, even if they worked together. But this time, if he couldn't get a share of the pie, how could he be satisfied? The inner worlds of these people must be very valuable. How about this? Those handsome young men will all belong to Granny. We only need 20% of the resources. What do you think? This Chun Zhoming seemed to be a tactful person. He was also very familiar with Aunt Zhao's preferences. Aunt Zhao heard this and didn't even move her eyebrows. She was as steady as a mountain. She sneered. "Why should I bring you along for something that I can do alone?" Chun Zhoming's anger accumulated. "Aunt Zhao, if this matter gets out of hand, no one will be able to live with it, right? After all, Master Dongfang, you had explicitly prohibited the act of stealing resources in private." The old woman sneered. She seemed to have considered Master Dongfang Yu's words. She nodded and said, "All right then, but when it's time to act, don't drag me down." Chapter 5570. Lady May laughed coldly in her heart. "Stoic face, I'll let you show off. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. Before you're strong enough, don't show off your wealth. House? Haha, this is such a good bamboo house. Lady May, will accept it." The group of people jumped into the bamboo garden casually. They weren't worried about making any noise and being discovered by Arbor. So what if they were discovered? With such a huge difference in strength, even if they were here to rob, the other party couldn't do anything about it. They could only obediently submit and hand over everything. Lady Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. After she led the group into the bamboo garden, she ordered casually, "Lady May, if anyone dares to disobey, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Kill a few disobedient ones first." "You start first," the old woman said with a gloomy face. "HM, did you hear me? What's wrong with Lady May? She followed behind and listened to me, but didn't say anything. How dare she?" Lady Zhao turned her head, and her pupils constricted. She saw an empty space behind her. Not far away, there was still the small bamboo garden door, but Lady May, Chun Zhoming, and the others had disappeared. In just a few breaths' time, she had been leading the group in front. How could Chun Zhoming, Lady May, and the others suddenly disappear? She quickly activated her defensive spirit artifact and looked around cautiously. Her old face was slightly distorted. "Who's there?" Lady Zhao shouted. However, the only response she got was the gentle wind that quietly blew by. The bamboo garden was completely silent. There was no one behind her. In front of her was a small 2-story bamboo house. It wasn't too far away. Aunt Zhao shuddered inexplicably and wiped off her cold sweat. She jumped forward with a whoosh and rushed in the direction of the row of bamboo buildings. However, she quickly realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, with her current speed, she should be able to reach the small bamboo house in a few breaths' time. However, she felt that she had run a distance of 4 to 5 miles. The small bamboo house was still a small bamboo house. It stood quietly in front of her, but it was still a distance away from her. Lady Zhao knew that something was wrong. She was careless and fell into the enemy's trap. It looked like the other party was prepared and had set up some kind of subtle formation in the courtyard, causing her to be trapped in it. As for Lady Mei, Chun Zhongming, and the others, they were definitely in the same situation as her. They were all trapped in the bamboo garden's array formation. Huh, one arrogant girl. He actually dared to use a formation to assassinate them. Did he think that a small array would be able to trap her? Those from the lower realm were from the lower realm. They had no common sense at all. How could a broken formation trap a cultivator who was about to step into the hierarch realm? Aunt Zhao waved her sleeves, and a ball of saint power shot out in all directions. Hearing the buzzing sound of vibrations everywhere, Aunt Zhao smiled coldly and continued to fly forward. Balls of saint energy were constantly being released from his hands, and they were constantly being blasted in all directions. A quarter of an hour later, she stopped, panting slightly. With an unsightly expression, she looked at the bamboo building, which was still some distance away. Why couldn't he use his saint energy to break through this damned formation? Aunt Zhao's eyes were filled with horror. What kind of broken formation was this? She didn't give up. This time, she retreated straight back. She planned to leave this damned bamboo garden first and set a fire outside to burn down this bamboo garden first. Balls of saint energy were constantly being used up. Drops of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Aunt Zhao's face. Chapter 55-71. After another 15 minutes, Aunt Zhao stared at the small door of the bamboo garden that was so close yet so far away. Damn it! She couldn't retreat now. She seemed to be really trapped in this broken array. No. She couldn't be too nervous. Aunt Zhao took a deep breath and suddenly raised her arm. A long black staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She raised the staff and waved it in the air. Boom! A rebounding force caused her palms to feel slightly numb. Aunt Zhao took a few steps back in horror, and her face immediately turned pale. Bastard, do you dare to come out and fight? Aunt Zhao couldn't take it anymore and scolded. Under such circumstances, the only way to break this damned, unknown formation was to get the person who set up the formation out and kill him in one strike. At the same time, Lady Mei, who was in a similar predicament, was in a much worse state than Aunt Zhao. Lady Mei's cultivation level was much lower than Aunt Zhao's. Because of the continuous use of her holy power was almost depleted. She panted heavily, her eyes darting back and forth in fear as she cursed. Come out! Come out! Come out! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds and thousands of vines drilled out of the invisible air, piercing straight into her body. The thick vines made Lady Mei look like a clown. She jumped up and down and dodged left and right. Her face was filled with hatred and anger. Her lips were pale. Facial paralysis. I know it's you. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. You set up an array in the garden to trap us. You wretched villain. If you dare to cause my death here today, my master will not let you off. Lady Mei was shocked and panicked as she yelled out. My master is the silver envoy of the holy region. Do you dare to kill me? Do you know what the consequences are if you kill me? Boom! What responded to her was a huge, thick vine that ruthlessly slammed into her chest. Lady Mei was already at the end of her rope. After the last hit, her chest almost caved in. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She was flung backward and crashed heavily into the ground where the roots and vines intertwined. This time, she was in great pain. His entire body was riddled with holes by the iron thorns on the vines, and his body was hanging on the 2 vines, unable to be pulled out for a while. Lady Mei was shocked and scared. Her eyes were red as she looked around and screamed, How dare you? Junior, how dare you? If you dare to kill me, my master will not let you go. Come out if you dare. Come out, you cowardly tortoise. You don't dare to see me? A vine that was as thick as an arm slammed into her face. The sharp pain in her cheeks woke her up, and she immediately screamed. Let me go, Madame Imo. Madame Imo, I beg you, please let me go. In the future, I won't dare to come to your bamboo house to make trouble. I won't dare to. You're a magnanimous person. Forgive me for thinking wrongly. I beg you, please let me go. I, Lady May, will definitely repay your kindness in my next life. A cold figure suddenly appeared in the air. Lady May raised her head and looked at her. She froze and couldn't control the anger in her eyes. It was this facial paralysis. Damn woman, she dared to set up an array to harm people. Let's see how I'll kill her. I'll make sure she dies a horrible death. Chapter 5572. Xiao Mu gazed coldly at her ugly face that was contorted in pain and indifferently spat out. So ugly. Lady May almost fainted from anger. She hated it when people called her ugly to her face. Although she wasn't beautiful, she was quite powerful. She had been in the Holy Region for so many years and was respected by the Silver Messenger. Now, this stoic man dared to humiliate her like this. The anger in Lady May's heart surged again, and her entire face was distorted. Yet Xiao Mu merely glanced at her coldly before raising her hand. Green vines emerged from his fingertips and slithered towards Lady May like snakes. They pierced through Lady May's body. Ah! Lady May screamed tragically. Her eyes were filled with terror as she looked at Xiao Mu, and she stuttered, You. She spat out large mouthfuls of blood. She could clearly feel her life force slowly flowing out of her body. Xiao Mu expressionlessly retrieved the green vine that had burrowed out and swept Lady May a mocking glance. Do you think you can still walk out of this door alive today? Dirty and smelly thing. I still have to wash your dirty and smelly blood later. Arbor was furious. He raised his hand, and dozens of green vines came out again and pierced through Lady May's body. Lady May could clearly hear her bones cracking as the vines pierced through her body. Her body was like a piece of rotten cloth in the little stoic's hands. She was at the mercy of the little stoic man. Lady May hung on a vine that was as thick as a bowl and was on the verge of death. Her eyes were filled with anger. Stoic face, one day, you will pay the price for this. Lady May's spiritual consciousness suddenly came out of her conscious and turned into a gust of wind, rushing out of the array formation. At this critical moment, the spiritual sense body actually slowed down in midair. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mu raised her hand, and countless streams of water enveloped that spiritual conscious avatar. Ah! Lady May screamed again. Her eyes almost popped out as she stared in Arbor's direction. She screamed in horror, No. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Ah! A tearing pain rushed out from his consciousness. Lady May shook her head violently. To her horror, she realized that her conscious was disappearing bit by bit. Her inner world was also slowly disintegrating. The items in his inner world fell out with a crackling sound. Soon, about 10 cubic meters of things were piled up under the dense vegetation. Is it fun? Arbor asked coldly. I have nothing to do with you. You actually want to bring people to harm Jojo's run and the others just because of a little selfish desire and a little bit of jealousy. You heartless trash. What right do you have to cry and beg for mercy in front of me? Today, if Jojo wasn't strong enough to control everything, he would have died. The one who was squatting here, crying and screaming, was Jojo himself. Clearly, there was no enmity between them. In this world, there was too much hatred for no reason. Arbor glanced at Lady May coldly. The startled swan dagger slid out of his conscious and gave her a quick death. Lady May couldn't understand until she died. Didn't she come here with Aunt Zhao to get some benefits? How did she die on the spot? She widened her eyes in disbelief. Chapter 5573. There was a hole in her throat, and something was gurgling out. Arbor glanced at her coldly and raised his hand to touch the water droplet's head. Wash this place clean. She didn't want the courtyard to be ruined by these smelly bugs. Okay. The water droplet jumped to the ground and stretched out two bright little fists, shaking left and right. With a loud bang, a thick stream of water drilled out from the ground. Aunt Zhao turned her head abruptly and her sharp eyes swept across the empty space in front of her. No, this feeling was very wrong. It was as if someone was standing in front of her. This feeling of reality made her heart tremble, and she angrily shouted, "Die!" She raised her hand, gathered the grand half-saint power in her body, and blasted to one side. Poof! A dark figure fell out like a kite with a broken string and rolled heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, it lay face down on the ground. Aunt Zhao was delighted and could not help but laugh to the sky. "Damn little bitch, how dare you trip me up? Don't you know who I am?" The blow just now had merged too much of her power, and no one could withstand such a blow from her peak celestial venerable. Whether it was a human or a ghost, they all had to submit to her. Don't! Aunt Zhao's walking stick hit the ground hard. She took a few steps forward and used the walking stick to flip the body of the person lying on the ground. When the person's face was revealed, Aunt Zhao could not help but exclaim, "Chen Zhongming? How could it be Chen Zhongming? She killed Chen Zhongming?" Aunt Zhao's pupils suddenly shrank, and she turned her head to look vigilantly. She keenly felt that there seemed to be someone behind her left, but she could not see clearly with the naked eye. She would rather kill the wrong person than let one person go. Aunt Zhao once again used all her strength to throw out a palm and struck out. At the same time, another figure flew up and rolled on the ground. Aunt Zhao panted heavily and felt the saint power in her body flowing out very quickly. She suppressed the churning qi and blood in her chest and stepped closer to the person who was sent flying by her for the second time. When the person turned over to look, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the cultivator who followed Chen Zhongming. Damn it! The owner of this house was teasing her like a cat playing with a mouse. Aunt Zhao's eyes were filled with anger, and she scolded coldly. "Shameless rascal! Do you only dare to peep from a dark corner like a mouse? Do you dare to come out in the open and fight this old woman?" Arbor's figure suddenly appeared in the air. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were cold. He looked at Aunt Zhao as if he was looking at a screaming corpse. "Since you're asking for a fight, I'll grant you your wish." Arbor looked at her coldly. Without saying a word, the startled swan dagger came out of his conscience and slashed towards Aunt Zhao's neck again. Aunt Zhao was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't expect the young woman in front of her to have the temperament of immediately attacking after saying 3 sentences. She hurriedly created partial divine armor around her neck, but to her surprise, the dagger didn't stab at her neck. Instead, it pierced through her left leg. Aunt Zhao covered the wound on her left leg and roared angrily. However, she couldn't stand steadily and took a few steps back. You. Aunt Zhao's expression changed. If it was before, she wouldn't be afraid of this girl who had not even broken through the mystique venerable rank. Chapter 5574. But she could clearly feel the danger. Aunt Zhao had used up too much of her holy power in the previous attacks, and was now completely drained. It seemed that she was powerless to deal with this expressionless person in front of her. However, this old woman was never one to admit defeat so easily. Her snake-like gaze swept past Arbor. "Stupid girl, do you think you can trap me with this stupid array?" Arbor would not waste her breath on her. She raised her hand and lashed out with a vine whip at her old face. It was a direct hit, and 2 of the old woman's teeth flew out. Aunt Zhao never thought that this girl would come up and slap her in the face. Her entire face turned green on the spot. "How dare you?" Aunt Zhao rebuked angrily, but she was met with another vine whip, which landed on the same spot with a smack. Aunt Zhao's expression changed abruptly, and she felt a salty and wet taste in her mouth. She opened her mouth and spat out half a tooth, along with a mouthful of blood, onto the ground. Aunt Zhao immediately pounced in Arbor's direction as if she had gone mad, throwing out a few punches in a disorderly manner. Her fierce eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she shouted incoherently, "Come out!" Bang! In the blink of an eye, a giant golden-brown dog jumped out from behind Aunt Zhao, and with a roar, rushed toward Arbor. Arbor raised her hand slightly, and the little white snake coiled around her wrist immediately scurried out. A giant snake shadow was cast in midair, and with a snap, it bit down. Aunt Zhao was dumbfounded. She never expected that such a young girl would have such a frightening giant snake by her side. As soon as the giant snake poked its head out, the heavy pressure suddenly enveloped her golden-brown giant dog, directly pressing it to the ground. It hugged its head and whimpered. By lying down, it happened to avoid the little white snake's huge mouth. With a kacha sound, he bit down and naturally missed. The giant snake circled in midair and turned around to hiss at the golden-brown dog. The other party lay on the ground and did not dare to move at all. It did not even dare to raise its head. In just a single exchange, it had completely submitted. Aunt Zhao finally felt a little scared. Her old face was pale with fright. What is going on? Didn't Lady May say that these people were only from the lower realm? And they had only been here for a few days, and they hadn't even gained a foothold. Why was this little girl, who didn't seem to have broken through to the transcendent realm, so powerful? And she had a sacred beast snake with her. No wonder she was so fearless. It made sense. A sacred beast could deal with more than a dozen people who had just entered the immortal supremacy realm. Although she had reached the peak of the supremacy realm, she had yet to enter of the supremacy realm. In front of this sacred beast, she was already struggling to hold on with just her strength alone. Moreover, she was currently in a situation where she had lost most of her strength and cultivation. There was simply no way to resist. Arbor glanced at her coldly. Aunt Zhao clutched her chest and coughed loudly. She said incoherently, "Little friend, we don't have any great grudges. Today, this old woman was too reckless. I trespassed into your courtyard. I can compensate you slightly. I just hope that you can let me live on account of how difficult it is to cultivate." Arbor didn't like people like this the most. He was a god, and he was also a ghost. He said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. Chapter 5575. This kind of person usually only knew how to put on airs and put on the airs of an upper realm cultivator. Once they lost a fight, they would immediately beg others to let them go. Did they have any backbone at all? If they knew that they would lose, wouldn't it be better if they had a better attitude before? Arbor waved her hand and let the white snake deal with the woman who was at the end of her rope. She assisted from the side, using the time delay formation to make the woman reveal a flaw. The white snakelet's tail instantly coiled around Auntie Zhao's body, directly dragging her back to Qiaomu. Arbor looked at the person coldly. Her fingertips drew in the air and gently pushed. A life-taking talisman formed in the air, carrying thousands of energy, entered between Aunt Zhao's eyebrows. Aunt Zhao felt chills all over her body. A bone-piercing chill came from the depths of her bones. She rolled back and forth on the ground uncontrollably, wailing and begging for mercy. Arbor just watched coldly from his side. After these people lost the fight, they kept asking the others to be merciful and let them go. But did they even think about it? If she did not master Arbor's skills today, her ending might be 1,000 times more tragic than theirs. At that time, it would be her, Qiaomu, who would be rolling around on the ground in a wretched state, wailing and pounding her heart out. Arbor turned around coldly and ordered the water baby to clean up the ground. After returning to the galaxy, Immerse, who had finished copying the little emperor's words, came up and hugged the cold little wood into her arms. "Jojo, you're cold all over. Let me warm you up." Arbor did not push him away. Instead, she reached out and hugged his narrow waist. They cried and begged for mercy, but I turned a blind eye. I'm not a bad person. How could that be? Immerse quickly hugged her waist and looked at her with her head tilted. Jojo knows the answer in his heart. If we don't fight back as soon as possible and kill them in one blow, we'll be the ones who will suffer. We're the unlucky ones. Jojo nodded, but there was a hint of displeasure on his face. It's been a long time since I've encountered something like this. They had only been in the sanctuary for a few days, yet someone had already set their sights on them, and even wanted to snatch Jojo's lotus. These people really deserve to die, Arbor said coldly. Tomorrow, we'll show everyone in the sanctuary a good show. On the second day, the double row of bamboo buildings became the focus of the entire sacred region. Several earth spikes were erected in front of the bamboo building. There was a person hanging from each spike. Some were completely unrecognizable, some were riddled with holes, and some had even turned into a pile of mush. Many shoujo were watching from afar in horror. Many people exchanged information with each other, trying to find out what was going on. This family is really generous. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey? A middle-aged practitioner around 40 years old smiled coldly. You're so arrogant when you've just arrived at the sanctuary. I can't stand it. Hey, that's Aunt Zhao. I heard that Aunt Zhao's cultivation base has reached the peak of the immortal sovereign realm. She's only one step away from breaking through. My God, why does Aunt Zhao look so miserable? There's not a single piece of unharmed flesh on her body. Who killed her? This family is too cruel. I see that they're all young, and they even have children. How can they be so unreasonable and cruel? This family is not to be trifled with. Who knows? Chapter 5576. They have just arrived, yet they are already so high profile, they will offend many people. A few practitioners disappeared into the crowd with gloomy expressions. Another day passed, and there were a few more spikes at the entrance of the bamboo building and a few more corpses. In order not to affect everyone's appetite, Arbor's group went in and out of the bamboo building through the back door. The first tower of the Sacred Galaxy also opened smoothly. The price was clearly marked, and the amount of materials could be exchanged for food, bamboo, and talismans. Thinking about it, her little cauldron would be in luck for a period of time. On the first day of business, the first tower of the Sacred Galaxy was very popular. The dean of the Sacred Academy was very supportive and bought a few bamboo talismans in one go. He organized a group of people and went back to build the junior branch and the youth branch. The others were originally in a wait-and-see mode, but after seeing that the junior branch was built smoothly, no one could sit still anymore. The practitioners who had some assets rushed to the first tower of the Sacred Galaxy to buy bamboo, planning to build a house for themselves and in their primitive lifestyle so that they could live happily for the rest of their lives. But when they went to the first tower of the Sacred Galaxy, they realized that the other party was already closed. Want to buy bamboo? Come early tomorrow. Every day, the first tower of the Sacred Galaxy would only be open for 2 hours, starting in the morning and closing at the end of the day. Those who wanted to buy all kinds of things had to bring their own materials. Those who did not buy anything after 1 minute would be asked to leave. Who had the time to waste with others, so they naturally closed and went home after finishing their business. When the people of the Sacred Galaxy heard the news, they scolded the first tower of the Sacred Galaxy for being unkind. Would Arbor care? She couldn't be bothered. Anyway, she was only willing to let people open for 2 hours a day at the first tower of the Sacred Galaxy. After 2 hours, it was purely a waste of time. Everyone was not idle, and making the best use of their time to cultivate was the way of the king. After the new rules were announced, the business of the first tower of the Sacred Galaxy became even more popular, and everyone was on time to buy things. Thus, a strange scene appeared in front of the first tower of the Sacred Galaxy. At first, there were people who came 2 hours early, but they found that there was a long queue at the door, and it was not their turn. Some smart people counted the time, and everyone's transaction took at least a minute. Every day, they could only operate for about 60 to 70 people, and this was already a very tight schedule. If any crazy person were to cause a ruckus in the first tower of the Holy Region, all the time wasted would be on the buyers. The people in charge of the first sacred tower wouldn't care if you had enough time. In any case, it was time for him to pack up and leave. No one could stop him. Thus, some people started lining up in the middle of the night. Gradually, in order to get to the top 60, some people started lining up yesterday. At all costs, the number of people sleeping on the floor in front of the first tower of Sanctuary gradually increased. Master Dongfang Yu had gone to patrol the area, but there was nothing he could do. Due to the scarcity of resources, the first floor of the Holy Region's sales were booming. As for the 2-story bamboo building in Arbor, new corpses were hung on the thorns in front of the door every day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days later after that, there were no more new corpses. Everyone finally understood one thing. No matter how many people came, those who dared to barge into the house were simply courting death. Chapter 5577. This group of young people might not have ascended from the lower realms for many days, but their methods, their boldness, were not something anyone could compare to. All those who tried to break into their homes and plunder the resources in their hands would die in strange ways. Someone found that the corpses hanging at the door of this family all died in different ways, but they all died in horrible ways. The Nine Palaces death formation was not a joke. It really had countless ways to die for the intruders to enjoy. Starting from the 5th day, no one dared to foolishly barge into the little bamboo house anymore. In the minds of many people in the sacred realm, this 2-story little bamboo house almost became synonymous with the devil. I've been in line from yesterday to today. I've clearly been in line for almost 20 hours. How can you be like this? You came to steal my spot without another word. Hurry up and leave. That's right, big sister. You're too rude. This spot is the girls' leave. The Shouja behind them laughed as they chased them away. Their eyes, however, were fixed on the graceful woman standing in front of them. The woman who was called Big Sister had a simple and honest appearance. She was about 50 years old. Hearing this, she was so angry that she almost trembled. She pointed at the Shouja who kept telling her to give up her seat, and then pointed with a trembling finger at the graceful woman. You don't go too far. I've been in line from yesterday to today. You've all been in line behind me. How can you not know who this spot belongs to? Big sister, don't lie. I've clearly been standing here in line. Don't you think so? The woman threw a flirtatious look at the 3 vulgar men behind her. The result was that the 3 immediately became smug, nodding and smiling as they said, Yes, we can testify that this spot is Mrs. What are you arguing about? Mei Yi, who was responsible for maintaining order, floated out and said impatiently, We're about to open for business, and you're still arguing. Little brother, uphold justice for me. Big sister shouted angrily. These people are colluding to help this woman take my spot. Mei Yi glanced at them, unable to suppress a thread of impatience in his eyes. They would come a few minutes earlier to open the shop before 7 o'clock. But almost every day, there would be people arguing and fighting over a spot. Today's incident was nothing. Yesterday's incident was even more outrageous. A few burly men fought over a seat and beat someone until his head bled. Of course, these people who snatched the seats would not have a good ending in the end. They would forever be blacklisted by the first pavilion of the Holy Region, and they would never be able to buy anything from the first pavilion in their next life. Mei Yi didn't waste his breath on them. He took out the time reversal stone and the image rune array to check what had just happened. Then, he looked coldly at the coquettish woman. Miss, I advise you to leave this place immediately. I'm warning you, since you dared to disrupt the order of the first tower of the Sacred Saint region, you will be blacklisted in our tower. The smile on the beautiful woman's face froze. Big sister heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. She quickly praised. Everyone says that the first tower of the sanctuary is orderly. It seems like it's true. She had been queuing since yesterday afternoon and had been queuing until now. If they still couldn't buy some rice, then it would be too frustrating. Chapter 5578. The beauty was clearly indignant as she glared at Mei Yi and the rest. Since you're doing business, why do you need others to line up? Shouldn't everyone have a share? Oh, I get it. It's because you're running out of resources. Who knows if there'll be a tomorrow if you sell it all out today. So you're doing this on purpose to whet the appetites of the people in the Holy Region, right? Mei Yi wasn't angry at all at her provocation. He nodded with a smile. Yes. You're the smartest. You can even see through this. Then can you get lost now? The beauty was so angry that she almost choked. Obviously, with her beautiful appearance, she had never suffered such a loss before. She stomped her feet in exasperation and pointed at Mei Yi. You don't regret it. At this moment, the Holy Region's first floor was already open for business. Many people were moving forward with the flow of the crowd. This woman was blocking the path of many people behind her. Some people were already yelling impatiently. Let's go. What are you still talking about? You didn't come to line up, and now you want to take a spot. What are you thinking? That's right. Hurry up and get lost. Don't block other people's path and hinder them from buying things. The beauty was furious, but she couldn't say much. In the end, she could only stomp the ground and leave reluctantly. After she left the crowd, her arrogant and domineering expression faded slightly. She turned and ran into the white fog for a few minutes. A brawny man with a missing left arm was waiting for her. When he saw this woman, he grinned. "Lonner, how is it? Are there a lot of things in that floor? We'll talk when we get back." She pulled the one-armed brawny man and left with him. The holy region was surrounded by white fog. Everyone relied on the road signs that appeared every 3 miles to find their way. They quickly returned to their place. A kind-looking old man with white hair had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Lilan, he smiled and nodded. "How'd it go?" "I couldn't get in. That place is very strict. You can't enter without queuing." Lilan cupped her hands and said, "Supremacy, but I believe there should be a lot of things. There are more than 100 people queuing at the entrance. They've been operating for a few days now. They've let in more than 100 people every time and sold so many things. Clearly, these people have more resources in their hands." "Yes," the one-armed man chimed in and turned to look at the silent man. "The dog knows how to scheme. He knows how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. He knows how to prioritize. Why don't you tell me?" Zhao Guzi raised his pair of gloomy eyes, squatted on the ground, and took a deep breath. "Didn't you notice that there has been no movement from the bamboo house where they live for several days?" Everyone was silent for a moment. "According to my secret research, this family should have set up a very powerful talisman array in the court." The one-armed man suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. No wonder they entered but never came out. It turns out that these young people who have just ascended to the sanctuary are so vicious. Just by looking at them, I really can't tell." "What do you know?" Zhao Guzi smiled viciously. "The brighter a person's appearance is, the darker their heart is." The white-haired, venerable mulberry frowned. "Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go?" Chapter 55-79. Retreating in the face of difficulties might also be a way to save one's life. But knowing that there was a big piece of fat meat in front of them that was almost at their fingertips, there was no reason not to snatch it. Zhao Guzi smiled. "It's impossible to give up. Since we can't beat them in the open, we can take a roundabout battle line." "What roundabout battle line?" The few of them were slightly agitated when they heard this. They thought to themselves that Zhao Guzi was indeed not bad. He had brains. Whenever they encountered something that required brains, they could definitely throw it to Zhao Guzi to solve. Zhao Guzi rubbed his index finger and thumb and smiled sinisterly. "Do you still remember that there are 3 children in that family? 2 of them go to Holy Academy to study every day. The few of them hit it off on the spot and decided to find an opportunity tomorrow to kidnap the 2 brats. However, Lilan was a little worried. These people's methods are quite vicious. Don't tell me there's no one around to protect the 2 children when they go to and from school. Moreover, it was said that there were more than 30 people in this group. It was impossible for everyone to continue cultivating at home. Someone had to pick up the children." Zhao Guzi rubbed his fingers and smiled secretly. "Of course we can't snatch it in the open. So, we need your cooperation." As he spoke, he waved at the few people beside him. Supremacy Mulberry, Lilan and the one-armed centaur stretched their heads over. The 4 of them whispered for a while before nodding repeatedly. The next day, Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang went to Holy Academy's boy branch to study as usual. Now that there was a new school, the group of children lived very comfortably. They listened to the class more seriously than usual. Of course, Baby Mo was an exception. Baby Mo listened to the class nonchalantly and did not affect the classroom environment. When it was time for school to end, he pulled Lord Guangguang along and walked out together with a group of little radishes surrounding the moon like stars surrounding the moon. "Mo Xiao, you said that you would roast sweet potatoes for us after school today. Does that still count?" A few half-grown children stared at Baby Mo with expectant looks. Lord Guangguang put his hands on his hips and snorted. "Of course it's true. Why has my little dumpling ever gone back on his word?" The little girl who spoke said embarrassedly, But, I heard from my mother that your family has opened a food ingredient restaurant." What he meant was, now that your family is doing business, isn't it a little unkind of us to come and freeload? Lord Guangguang waved his small hand. You guys should eat more. We can still afford it. The children cheered and swarmed around little Mo Xiao, walking out of the school. Baby Mo became the king of the children and was in the limelight for a while. Ma Weixian, who was standing far away outside the school, turned his head and looked at Li Lan behind him. He lowered his voice and asked, "What should we do now? Are we still going according to plan?" She didn't expect that this family child would have such good luck with other children. She was actually pushed out by a large group of people. With such a noisy group of children, how was he going to deal with them properly? Li Lan was a little calmer than Ma Wei. Why are you panicking? Let's wait and see. If we keep looking, they'll be gone. Ma Weixian couldn't help but feel anxious. Seeing this, Li Lan gritted her teeth. Do it. Let's get rid of those little bastards first. Chapter 5580. Then, the two of them ran out one after another. Li Lan ran in front and pretended to cry. Ma Weixian followed behind her and chased after her fiercely. Help! Help! As soon as Li Lan's words left her mouth, she heard a childish voice yelling, "Spread out." The group of children instantly dispersed from Baby Mo's side with a whoosh. Be careful of the scammers, Lord Guangguang yelled in a sharp tone. Then, he grabbed Baby Mo's little arm and retreated a few steps. Li Lan froze for a moment. Then, she exchanged glances with the other kids who had scattered away. What kind of trick was this? Was there still any innocence left? Lord Guangguang took out a black stick from his inner world and waved it in Li Lan's direction. What are you trying to do? Li Lan was speechless. Ma Weixian, who had chased after them, was also dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that he could not continue acting. Li Lan, on the other hand, was more experienced. She fell to the ground in tears and yelled, "You bastard! How could you hit your own wife? I don't want to live anymore. I can't live anymore." Mo Baobao's expression became even more vigilant. He pulled Lord Guangguang back a few steps and said to the group of kids, "Fellow students, we are still young and can't interfere in the matters between adults. Let's all go home first. We'll have a meal together tomorrow." The children were scared by Li Lan, and Ma Weixian and lost their interest in roasting sweet potatoes. Hearing Baby Mo's words, they quickly nodded and left after bidding him farewell. Guangguang. Yes, Master Guangguang took out a spiritual energy ball from his pocket and threw it at Li Lan without hesitation. Li Lan was speechless. Ma Weixian was speechless. What kind of trick was this? They hadn't even done anything yet. Why did these two little brats attack first? The two of them held each other's hands and strode forward on their four short legs. Thump, 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 thump. Li Lan flicked her sleeve and swept all the spiritual power balls outside the barrier. Then, her face turned gloomy. Zhao Guzi, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. He did not expect these two little brats to be so difficult to deal with. He gave a meaningful glance to the amiable-looking venerable mulberry tree beside him. He nodded and pretended to walk out of the white fog. When he saw the two children rushing over, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and stopped the two of them. With an amiable expression, he asked with a grin, "Children, why are you running so frantically?" "Grandpa, there are two weirdo uncles and aunties chasing after us." Baby Mo answered seriously, "I suspect that they are pawns who specialize in tricking children." This time, even Zhao Guzi, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Who would have thought that these two brats would be so alert? Li Lan and Zhao Guzi's scene hadn't even started yet, and the two kids had already seen through it. What was going on? Even someone as smart as Zhao Guzi couldn't understand. He had no choice but to speed up the process and throw the old man out to fool the two brats. The old man's amiable-looking face was very deceptive. The two children were inexperienced and didn't understand that the kinder a person looked, the more vicious his heart was. When the old man chopped off someone's thigh bone, he would not be merciful at all. As expected, the two brats let down their guard when they saw the old man. Chapter 5581. Is that so? There's actually a peddler in the holy region? Could it be a misunderstanding? Supremacy Mulberry smiled kindly. "Children, Where do you live? Grandpa will send you home. Sure, sure. Baby Mo clapped his hands innocently. Grandpa, we live in the bamboo garden. The bamboo garden was a well-known name in the holy region. The nearby road was now called the Bamboo Garden, and the most iconic building was Jojo's two-story bamboo house. The old man nodded kindly. Oh, so you're children of the bamboo garden. Children, don't be afraid. Grandpa will send you home. Baby Mo nodded cutely and tugged at Master Guang Guang. Don't be afraid. Grandpa will send us home. Master Guang Guang nodded. Don't be afraid. Master Guang Guang isn't afraid. Supremacy Mulberry heaved a sigh of relief as the huge rock in his heart was finally lifted. He heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw how the two brats dealt with Ma Weixian and Lilan. He thought that they would be very difficult to deal with. But now, it seemed that they were just slightly smarter than the average child. Supremacy Mulberry chuckled as he reached out to hold Baby Mo's hand. Baby Mo raised his head adorably and extended his little hand to old Master Mo. The instant Supremacy Mulberry held his hand, he felt as though the child had stuffed something into his palm. Round, round, round. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he lowered his head to take a look. It was a round, pitch-black, golden ball of holy power. Baby Mo giggled and pulled Master Guang Guang to run outside. As he ran, he waved defensive talismans and called out in his childish voice, "Explode!" Boom! A huge explosion shook the entire holy region. Supremacy Mulberry was miserably sent flying by a strong gust of wind and fell heavily to the ground. When he fell to the ground, his mind was still in a daze. A sentence kept replaying in his mind. He was beaten up by a child. He was beaten up by a 5- or 6-year-old brat. Supremacy Mulberry tried his best to sit up, but just as he sat up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The unlucky, venerable Mulberry fell backwards and crashed heavily onto the ground. Zhao Guzi, who was also affected by the shock waves, was closer to Sage Mulberry. Naturally, he was also affected by the shock waves of the Holy Powerball. His entire body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He raised his head in astonishment and saw two children walking up to him, hand in hand. Unknowingly, one of the little baldies had a big golden hammer in his hand. He couldn't help but bring the hammer down, smashing it heavily on his head. Zhao Guzi immediately fainted like a dead dog. Lilan, and Ma Weixian were both startled. They looked at the child as if they were looking at a ghost. At this moment, the two of them had an unusual tacit understanding. They turned around and quickly retreated into the white fog. However, at that moment, Lord Guangguang shouted, "Little Wonton, come out!" After a furious roar, Lilan and Ma Weixian fainted before they could see anything clearly. A huge crimson claw suddenly slammed on the ground, dispersing the thick fog in front of them. Baby Mo's phoenix eyes shone brightly as he walked forward with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. He walked around the 4 injured, unconscious, and battered adults. Chapter 55-82. Among the 4 of them, only Supremacy Mulberry was still conscious. However, at this moment, he really wished that he could be like the other 3 idiotic teammates and just faint together. Little Wonton, Baby Mo waved his hand. The 6-legged, 4-winged, fiery beast shrunk to the size of a dog and pounced into the child's hand. Supremacy Mulberry felt that he should die first. This child actually had a holy Powerball in his hand. Not only that, the shrunken beast also looked extraordinary. Could it be a divine beast? He didn't dare to think further. Zhao Guzi was really courting death. It was fine if he wanted to die, but he just had to drag him down with him. Now, not only did he fail to kidnap them, he was also knocked out by this child. Supremacy Mulberry didn't know how to ease the current situation. He lay on the ground, his entire body aching. He had been sent flying by the Holy Powerball at close range, and the impact had been great. He knew that his injuries were very serious, and he urgently needed to find a quiet place to treat them. But that kid who was holding the golden hammer, what's he trying to do? Grandpa, do you think we're all idiots? Your acting was so fake and obvious. You suddenly appeared in front of us and said that you wanted to send us home. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't fall for your trick. Venerable Mulberry gritted his teeth and thought to himself, only you two devilish children didn't fall for his trick. His benevolent face is actually very deceptive, and he has deceived many people before. When you saw us, your eyes kept darting around as if you were a thief. Who would believe you? Lord Guang snorted. You don't even know how to do something bad. And here I thought you had some clever trick up your sleeve. Turns out you just wanted to kidnap us in exchange for resources. So stupid. Isn't that right? The stupidest ones are the one-armed man and that old Annie. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that you two aren't husband and wife. Why are you still pretending to be an old couple? So stupid. You don't even know how to act properly and be a little more professional. You were seen through with a single glance. What a joke. Venerable Mulberry felt his throat turn dry, and he couldn't say a single word as the two little brats in front of him echoed each other's words. He spat out a mouthful of blood and closed his eyes, pretending to pass out. Baby Mo looked at him expressionlessly and suddenly turned to give Sir Guangguang a look. Lord Guangguang nodded and swung his hammer down fiercely, directly hammering the old man. The old man let out a strange cry of pain and sat up straight. Out of reflex, his movements were very strange and funny. He straightened his two hands and sat up straight. There was even a hint of pain on his face. Mo Bao blinked and said, Grandpa, your acting skills are so lame. A normal person's breathing rate after fainting is completely different from when they are awake. You pretended to faint in order to avoid responsibility. Do you think you can just pretend to faint? Sovereign Mulberry's complexion paled. He felt as if something bad was about to happen. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Little master, please spare me. This little ancestor, we didn't know that such a noble person had arrived and offended you. Please let us off on the account that this is our first offense. They had intended to kidnap him, but they didn't succeed at all. They didn't even touch a single hair on his body, and the mission was declared a failure. Chapter 5583. Supremacy Mulberry thought that a child would be a child after all and would definitely be soft-hearted. As long as he tried to curry favor and say a few nice words, the other party would definitely let him go. However, he didn't expect that Baby Mo wasn't a child who followed the routine. The two dragged them to the front of the first tower of the holy region and tied them up with a few earth spikes. Can you tie them up? If not, let's reinforce a wooden cage for them. The two children discussed as they worked. After tying up Ma Wei Xian and the other three, they set up several wooden cages and added binding talisman arrays to trap them. It shouldn't be a problem to trap them until tomorrow, right? Definitely not a problem. Lord Guangguang patted his chest and giggled. Little dumpling, what do you want to do now? Baby Mo blinked. Call mommy over. Why are you calling stoic face mother? Are you stupid? Call mommy over to rob us. Baby Mo expressionlessly said, think about it. These people actually thought of kidnapping us to threaten mommy. Then we must give them something in return. Right. I heard stoic face mother say that it's impolite not to reciprocate. Mo Bao grinned. Holding Lord Guangguang's hand, he swaggered back home. Reverend Mulberry felt tears welling up in his eyes as he shouted from behind. Child, come back, child. Let's talk things over. What's there to talk about? Baby Mo turned his little head and shouted at them from a distance. Child, don't you just want something? I'll give you everything. Supremacy Mulberry hastily called out to them with an expression of a wise man submitting to circumstances. Let me go first, and I can give you everything in my inner world. Baby Mo pulled Lord Guangguang back and expressionlessly looked at him through several layers of binding talisman arrays. Then he shook his head. You're coaxing me. Supremacy Mulberry. He really wanted to slap these two brats to death, especially the one who just spoke. They were especially hateful. They wouldn't listen to soft words and wouldn't listen to harsh words. They were truly stinky brats who couldn't be persuaded by force or persuasion. This old man is already so old. How could I trick you two dolls? Baby Mo laughed coldly. Lord Guangguang was used to imitating his little master's way of doing things. Hearing this, he also let out a cold laugh. Then take out the valuables from your inner world first, Baby Mo said. Supremacy Mulberry was speechless. But what if I take it out first, and you two don't let me go? Then you can only endure it, Baby M.O. said firmly. Supremacy Mulberry thought, why does this sound a little unreliable? There is only one chance in front of you. Try it or not, it's up to you. Venerable Mulberry Tree endured the pain and took out a great eastern pearl from his inner world and threw it out with a wave of his hand. The instant the item passed through the barrier, Supremacy Mulberry also tried to break out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, he slammed into the barrier and was completely useless. Baby Mo's little stoic face was cold as he held the eastern pearl in his hand and harumphed. You want to bribe this baby with this lousy thing? What kind of dream are you having? Guang Guang. I know. Little dumpling, let's go and ignore this stinky old grandpa. Even a lousy pearl is worth showing off. There's definitely nothing good in his inner world. Forget it. Let's inform the stoic woman to come collect the goods. Chapter 5584. Come back. Supremacy Mulberry was about to explode from anger. He tried to negotiate with the two children. How about this? This old man will give you another treasure. After you take it, you must let me out, all right? Baby M.O. remained expressionless. The old man's hands trembled as he took out a piece of purple stream gold from his inner world. He stammered. This old man obtained this piece of purple stream gold by chance when he was mining in the sacred region. It's a saint-grade material. The little fellow's eyes lit up. Supremacy Mulberry hurriedly let out a sigh of relief. These days, children were actually so hard to deceive. It was only when he took out such a precious item that the child's eyes lit up a little. It seemed that there was hope for this matter. He just needed to put in a little more effort. Child, this old man will gift you this piece of purple stream gold. The old man's face was filled with pain. He clearly knew that purple stream gold was a good item. You have to let this old man go, okay? Baby M.O. nodded his little head, looking like an obedient little boy. The old man was overjoyed. He raised his hand and tossed the purple stream gold over. Baby M.O. reached out and caught it. He turned it over and over in his hands as he examined it. His eyes sparkled as he turned to look at Lord Guangguang. When the old man saw his happy expression, he once again let out a sigh of relief. He used a coaxing tone and squeezed out a benevolent smile. Child, this old man didn't lie to you, right? This is really a good item. Don't worry. If you let me go, this old man will leave the eastern region and never come back to cause trouble for you. Baby Mo's little face was taut as he nodded his head repeatedly, looking very obedient. The old man's heart stirred. He looked at the child expectantly. Baby M.O. turned his little head and pulled Lord Guangguang away with his short little legs. Supremacy Mulberry was dumbfounded. He immediately called out, Child, hey child. These two fucked up babies. Were they actually like this? They took the item and left without looking back. They turned a deaf ear to his cries. Even now, Supremacy Mulberry was still doubtful. Had he been deceived by 2 5- or 6-year-old children? A chuckle came from the side. Venerable Mulberry angrily turned his head and saw that Zhao Guzi and the others had already woken up. It seemed that they had clearly heard and seen everything that had happened between him and the child. The one-armed centaur said angrily, Mulberry, you are too disloyal. Do you want to abandon us and slip away on your own? They had clearly heard the conversation between Venerable Mulberry and the child. They knew that Mulberry wanted to abandon all of them and escape by herself. Senior Mulberry's face immediately sank. What can I do? Zhao Guzi said that he would definitely succeed in kidnapping the 2 children. What was the result? After expending so much effort, were the ones who were tied up? If this were to spread, it would be a huge joke. Cut the crap, Ma Weixian roared. You were the one who betrayed us just now. You abandoned your brother and ran away. Don't talk nonsense. This matter was caused by Zhao Guzi. It has nothing to do with us, Supremacy Mulberry said angrily. Zhao Guzi smiled sinisterly. Oh, is that so? When I said that I wanted to kidnap the 2 children, didn't you also clap your hands and cheer, saying that this plan would definitely succeed? Chapter 5585. Supremacy Mulberry's face burned. He knew that he would be looked down upon for going back on his word. But what could he have done just now? At that critical moment, he could only think of saving himself first. Was it so ridiculous to have such a thought? If it were the three of them, would they foolishly talk about the righteousness of the pugilistic world and not take advantage of such a good opportunity to leave? What brotherly love! They made it sound so extravagant, but it couldn't hide the fact that each of them would flee in the face of disaster. Guzi Zhao was thinking of us brothers, Ma Weixian said angrily. Enough. What's there to argue about? Lilan was furious. We're all tied up here anyway, so we can't leave anytime soon. What's the point of arguing? The few of them fell silent, their faces revealing bitter expressions. They really poked a hornet's nest this time. They didn't expect that their group of 4 adults would have such a miserable ending when they tried to catch 2 5- or 6-year-old brats. Not only did they fail to catch the culprits, but they also lost their entire group here. However, Lilan thought further than them. She couldn't help but shudder violently when she recalled the adults' ruthless methods. Here's the author. Arbor was currently tilting his head and carefully listening to A.O. Ye's marvelous report. He listened with great interest. His son was really promising. He was knowledgeable, intelligent, and very attentive, just like Sir Jojo. Mo Lien was used to reading his wife's expression. Seeing this, he quickly teased with a smile. Our son is really like my wife. He's smart and quick-witted, very intelligent. Seeing this, he immediately became vigilant. My heavens, this really is my wife's son. He's carved from the same mold as my wife. Sitting on the side, Ma Yichin tilted the teacup in her hand. Duan Yu also choked, but he didn't say anything. They had long gotten used to Mo Lien, this guy's shamelessness. Sir Jojo nodded in satisfaction. Ao. Yi quickly lowered his head and coughed to cover his smile. She expressionlessly said, So my son will be back soon? Yes, master. Stay up late coughed again. She then heard baby Mo's childish voice from outside the courtyard. Mother, I'm back. Jojo responded. She saw her son cross the threshold and run all the way in. He jumped in her arms and rubbed against her softly. Mother, Xiao Tawanzi has gained a lot today. Is that so? Jojo pretended that he hadn't heard Stay Up Late's report and put on a surprised expression. Everyone looked at Jojo, who was possessed by a drama queen, and helplessly lowered their heads to drink their tea as they continued to enjoy the show. Baby Mo nodded repeatedly, beckoning to Lord Guangguang behind him. Go on, go on. Lord Guangguang hurriedly reported everything that had happened along the way, no matter how big or small. Then he said, Stoic-faced mother, we've tied up those 4 bad guys at the entrance of the first tower of the sanctuary. If you have time tomorrow, you can go and receive it. Everyone was well aware of what they were going to accept. They were going to accept compensation, Arbor nodded, and wasn't stingy with his praise. You all did very well today. You used especially gentle methods to resolve a matter. You even told Mother about it, and let Mother resolve it in the end. Very good. Everyone. Baby Mo threw a sacred energy ball and even summoned the sacred beast, Hun Dun. Gentle? Why didn't it feel gentle? Chapter 5586. Baby Mo's eyes brightened, and he hugged his mother and rubbed against her joyfully. Isn't Little Furball very smart? That old grandpa thought he was flawless. In reality, he was full of flaws from head to toe. The moment he appeared in front of Little Furball, I knew he was definitely a big scoundrel. Sir Guangguang also nodded. MHM. A scoundrel. Did he think we would listen to him just because he looks benevolent and amiable? Stop dreaming. Arbor nodded in admiration. You two are very good. You must continue to maintain such vigilance in the future. Strangers with ulterior motives should approach you. Arbor clenched his small fists. Just beat them up. Everyone, Duan Yu and He Chun even turned to look at Mo Lien. The latter was baffled and glared back at the two of them. Arbor scooped up his son and pattered outside. Mother, we'll just tie them up at the entrance of the first floor of the Holy Domain. We originally planned to leave them out for a night to make them suffer a bit. Is Mother going to receive them now? On second thought, Arbor felt that his son was still the most considerate. Just leave them out for a night. It was also not bad to let them be on tenterhooks and panic for a night. Son, what you say is very reasonable. Mom will listen to you. Xiaomu hugged her son and retreated, patting her son's small head. Baby Mo kissed his mother's cheek with a smack, eliciting an angry glare from his father. Little Fur Ball pretended not to see his father's angry glare and turned his head away. "Mother, let's go eat." Arbor nodded and carried his son downstairs. "Son, you performed very well today. What do you want to eat?" "As long as it's for Mother. This child likes to eat anything." Hu Jinsheng gave Mo Lien a meaningful look, which directly made the latter's hair stand on end. "What are you looking at?" "Little Fur Ball is so young, but he already knows how to coax his mother. He just like you." "Right." Duan Yu immediately nodded. Back then, he also coaxed Jojo away like this. "Just looking at him makes me angry. Let's go." Everyone went out one after another, leaving Mo Lien behind. "Mo Lien, come back and explain clearly. What do you mean by coaxing? Which eye of yours saw me coax my wife back?" Clearly, it was just a little more patience and a little more love, slowly seeping into his wife's heart. The next day, Arbor leisurely strolled to the entrance of the first sanctum after having his lunch to check on those unlucky fellows. Lilan, Ma Weixian, and the other three had been waiting for the whole night. They had been suppressing their emotions and couldn't control their wild thoughts. He thought that those people would definitely appear the next morning. Unexpectedly, Stay Up Late and the others, who had come to open the shop, didn't even look at them. They walked around them and went into the building to do business as usual. Although the others looked at them curiously from time to time, no one dared to touch them. Naturally, no one would meddle in their business. Ma Weixian's group of four waited left and right. Only at noon did they see the stoic face leading a group of people over. Lilan Er's emotions were about to break down. When she saw Arbor and the others coming over, she couldn't resist shouting anxiously, "Madame Mo, I know my mistake. Let's go, let us go." Xiao Mu's small stoic face frostily swept an indifferent glance over them. "Didn't you want to capture my son?" Chapter 5587. "What? We're not going to catch him anymore," Arbor said in a mocking tone. Did these people think they were so smart that they could plot something just by finding a secluded place? They didn't know that when she first came to the sacred region, she already knew that this place was special and had no cover. In order to ensure the safety of her group, she had sent shamans and magic eyes everywhere in the eastern domain of the Holy Domain on the first day she arrived. Demon Pupil was hidden in the thick fog. As long as it wasn't destroyed by the water spirit, it could continuously send her the information she wanted. Therefore, these people thought that they were secretly plotting something, but in fact, Arbor had already seen it. Moreover, other than Ao Yi, Baby Mo also had many people secretly protecting him. How could he be kidnapped by these trash? That was simply wishful thinking. Who came up with this idea? Arbor asked coldly. In fact, she already knew that Zhao Guzi had always been the strategist in this small team of four. She only asked this because she was bored and wanted to see a good dog-eat-dog show. As expected, Lilan, and Sage Mulberry pointed at Zhao Guzi without hesitation. Ma Weixian said with a pained expression, "Didn't you say that we're brothers? Why do you only want to cut ties when something happens? When brothers are in trouble, shouldn't they advance and retreat together?" "You're really naive," Arbor said coldly and looked at Ma Weixian a few more times. This person was missing an arm, but he wasn't stupid. His three brothers all had ulterior motives. How could they not see it? "Since you came up with this idea, you should cripple one of your arms and one of your legs," Arbor said coldly and casually threw a spirit dagger into Zhao Guzi's barrier. Zhao Guzi, like the other three, had been trapped in this defensive array for a long time. At this moment, his whole body was cold. His fingers trembled as he picked up the dagger from the ground. He stared coldly at Arbor. A woman's heart was truly the most vicious. They didn't catch the child at all. Instead, they were played by the child. Now, this young madam actually wanted him to cripple one of his arms and legs. Wasn't this too much? You think it's too much? Arbor couldn't help but sneer. If it weren't for my son's powerful support yesterday, I would be the one sitting here, crying today. Do you think you're being wronged? You clearly didn't succeed, so why should I find fault with you? Just because it didn't succeed, it doesn't mean it hasn't been done before. If my son is deceived by you and suffers any mishap, then today You won't just leave behind your hands and feet. Xiao Mu gazed at them coldly, and her voice abruptly turned even colder. I want all of you to not be able to enter the Yellow Springs or the underworld. You won't be able to control your life and death. Lilaner felt a chill run down her spine. She looked at Arbor as if he was a ghost from hell. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If he hadn't listened to Zhao Guzi's words, he wouldn't have been so stupid as to jump into this matter. She shouldn't have come in the first place. In the sacred realm, if she offended someone more powerful than herself, no one would help her if someone came to seek revenge. Very few people were able to make friends in the sacred region. Most of them lived their lives alone. Therefore, Arbor and his group of more than 30 people ascending to the sacred realm together was simply the most sensational and rare thing in 100 years for others. Duanzong, Arbor suddenly thought of something and called out. Chapter 55-88. A middle-aged man hurriedly jogged over from the crowd behind and asked with a drooling expression, Dun Jizu is here. Dun Jizu is here. Little master, what are your orders? Venerable Peach Blossom stood beside Mo Lien and raised his hand to cover his eyes, looking as if he could not bear to watch. Little Tai Sui could not help but scold. Dun Jizu, look at what you've become. A wretched old face with a puppy's expression asking for a bone. One eyesore. In any case, Dun Jizu used to be the tower guardian of the Tower of Punishment. How did he become such a dog now? Dun Jizu turned his head and glared at little Tai Sui. If it weren't for you, would I be in this state today? What's wrong with me? Is this wretched appearance me? It's all because of that Gung Pengcheng's wretched appearance. Do you think I want this? Little Tai Sui was rendered speechless by the barrage of attacks. Mo Yin could not help but want to laugh. She reached out and patted the gloomy little Tai Sui's head. Little Tai Sui was instantly enraged. Because of his short stature, he was always patted on the head by others. It was infuriating. Brother Dun Jizu. Dao Wuji crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile. From what I see, if Manor Lord Gung was still alive, he would definitely not show such a wretched face. Whether one was handsome or not depended on the person. Dun Jizu was so angry that he ignored them and kept asking Jojo, Master, did you find me a good-looking body? Arbor nodded and pointed at the 4 people in front of him. Dun Jizu immediately exclaimed, Them? His voice sounded like a dying duck. Lord Jojo frowned unhappily. Are you not satisfied with any of these 4 people? Master, look at the 4 of them. Which one of them meets my requirements? His master was expressionless. Your requirements are too high. You despise the dozen or so people I found for you previously because their cultivation levels were too low. Any one of the 4 today has a cultivation level above Mystique Venerable Realm. What else do you dislike? Master. Dun Jizu quickly brainwashed his troublesome little master. Look, that old man is so old. How can he do it? The one with only 1 arm. Master, you wouldn't want me to have an incomplete body, would you? Arbor continued to be expressionless. Isn't that Zhao Guzi over there pretty good? His body is healthy. He doesn't lack any arms or legs, and his cultivation is decent as well. He completely meets your requirements. If you're satisfied, then I won't let him harm himself. No. Dun Jun immediately cried out in horror. Absolutely not, Master. He's too ugly. Everyone held back their laughter as the corners of their mouths twitched. The little master was furious. What kind of person are you looking for? Dun Jun pointed behind her. Arbor turned his head and glanced at the group of pretty boys led by Mo Lien. Their eyes were filled with innocence. Jojo was furious. You've been in the sanctuary for so many days. Other than Master Dongfang and Master Bei, have you found anyone worth looking at? All of them are ugly. You're not good at this and that, and you're picking all of them. Are you trying to anger me to death? Master, calm down. Dun Jun sobbed, which made the group of pretty boys behind her laugh to death. This person was actually imitating Qiuqiu's tone and acting cute. However, his old Gung Pengcheng face was a little scary when he acted cute. Arbor glanced at him and pointed at Li Lan, who looked inexplicably frightened. This one is quite pretty. Chapter 55-89. Sovereign Peach Blossom couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing on the spot. The background music behind this laugh turned into laughter. Arbor glared at them angrily. What are you laughing at? Wasn't she pretty good? She completely met the requirements of the plant. Her face was beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous. Gung Pengcheng's eyes widened in horror, and the muscles on his aged face started trembling lightly in front of Qiao Mu. He suddenly jumped back a step and covered his chest with his hands. His face looked like he would rather die than submit. He screamed in shock. Ma master, Titi Emo Xing Brew? That mouthful of vegetable cold liangzi ya. He was so shocked that the tone of his voice changed. Even his pronunciation was wrong. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Arbor said expressionlessly, "Don't you like beauty? I'm a man." Dun Zhuang covered his chest with his hands. He widened his eyes and looked like he would rather die than submit. My innocence is not allowed to be tarnished. Whimsical. Master was really whimsical. He actually wanted to provide him with a female body. How could he allow that? Everyone was speechless. Arbor couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He waved at him with a headache. Okay, you can leave." Dunju hurriedly slipped away. Yenna ran to Ma Shurchen's side and hugged his arm. "Ma master, are you crazy?" Little Tai Sui took a glance at the two of them, and its eyes suddenly lit up as it teased. "Not bad. I think your little master Silver has good taste." "Are you instigating me?" Tun Tun stuttered again, glaring angrily at the little Tai Sui before furtively peeking at Xiao Mu standing over there. He was only afraid that his little master would lose his mind and be slandered by the little Tai Sui, which would destroy his happy life in the future. "Isn't that so?" Little Tai Sui glanced at the two of them leisurely. Venerable Peach Blossom expressionlessly stood next to Mo Lien and Duan Yu, one arm firmly held by Duan Zhe. "From what I can see, back when we were in the tower, I already felt that the relationship between the two of you wasn't quite right." Mo Lien and Duan Yu both twitched their mouths at the same time. They suddenly felt that they were standing a bit too close, so the two of them tacitly moved away from each other. Little Tai Sui continued to expose. At that time, in order to let you out, Dun Zhuang was even willing to risk his life. Speaking of which, it was true love. That's right. True love is nothing more than that. Everlasting Blade nodded in agreement. Think about it. If Dun Zhuang becomes a woman, won't the two of you be together forever? Little Tai Sui couldn't help but shudder at this point. Dun Zhuang immediately let go of He Chen's hand, and He Chen quickly ran to Feng Chongqing and his brother's side, standing 18 feet away from Dun Zhuang. "I don't like men," Venerable Peach Blossom said immediately. I know. Infinite Blade laughed out loud. "Isn't he talking about turning into a woman?" Dun Zone. "Master, I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. How dare they tease me like that?" Everyone, Sir Jojo. After a while, there was silence. Everyone thought that this matter was over, but Sir Jojo suddenly said in all seriousness, "Actually, if it's true love, it's probably not a problem even if the gender is the same, right?" Everyone, they all glared at Mo Lien. "Did you teach Jojo something improper?" The latter. Chapter 5590. Mo Lien quickly distanced herself from Duan Yu and waved her hand at him. "Stay away from me." Duan Yu also despised him. She usually felt that Jojo's gaze was a bit strange when he looked at them. It turned out that this guy was spouting nonsense beside Jojo's ear when he had nothing to do, causing her mind to be filled with all sorts of strange thoughts. "I think you should check what books Jojo has been reading recently. Isn't it a medical book?" Duan Yu rolled his eyes. "When I was reading when I was young, I habitually put a storybook in between my books." Mo Lien immediately snorted. "No wonder you're so unreliable. When I was young, I was obediently reading history and learning national policy." Scram. Duan Yu turned his head away and ignored him. On the other end, Dunju sobbed, which annoyed Sir Jojo. He glared at him and roared, "All right, what are you crying for? Since you're not satisfied, then look again." What was there to cry about? Look at how miserable he was. He wanted nothing more than to cry to the heavens of the holy domain. "Actually," Mata suddenly said hesitantly, I think that Zhao Guzi is a bit better than his current body. How is Gung Pengcheng's old face better than Zhao Guzi's wretched face? Everyone was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zhao Guzi's body had broken through to mystique venerable realm after all. Although his looks were passable, he was honestly a bit better than the wretched Gung Pengcheng. Dunju widened his eyes and frantically shook his head. No, Master, you promised me, sob sob sob. All right. Sir Jojo was a bit impatient. I'll look for you next time. Dunju whispered. Actually, it's not like I don't have a choice. Master, the body you preserve in the ice coffin is not bad. Fuck, Dunju really dared to dream. Everyone looked at Dunju sympathetically. Sure enough, Jojo roared at him, shut up. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes, and he chased after him, wanting to beat him up. Dunjung was frightened and subconsciously ran towards Venerable Peach Blossom. The corner of Feng Zhangqing's mouth twitched. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop Arbor, who was running over, and comforted him. Okay, don't be fooled by Dunzong's age. He is old but not wise. He's just spouting nonsense. Don't hit him. Feng Zhangfei also nodded. That's right. The more you fight, the more stupid you become. All of them glared angrily at him. The Venerable Peach Blossom God raised his hand and patted Dunzong's head. He muttered softly, You dare to think about the body of that Qin. Don't you feel disgusted? Besides, Jojo had always been a stubborn and soft-hearted little thing. Although she didn't say it, she had always tried to save Qin Xian. Unfortunately, that person's divine soul had been struck by young Master Omega Katoka's thunder fire, and gradually, his divine soul had dissipated. Whether it was the soul-returning pill or the soul-returning pill, the reason why it was effective on by Wuxiao and Morong Sun was that at least their divine consciousnesses were intact. But this person was in a completely different situation. Nurturing a soul was easy to say, but very difficult to do. If Jojo wanted to nurture eldest Qin's soul, it would be difficult to recover within 100 years. As for 100 years later, it seemed a bit too far away. Who knew what would happen then? Dunju let out an aggrieved, "Oh," and quietly said, I just think that he looks all right.